Okay.
But now I'm going to go to YouTube and get that started. Then we should actually be live.
Okay, I have ESPN2 on.
Make sure you guys mute the YouTube stream. Oh, is it already showing? Can you guys see if it's live?
It's not on the app.
Okay.
It
No,
won't start for 5 minutes.
my thing I meant.
Yeah, it won't. It's not yet. Oh no, your YouTube? No. I mean, I'm on your Faraz Jaka Poker. Yeah, it says live.
All right, so we are good. Everyone, let me know if you can hear and see us okay. I see yes, I can see you. Someone says yes, it's not live yet. You're good. Oh, okay, yes, we are live. All right, sweet. What's up, everyone? You guys hyped up for this main event? ESPN is back. Who are you guys rooting for?
Let's do it.
Who are we all rooting for? Maybe let's let the chat chime in first, and then you guys could let, and then we can share it. We got Gags, Lucas, and we got the chip counts up over here. Mueller, pretty spread out so far.
I mean, you've got Jumalan with all the chips, and then there's everybody else.
No one said Jumalan yet.
Yeah, no, they said, what's his first name, Jumalan?
I feel like we should know this.
Lucas, right?
Lucas, yeah.
Yeah, so people are chiming in saying Lucas.
Yeah, this is a very strange final table. Scott, you want to kind of share what you were saying earlier about the stack distribution?
I mean, I didn't go back and look at all the stack distributions from previous final tables, but from what I remember, I don't remember like a chip leader having this much of over double.
I'm probably up a small to medium amount, but I literally don't do my accounting during WSOP. I don't look how much I'm up or down. I had several people keep asking me, like, hey, how's your summer going? Like, you up? Like you down? Like, and like I'm down this much. I was like, I literally have no idea how much I'm up or down.
Well,
I mean, yeah.
One feature that they have now is you just get a printout from WSOP and it tells you exactly. It does your whole thing for you. So I know exactly what mine is just based on that. So
yeah. Well, there's other venues and stuff and combining them, but yeah, that's a good point for WSOP.
We don't count other venues over the summer for us. Unless we win.
That's so? Okay.
I don't know.
What if I make $1 million at the win and I'm down 200K at unless we win, okay.
Unless we win, right.
How was your guys' summer? I mean, 90%, like 80% plus of the time, you're gonna be down. Like that's just how it works. I mean, people don't understand that.
Well, I had one of those down.
But you barely.
I was well into that meaty part of the 80%.
You barely played, right? Or how many?
I didn't play a ton of bullets of tournaments, but they didn't go well.
Question from Matt Salzberg: how would you? Okay. I am gonna pull it up myself. I don't have it up yet. All right, I am seeing it. So it is starting.
Oh, you are.
Well, I'm saying. Well, I'm saying like a. Yeah, I'm saying they're showing like the backdrop of Vegas. You guys seeing it?
Nope.
I'm watching right now. Yeah.
Okay, so someone says we're buffering a lot. Okay, let me text.
It does say technical difficulties on my ESPN screen, and then as far as our screen's concerned, I did freeze for a minute. I noticed.
Okay, let me just fix that. Let me fix that.
Says we're back now.
I'm in there.
Lucas Jumalan, 22 years old. So you guys seeing him on the screen right now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so we're all seeing. All right.
So yeah. Oh, and he's just said, yeah, Lucas does have the biggest chip lead in the past 20 years, and I am curious of what kind of work I'm sure he's done something over the past month with this kind of time off, and that certainly changes the dynamic of the tournament here.
Let's hope he worked on his mustache a little. That thing's kind of fuzzy.
Lon Norm still doing it after so many years. Who is going to be commentating exactly? Do you guys know? Is it going to be a mix of all four of these guys?
I think they use Lon and Norm at like the desk now, and then maybe they use Ollie and Nick or some combination of that doing the play-by-play, but I'm not certain. That's what they were doing for at least in the past.
Who do you guys like to hear commentate?
I mean, Nick Schulman is obviously the GOAT.
Yeah, and the chat too. I'm curious what you guys like. I mean, because obviously I think Norm and what's his name?
Lon McCarron.
Lon. Yeah, I think I assume their strategy is like those are for the people who don't really play much poker and are kind of.
They're the ESPN commentators.
Yeah.
So maybe they're using them now for the TV crew because they're sort of more well known mainstream wise.
There's a lot of people that watch the WSOP main event final table that don't play poker. There's a lot of people that watch poker that don't play poker and don't ever really plan to play poker. So they're also trying to appeal to those people, and then also people that actually play.
Well,
everyone says Nick. Nick's just the GOAT commentator.
Yeah, Nick and Ollie they're a comedy team at this point, as far as I'm concerned. They're super funny and sharp, and obviously the insight from Nick is great, but the two of them have this banter going together that is just very pleasant to listen to when you're watching poker.
By the way, I just changed my settings a little bit to reduce the chance of buffering. If that happens again, please let me know. I can adjust it some more, but hopefully this first fix solves it. Yeah, people are, the ESPN, like being able to find the events were definitely pretty difficult, and the thumbnails were awful. But it's the first year. Like, I think they're gonna make a bunch of improvements by next year. That's my assumption.
As they were just talking about the chip stacks here, now the payouts. Should talk about that for a second here. It's gonna be pretty shallow as far as main event final tables are concerned, effective stack wise, because you have Lucas Wall the chips, and then most people are in sort of the 30 something big blind range.
Yeah,
so I think that makes this sort of unique to start off a final table.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the big blinds right now. It's like 25 big blinds, 31, 29, 32, 37, 17. That's very shallow. And then finally you get a 53 big blind, a 15 big blind, and then a 130 big blind. So yeah, right. Super shallow.
We could ignore the 130 big blind because the effective stacks will be the stacks shorter than that. And the guy who's in second place, honestly, shouldn't be playing a lot of pots. So all these stacks, these pots are going to be in these much shallower effective stacks here.
Yeah, if you're Rami here with 53 bigs, yeah, just like stacking off to anyone is just brutal.
He is, and where is he sitting in relation to Lucas?
Well, so we have
in the Rami's in the 7 and Lucas is in the 9. So that he can't. He's handcuffed there. So he's got Lucas, the chip leader, on his two seats to his left, and Lucas just gets to punish him. And he really just shouldn't be opening very rarely. And when we get into it, actually, one of the things I wanted to talk to you about was limping strategy. This is going to be interesting. If ever there's a time for a limping strategy, I think this feels like one.
Well,
it's not something that.
Well, so theoretically, there should be no limping at final tables, because basically the reason you do want to have a limping strategy is to increase the amount of hands you could play, so increase your VPIP. And when you're at a final table, you basically want to like decrease your VPIP, because there's an opportunity cost to playing a hand. When you fold, you could make money. So you basically don't want to have a limping strategy at a fallen table unless it's like purely exploitative. Like I've had situations where I'm in the cutoff and
Getting right into the action here.
I'm in the cutoff and I limp because I'm like, these guys aren't going to ISO wide enough. They're going to freeze up. All right, so we're getting started here. Hand number 1. You know, it's always interesting what's going to happen the first hand. Oh, aces, first hand. What is he wearing? Holy shit.
Fang.
That is awesome. What is he? Is he an ostrich? What is that?
He's peacocking.
He's peacocking. That is amazing.
I've played extensively with him in the last couple of years. He's very good.
Is he?
Yeah. Very cool customer, very aggressive.
He's not going to get any action here from the 7-2 offsuit.
If it was me, he would.
I mean, clearly we know that wearing that outfit is a key to getting aces first hand in the main final
You got to
table.
show. Come on, you got to show.
I don't think he's going to show.
No? Oh my god. He's got his boobies showing and everything. Can't see his... 10 million for first. 3-9 pound table. Yeah, so the plan is they're going to play from 9 down to 6 today. Tomorrow they're going to play 6 down to, I think, is it 3? And then the final 3 on the last day, I assume.
Gags has 4 WSOP bracelets, but he's a New Jersey online poker grinder, so that's...
It's not fair, right? Like if you play, if you play, if you could play in a state where online, it's just like so much easier to win bracelets. I'm definitely jealous.
Back to your original question, who we're rooting for. I mean, I'm going to go for the 2 guys. I mean, I don't know Greg particularly personally or anything, but he's been around. He's an old school pro. Everybody likes him. He's a cash game player.
Okay.
Certainly not a tournament player.
Okay, so
I know Gags from a long time.
Greg Mueller, who you're looking at right now, definitely an OG. You know, has made money.
Wow, that he just. I gotta cut you off there. Gags opened the King Queen offsuit, and Mueller thinks about it and folds the Ace Jack suited.
Yeah, what position was he? He was pretty early, or no? He's middle.
I think it was mid to late.
Yeah, I mean, the standard would be to 3-bet. I mean, let's see, Gags. Yeah, I mean,
Greg Mueller played incredibly tight leading up to this final table. You know, he's mostly a mixed game player. I think.
And a cash game player.
And a cash game player, but I think he's just going to err on the super tight side and play green light spots versus yellow light spots.
Okay, I think that fold to me like really shows me his mindset going in. Not even necessarily in a negative way, just that he's not taking that spot. At least not 9-handed here. Spot to even call.
The thing is, it's not even a scary. It's not even a scary spot. I mean, you shouldn't be flatting there. You should be like basically in these ICM spots. Your flatting range is like almost nothing. Like it's literally like just like ace queen suited, 9s, like some of these hands that don't really want to waste and get it, but like ace jack off, even ace queen off, you just 3-bet fold there. Like that's
ace jack suited.
What about ace jack suited, you said?
It was ace jack suited.
Oh, he was suited. Oh, wow.
Yes, which is
I thought it was offsuit.
which I think is sort of a flat.
Yeah, it's probably close. But yeah, okay, I thought he was offsuit.
So
Jumalan called with 4-deuce off in the big blind here, which
I don't hate that because he gets to punt it because he could just like he can justifiably.
But honestly, probably okay. So in the big blind, when you're the chip leader, you get to call way wider when ICM because they're gonna have to check back a lot. You could just do all this leading, but 4-deuce is probably pushing it. And I wouldn't do it against like that. That was arguably against the best player at the most experienced player, Gags, at the table. So I wouldn't.
I don't think it's arguably. I think Gags is definitely the best and most experienced tournament player at the table.
Yeah.
I don't think it's close.
Yeah. So I don't like that call against Gags. Like I mean against some players I call any 2 there in the big blind, but not against Gags.
You have some great outfits going on here. Jumalan's wearing a Tony Montana shirt. Han Fang's got his feathered pink outfit with no shirt. I mean, this is Jamie's got his Laker shirt on.
This is what happens when you give people a break before the final table. You actually have time to, dress nice and have some fun. I like the gap. I think it's way better.
Well, they don't look like NASCAR drivers anymore because WSOP put the hammer down and won't let anybody wear any sort of patch for anything.
I don't think that. First of all, I don't think that's true. I think it's just specific few like online sites they don't allow. Like for coaching sites and stuff, it was not really a problem. I think there's not a lot of people aren't willing to pay for patches like what they used to pay. It's just very hard to measure the value. I was thinking it might change because of ESPN, but yeah, I think it's just very unknown like what the value is.
Hold on, I gotta cut you off. It just went 3 million open for Fang, and then Jumlan just put him in. He raised to 25 million, so we just committed Fang's stack with this. I guess
Yeah,
he's only 17-18 big blind. Yeah.
So this was an interesting hand that was developing because for this exact reason.
Yeah, Fang opened off less than 20 bigs in the cutoff, right?
He opened king queen off. He's lucky he didn't. He could have theoretically jammed. He's lucky he didn't because he probably gets called by ace queen here from the chip leader. But now he gets an easy fold.
Yeah.
So I question if this is a jam because he's. I mean, I feel like he plays perfectly against this, right? But
you're saying
probably plays itself.
You're saying for him. You're saying for him to maybe flat. You're saying
flat or 3-bet small. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd rather just jam the offs. I guess it's never gonna get.
I mean, what's he getting called with? Is he getting called with ace king tens? I mean,
yeah, but I mean, sometimes out of position, you're just like jamming to realize your equity lots of times.
Yeah,
it's you know what I mean.
It's fine. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, suited for sure, he should be 3-betting small.
But he also had the big blind behind him too. It went 3 million, 25 million with the big blind behind, who had probably 40-something million or whatever he had there.
Yeah, I mean, something people don't do enough is they don't realize how shallow stacks you can 3-bet off of. Like, when someone has 15 big blinds and they open to 2 big blinds, you could just 3-bet there to like 5 big blinds, like 5.5, like out of position. Like, they're not going to flat. They shouldn't be, and if they do, that's fine. They're going to have a hard time continuing. So there's a lot more like 3-bet, 4-bet folding at shallow stacks than people realize.
Bang now has the same hand, king queen offsuit, but now he has 15 big blinds, and I wouldn't hate him just open shoving here. He's probably the shortest stack now.
No, he's not the shortest stack.
How many bigs does he have?
Eva Guru has
he has like 15.
11,
he's like
12.
He has like just under 15 big blinds with king queen off.
It's close. It's almost like 16. I mean, a good heuristic for open jamming or like stack sizes is at final table stack sizes play as if they were 1.5x bigger. So, for example, a 10 big blind stack is like a 15 big blind stack. A 15 big blind stack is like a 21, 22 big blind stack. So that would be the equivalent of open jamming like 22 bigs, basically. 22, which is a bit big. I think if it was on the button, that could be okay. Commercial, WSOP app. All right, let's check the chat. I have been watching the stream, so I haven't looked at the chat. Someone saying, where can I watch the final? Check the pinned message. You could also access it on YouTube TV or on Fubo TV. Oh, Dat Patty responded. Awesome. No, you cannot watch it for free. You need to have either cable or YouTube TV. Salzburg looks like he's watching The Simpsons on a different screen.
I'm just watching the tournament on a different screen, not The Simpsons.
Salzburg kind of looks like a Simpson.
Hey, that's not nice.
It's not? It was a compliment. Man, I used to like I had videotapes of every Simpson episode. Like when people would come to my house, I'd throw that on, and that was like a cool thing to just have all the Simpsons episode. Like, because now you could just like watch whatever you want all the time, but like back then that was like special.
While we have a break here, I want to talk about the how they chose to add in the shot clocks and then take them away. What do you think
Okay.
about that?
Um,
I think the WSOP did everything wrong in both situations. I don't think they should have added them in mid-tournament the first time, and then once they added them in, I don't think they should have taken them back.
well,
But
so go ahead, Salzburg. Were you about to
I
say?
wasn't saying anything.
Yeah.
Scott was saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think they took a stance of like they're playing it by ear based on the situation because sometimes they run into deep runs where it's not an issue, and then like apparently last year they were about to throw in the clocks because it was becoming an issue. So I think they wanted to have the flexibility to like maybe use them but not commit to it. Um,
they should have made the decision and let it be known that they were not going to use them at the final table prior to getting to the final table. If they knew that they were going to take them away, they should have made that decision ahead of time. What if you saved your time banks?
yeah, yeah, that
You
part
know,
that
what
part
if
does
somebody
suck.
used all their time banks? That's huge.
Yeah.
Player A uses all his time banks. Player B saved all his time banks, and they're like, "Oh, sorry, no more." I mean,
Yeah, I agree that
that
part is
hurts the integrity
annoying.
of the tournament.
I agree that part is annoying. I personally, I'm like very big. I'm completely against time banks at a final table. I was at a WPT final table. I think it was Hard Rock, and we were like talking smack. Like it was really fun last couple tables, and then all of a sudden they had time banks like at the final table, and it was just like silent. Like even I couldn't really talk either, just because you got so little
Yeah.
time. You need to focus. So I was like, that sucked. I was like, this was gonna be like a super fun televised final table, and instead it's just like silence.
I don't disagree with you in terms of TV coverage, but if they know that answer to that, my
Yeah.
argument is they should have made it clear into the lead up of the final table
Yeah.
that they were going to take back the time banks and not just make that decision right after they get to the final table.
Someone else here is saying ESPN might have influenced them because it was affecting their coverage. That could be interesting if that was another variable.
No, but that might be true.
Yeah.
My argument is they should have had that discussion with
Yeah.
ESPN prior to getting to the final table, and
Yeah. I mean,
players should have been aware of the situation.
my general thought is I think people are being a lot too harsh on WSOP. It's like they were just recently acquired by GG. They're all of a sudden like in a partnership with ESPN. They're trying to grow and expand drastically. They're doing a bunch of new shit. And I know from personal experience as a business owner and someone who's been in startups before is like when you're trying new things, like it's hectic and things are changing, and it's all about like how quickly you fine tune and adapt. So I don't know. My bet is that over the next 2-3 years, like it's gonna get significantly better. And they're doing a lot of experimentation, which is good. So yeah, that's my opinion.
I agree with that. I think it's going to evolve and
Yeah.
better.
Yeah, I
And
mean
everything,
it's
everything's a
complicated.
work in progress.
Yeah,
Exactly.
they've just hired so many new people all of a sudden. Like it's a completely different business. Like just over the last year and a half. And like there's been a lot of people who are saying like WSOP is just like being overly like profit hungry. Like I can't share too much, but I've been in some meetings with WSOP and like understand their priorities, and I can confidently tell you like they're optimizing for growing the game right now, like not for like profit at all. So yeah, they're really trying to get new people into poker like over this rest of this decade.
Mueller just pitched sevens here.
Was he
Open,
early?
open folded sevens. Yeah.
I'm confident that's the correct fold.
Yeah.
Most people don't make it, but
yeah.
middle pocket pairs with ICM and final tables play exceptionally poorly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Exactly.
But I would like to see that these guys don't know that and are executing that.
You'd rather have king nine suited than like pocket sevens, just because you want blockers at final tables.
Even in the hijack, it's probably a fold if you have the chip leader behind you.
Yeah. People overplay middle pocket pairs way too much in ICM.
I definitely do.
Okay, well now you know.
You overplay your deuces is like your favorite hand. These are like
that
open
deuces
folds.
is deuces is like not even an open on the button like in a lot of spots at final tables.
Yeah.
Ace deuce here limps a small blind into how deep are they?
We got a hand that
So
we're probably gonna
similar-
see a flop one anyway.
1535. So about 30-ish bigs deep here, effective, similar stacks. Interesting spot here. He's wondering. Yeah, see, this is interesting because you want to raise that hand.
I don't hate the check.
Yeah, it's probably close. Because, yeah, I mean, honestly, ace deuce is a hand he could limp raise, and then you can have to fold the ace 10.
Disguises his hand for sure.
I've played with both of these guys a fair bit.
Okay.
Booze is very good. He's French, I think, or certainly European.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I was watching the coverage. He was the guy that apparently when, what was his name? What was the guy that was talking a bunch of smack that was on drugs?
He is
Well,
French.
No, this year. What was the name? The guy that was on drugs, like, talking like crazy.
Will Givens?
Yes, Will Givens. I just blanking on his name. Yeah. So Will Givens, was doing his thing, and then this guy was basically like giving him props, and he was like, "All my friends are saying I'm just like you, except I don't speak English, so I'm like quiet here. But back in France, like I'm the shit talker, like nonstop." So unfortunate that this isn't his language. Otherwise, he seems like it would have been a fun guy to hear.
That was Will Givens at someone. I think maybe it was Jumelon. Someone gave it. Was it Jumelon with the 3 10s, the ace 10 to ace queen that they got in all the chips?
Yeah,
I think it was Jumelon
was
for pile of chips, and that was
yeah.
like the biggest pot of the tournament. They got all in pre-flop ace 10 to ace queen, and Jumelon flopped him dead and went 10-10x.
Yeah, that was a pretty good suck out on his part.
Gets to the river here, and the question really will be if Booz is going to decide to value this third pair here.
Guessing not.
I'm guessing not either. I think it goes check here.
I just got checked down the whole way.
Yes. No, I think there was a. It looks like 7.5 million. So there was I think like a one big blind bet and call.
So I am looking. Well, let's see if I can do this here. Okay, I'm just changing the view here to look at a sim. All right, this works. All right, so here's actually a sim of, it's not the exact spot, but it's like roughly 30 big blinds effective, blind versus blind, final table. And ace deuce off is most of your raise, but whatever, it's pretty much mostly limping all these ace X's. And big blind, ace 10 off is basically a mix here. So ace jack or better, you definitely want to raise, or you're just missing value. And ace 10 is where you start to be like, I could check or raise. I would say most people don't limp raise enough. So what I would do is versus your average player, I would just always raise this. But versus someone like Gags, who is going to have limp raises with bluffs and stuff, I'd go closer to what this strategy looks like. Now, keep in mind, this is for ICM, right? If this was not ICM, not a final table, this would look much different, and you'd always be raising ace 10 off. If he does raise, we could look at how Gags is supposed to respond, and he is supposed to limp raise ace deuce, ace 3, and let's see. And ace 10 would, so it's expecting ace 10 to raise and then call the limp raise. Now that's assuming you think the guy's capable of bluffing and again going to have some of these ace X garbage hands. All right, let's go back to the screen. Were you guys able to see the GTO wizard chart there? Just for future if I pull that stuff up again. All right.
Yeah, it was there.
So it looks like we got a limp and then an ISO with pocket eights. And by the way, look at that last sim, eights is actually a check back. Like instead of ace 10, if he had pocket eights there, he's supposed to check that back.
King 7-0 goes for the 3-bet against the chip leader.
Was that a limp? Was that a limp limp raise?
No, Jumelon opened and the small blind 3-bet to 11.5
Oh,
million
I see,
blues.
I see. Drumline open from the hijack. That's a crazy loose 3-bet.
Who's in the
I
big
am
blind? Is it the shorty, the Evaguru?
Mueller's in the big blind.
Hmm.
Yeah, so this is way too wide, the king 7 here. I mean, he must just assume Jumalan's opening any 2 cards.
which is probably true, but he actually ran into a
Yeah.
really higher end of his opens.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Jumalan's probably not opening 4 deuce off, is he? Maybe.
Probably not, but eights is very high up there
I know, but king 7 is just not even close to a 3-bet there. Like,
against the chip leader in the main event final table, and then goes for the check on the 4-4-6.
yeah, that's a great
Figured
board.
once we 3-bet, yeah. I figured once we 3-bet, we're betting here.
Yeah, and you have a backdoor. Yeah, I would definitely be betting this.
I understand shutting down after we bet and get called here.
Yeah.
But shutting down after just getting called and seeing this board.
Yeah, this is a great board for you because he's not going to have a lot of 4-5 suited and those things like with this shallow stack. You even block king 4 of spades if you hypothetically flatter that. Yeah, this is like a great board for you to bet with your king 7. You got backdoors. Now, this is interesting for Jumalan here because it sucks to get check raised. Oh my god, he played that so passively.
I don't like Jumalan's size there. He didn't have to go so big.
T-bet 10 into
10 million into 24, 23.
That's pretty big. Yeah, that's like getting ready to get it in, basically.
Yeah, I think you should just bet 7 there, 6 or 7. Just no reason to have to bet that much. Because any pushback, what do you do here? It's a very awkward spot. If he gets raised, even if he gets called, it feels like, what are you beating? Like,
well, what is he gonna do with Ace King there? It's probably gonna peel, right? Not just gonna check fold Ace King there.
I have no idea what he's doing with Ace King there, honestly. It's 10 million. What are you going to do there? That's a third of his chips.
Yeah.
We're just calling one. Just hope to spike an ace or king.
Well, you think you're ahead, and then you need to balance and play aces kings that way too, and ace 4, ace 4. That's what you do. He was like 25 big blinds there pre-flop boost.
No, yeah, he started with 30 bigs.
It was 30 bigs?
Yeah.
And defending the 3-bet is good for the metagame there. That you're going to defend these 3-bets.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, what's the dynamic between... Yeah, okay, so... do you know what the delay is on this from the real time? Like, these guys don't have any way to, like, know what's happening, right? Like, on breaks or anything?
No, obviously not.
Yeah.
I mean, it's at least 30 minutes. Over the summer, it was like 2 hours. I don't know if it's still doing that 2 hour.
This was played yesterday.
Yeah. It's either 30 minutes or what they did this summer, which was, 90 minutes or 2 hours or something like that? And it's probably 30 minutes.
Yeah. I wonder how they're keeping them from getting info from like people on the rail and stuff.
Well, now there is no info, but I don't think they are keeping them from doing that. I think you have to allow everyone to do it because you can't stop everyone from doing it, kind of.
Maybe.
I mean, they made
this isn't open, or should he just rip?
I mean, yeah, he only has 13 big blinds here. 11. If the 16 includes the first 3, then it's 11 big blinds.
He started with 18 million, so that's 12 bigs. So he started with
12 bigs. Well, it says 16 with a 3 million open, so that's 9 million and 19 million, right?
Well, I think he had 18 and a half technically. So
Gags folded 8s there.
Gags folded 8s. Wow.
I think that's pretty reasonable.
Right,
it's probably close. I would expect most people to play that. Looks like this is gonna get through.
what do you think the bet that Han Feng had that he lost, where he had to wear this?
Must have been to last longer.
But he won. Basically, what we saw so far was some very tight play mixed in with one pretty wild one.
So how the commercials work for this thing? Are they like targeted to our region? Or are they like targeted towards the WSOP audience?
I have a Prevagen commercial.
I have a Prevagen commercial as well. You, Matt?
Maybe it's a national.
Prevagen, yes.
Prevagen for everyone. I thought earlier we had different commercials.
Or your brain. What is this, and should I take it? Looks exciting.
What's up with this guy? He looks like he's living the life. What a view. Where is that? It's probably
Like
fake.
Como.
It's probably all AI. That guy looks familiar. He's someone very famous.
It's Gordon Ramsay.
Oh, it's Gordon Ramsay. All right, everyone's getting that same ad. Caesar's Republic. What's Caesar's Republic? Lake Tahoe. Man, I have not been to Lake Tahoe since I was a kid. I feel like I need to go there. It looks so
same with
beautiful.
me.
It looks so beautiful.
I've never been.
Looks so beautiful, and everyone I know goes there, talks about how amazing it is.
Yes, I was just invited recently, and I may go in October because I've never been.
Invited
Another
by
targeted ad for you, Matt.
What's that?
Another targeted ad for you.
Blue Chew, yes, actually. Turns out that Viagra is actually very good
I was
for
just gonna
other
say
things
that.
besides erections. They came
Yeah.
out with a study today, yes,
Yeah.
for your heart, just in general.
No, there was another one.
And medicine for cancer.
Yes,
For
that was the huge announcements. Yeah,
Yeah.
Viagra helps reduce the spread of cancer, I believe, and it was
Yeah.
like a big it was a big discovery.
You spread herpes more, but cancer less. So,
Nice.
From the chat, it looks like someone thinks there's a 60-minute delay here.
Someone says, Fraz Jock, I've never seen this, but what are your thoughts on Big Stack's final table sizing their shoves so it's a few big blind less than the shortest stack? That way they create an artificial micro stacks. Okay, interesting. Oh, that's interesting, actually. Huh. Okay, so what he's saying is like, instead of knocking the guy out, leave him with 4 or 5 big blinds, because now everybody has played tight as shit, and you get to earn more chips. Yeah.
Well, yes, but that sort of has to be on the river because you're not going to be so much in the situation where this would happen pre-flop.
Yeah, it has to be on the river.
Yeah, if they got to a river.
I like that, actually. Yeah, is there any reason... Yeah, I mean, you just have to weigh the benefits of getting those extra 5 big blinds versus leaving them.
I do remember seeing that recently in one of the high roller final tables where they were 3-handed and they sized that way on the river and left the short stack with a couple of big blinds for that reason.
That makes sense. I've definitely like folded, like I'm in the big blind with the big stack and a short stack jams, and it's like it's like probably like a slightly plus EV call, and I just like let it go because I'm like, I don't really care to bust this guy. I mean, I'm not gonna pass up on too much EV for that, but yeah. So I'm looking at that spot. It looks like it's a very heavy check, actually. Here, let me pull this onto the screen. Yeah, I'm looking. It was 6-4-4 with a flush draw, small blind versus a big stack, hijack small blind. Now, obviously, this is going to change a lot based on the stack sizes, the hands we give them. So this thing's hijack is going to have this sort of calling range here. Do you guys think this is a realistic calling range hijack will have? Seems reasonable, right? It's expecting him to jam 8s most of the time. I think people probably...
okay.
I think people probably jam this more because they don't feel like they can call with that. Yeah, anything else you want to adjust here? King, queen off, maybe more. Ace 10 off, maybe he'll flat a little bit. that particular player.
This is which stack jamming?
This is the hijack's flatting range. Jumalon, when he got 3-bet from that small blind with King 7. I'm just going to give him that. And then this expects small blind to 3-bet something like this. And I added in the King 7 there. So I'm just going to keep that. It's checking a lot, actually. Like a more than I would expect. And even King 7 is kind of mixing. I mean, King 7 off with a diamond is... I mean, King 7 is mostly betting. Yeah, it's about 50-50. So, yeah, I thought it would be a little bit more betting, but... Yeah, and then if he does check... Yeah, it does want in position to use a much smaller sizing, 26%. Ooh, I'm gonna... Let's see... Trying to hit this interview real quick. I'm gonna mute.
I don't play any other tournament. This is kind of the only tournament I play all year. So this is the dream. I've dreamt about it. I can't tell you how many times, and I keep thinking I'm gonna wake up and this was a dream, but it's not.
It's gotta be.
Okay, he didn't really reveal too much about himself.
I know Jamie very well, not very well, but well enough. He's been in LA Reg for a long time. He mostly plays cash every day, actually. At Commerce, he runs a game.
Oh, okay.
But he's very good. He's played, he's cashed the main event, I think, 8 times in 18 years.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And now your final tables it. Can you guys still hear me okay when I'm standing up like this, or am I too far from the mic?
I can hear you.
Shulman's talking about how he's playing a lot of cash in LA too.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a very good player. I don't know. He doesn't really play many tournaments. I don't see him up there too much, but
Absolute pinch me moment for a man who
this guy just open jammed the Jack 5 here. Yeah. Guess it'll work.
$20 million.
What are we thinking about here? Yeah.
I saw him do that earlier too. Yeah, seems like that seems like a good jam, I think. 22. He's like 15 bigs. So it seems might be a bit wide. I mean, so basically in these spots, what were we gonna say?
I mean, it feels super wide to me.
I think
I would not do that in that spot ever.
Yeah. I think it might be too wide the more I look at it. I think maybe if he was chip leader. So basically in these spots, the bigger your stack is compared to the guy in the big blind, you can shove a lot wider. So like if small blind had 30 mil and big blind has 20 mil, it's not nearly as wide as if you have, 90 mil and you're only risking 20 mil, because if he loses here, he's in a shit spot now. Whereas if you had 90 mil, so that makes a huge difference in how wide you could shove there.
It just seemed like a torch to me, but he got lucky. He didn't have anything.
But he's going to be folding all the time. I do think Jack 5 offsuit is too wide, but he's also going to be folding, maybe folding sixes.
If you were to jam Jack 5 off there, Scott, what are the chances they would wake up with Queens plus?
Yeah, the Jacks, it would be 99%.
Yeah, that on that hand, you were saying what should he do with Ace King? It just does a lot of jamming. It's probably just hoping to get it in versus a flush draw. Yeah, it actually jams when it has Ace King without the Ace of Diamonds because it wants him to have a flush draw, and then Ace.
And so we have Lori opening into Jumalan's big blind. We have ace-8 suited, but we hate opening into the big blind of the big stack here because he gets to defend here a lot, as he does. Backdoors for Jumalan. Wouldn't be shocked to see him continue if I don't know how to say, Sascalati decides to continue. Down bet small for 2 million here. I think Jumalan could justify calling here.
This is under the gun versus. This is UTG versus big blind.
It is under the gun versus big blind.
He could raise too.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate a raise.
I don't hate calling with all the backdoors here. It's only 2 pot-sized bets behind. This is not the right card, though. But
I don't like a call from him there. I thought a raise would be better.
Yeah,
but...
I could see that. Yeah, it's like, what are you gonna do? Unless he's gonna like lead on some cards like this one. Yeah, I think a raise would have been nice there.
Well, because if the guy has a king.
Someone says. Someone is asking a question about cash games. Where did they say? They said, do great cash game players do well in the main event due to the structure? What are you guys' thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, yes, actually, they can. Usually, obviously, for most of the tournament, you're going to be pretty deep. So that's when they have an edge, the cash game players, the first few days, certainly. But like a guy like John Sin won the main event, got 11th in the main event, basically a cash game player. Good deep stack cash game players really can do very well because they sort of have good instincts against, for the first couple of days, the spots that you get put into.
Yeah, I mean, my main other side of that is they're definitely gonna not be experienced with all the 30 big blind, 3-bet, 4-bet jam range, all that kind of stuff. And then I wonder if they're just not as familiar with just how bad tournament players are leaking. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they probably have a huge edge on day 1, day 2. And then I would feel later they got to be making so many blunders. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have it's not something I've thought about a lot. What do you think, Scott?
Well, to cut you off into this hand, Chevelle does not have the Greg Mueller school of thought here with the sevens. Does decide to open here. And we have Eva Guru on the button. Queen Jack suited, 12 big blinds. And I think this loves that suited Broadway. But
this is a fold, though. When somebody's opening... When somebody's opening, you can't really combat that. Now, Jumal...
Queen Jack suited is actually one of those hands that performs well as a jam there because that guy's going to be opening a lot of Ace-X, King-X combos, and you unblock it. So it's definitely probably close, I would say. And you have fold equity with 12 big blinds at a final table.
That being said, I think I would have ended up folding Queen Jack suited as well, but if we were one notch better... King Jack suited and certainly King Queen suited. We were going with it.
So you know what's interesting? Actually, against chip leader, it's probably more of a jam than someone who's opening off 30 bigs because chip leader's VPIP range is so wide. Yeah.
This is interesting. Jumalan just calls out of the small blind with jacks here.
I kind of like it, and the reason why I like it is because he sort of wastes. His 3-bets oftentimes should be worse hands. He just makes everything fold when he
needs to be
he
super.
Has a hand.
Well, he's also you're not happy if the guy jams there for. 50.
No, of course. I like it also. I'm just surprised given how many chips he has if, that's just a little small 3-bet kind of spot.
Right. We would 3-bet our aces and our kings. And I think our middle, our 9s, our 10s, our jacks, I think play good as calls here because when we raise here, we only see action from, similar to better hands.
So it's like a 30. Chevelle's like 35 big blinds and hijack, right? Yeah.
And he probably would have forced Chevelle to fold here to a 3-bet, and now he's going to get at least 1 bet out of him on the 5-8-5 flop. Is he leading?
Yeah, he led.
That's interesting.
I mean, in general, the big stack is supposed to do a lot of leading, especially like out of the big blinds, like way more than normal.
Lead too. This is a big lead too. He opened to 3, so there's 6 into 9.
Yeah.
I would have led smaller. I want to keep in
Yeah.
all of these hands that we could actually beat. It's a disaster if you're leading here and forcing a hand like he has, like 6s or 7s.
I don't think he's
to
folding
fold here.
7. There's no way he's folding 7s here. He's got backdoor club
He's
draw.
certainly
backdoor
not
straight
going to
draw.
fold them if he led 3, 4, 5 million. But I think once we get to 6
No,
million
he's
here,
not folding.
he's going to consider folding.
I think he might fold. I think
he might fold as well.
it's such a bad spot.
No, he's
Like,
deep enough to maneuver. He's not. I think.
I think it's at least 50% he folds here.
I would not fold here if I was 7s. I mean, backdoor
You
straight
think-
draw, backdoor flush draw. You're deep enough to maneuver too.
Do you think his stomach is churning currently?
I mean, it'd be very different if he was going to be forced all in on the next street or something.
Chevelle is 3rd in chips now. If he loses this hand, he especially after putting in 6 million, he's catapulting down to like middle of the pack. Especially after taking this long, I think he's going to fold.
Yeah,
I'm not saying he should fold.
once you
I
take
think
this
he's
long,
going to fold.
Yeah, once you take this long for sure.
This is kind of a cash. You see, this is where his cash game play comes in because he plays high stakes cash or high enough where these are spots where I think he's going to fold. Like, I think he recognizes
I think especially after taking this long, he's
that he
folding.
can't really do anything. He can't
Just
call.
hoping to hit
He
a 7.
can't raise.
Certainly can't raise. He can call, but he certainly can't
Wow.
raise. He's not. I think he's gonna fold. Yeah, and it ends up being the right fold.
That's
like,
crazy.
Random,
Yeah.
I don't
But
like this. I think he should do some leads with other hands that aren't as strong as Jack's here. Like, yeah, he would have gotten action from 9s and 10s, but he's just losing to queens, kings, and aces.
But that's a case where Jamie's experience of being in expensive cash game pots in the games that he plays, I think he recognizes there that it's just not a good spot post flop, and let's go. Next.
If it were a cash game, he would never fold there. After
Well-
opening and getting led into.
There was 5-5-8 was the flop, right?
Yeah.
Yes. With a flush draw.
Yeah, small blind's doing a shitload of leading. Well, here, let me.
And I don't hate leading. I hate leading with his particular hand.
Well, you're not gonna check raise it though. Yeah, I don't have a problem with leading his hand. I have a problem with his sizing because you want to lead. You want to lead like something that allows you to lead a lot of your range.
Honestly, I think maybe he can check raise that because it looks so
That's just-
bluffy. He
I
sort
just feel like it's
of
just
shows up.
Too much to get.
Does he
in.
not?
There's too much to get.
Is it not? It feels like except for pocket eights, Jack's there is virtually his strongest. He's not going to have a 5. So we agree that he's more likely to be 3-betting his queens, kings, and aces. If he doesn't have a 5 and he's going to 3-bet his bigger pocket pairs, Jack's is sort of his best possible hand there.
I mean, here's
outside of
a
ace full.
close sim. It's not perfect because there are some deeper stacks here, but it's close-ish. It has him, 3-betting jacks and flatting 10s. But you see how he's just kind of like leading like a little bit of everything, but he wants to use a quarter size. So I mean, you're absolutely right.
Let me
Wait.
cut you off. We've got a hand brewing
Okay.
here. We have
This is a
Shavel
6
open-
spot.
Yeah, Shavel opens from which position? Was it button cutoff maybe? With ace-8 suited, we've got Jumelon on the button with 9-6 suited, who calls, and we have Gags in the big blind with ace-king suited, who's thinking about how big to make it here.
Well, it's just gonna get 3-bet and they're all gonna fold.
It's a very scary spot for Gags too, kind of, because
Oh yeah,
of his stack size.
yeah.
I mean,
If Shavel if we didn't have the call in between, and it just went open, I think Gags sometimes just flats here with the ace-king
Did he
suited.
go all in? Interesting. I mean, this
Yeah,
is
he
where
just
like
doesn't
I would for sure shove ace king off. Ace king suited gets interesting. It's like, do you want to induce or not? I mean, if he was a little bit deeper, it'd be interesting if you want to induce or not to get like an ace queen off the jam,
Well, you also want to have some, leave your range open to some 3-bet folds,
Yeah,
some
exactly.
3-bet calls,
Exactly.
so that your ace king suited falls into the 3-bet call category. You jam your ace king offsuits; those don't play as well post flop. You like to play your suited hands.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is one of these spots I go back. Like, if I'm at a tough final table, I'm for sure just 3-betting that, not all in. But sometimes you're at like a really soft final table and you don't want to get into a dicey post flop spot versus a chip leader, and maybe you'd want to just jam to take it down and avoid getting into a dicey spot here. I wonder if that's kind of what he's thinking. I mean, just taking that down. But I mean, yeah, when the stack sizes are all that close, like him taking that down is a huge deal.
It
Yeah,
moves him
it's
away
probably
from
correct
the-
to jam.
And yeah, and button, when you're chip leader like that, you do get to flat a lot wider. I mean, his hand is probably pushing it, but you get to call like 5-3 suited and stuff like that in those spots.
comment section. I appreciate the hand narration because I can't see the broadcast here in Portugal, so I guess some people are watching without watching the broadcast.
Yeah. How many bigs did he have? It was 30.
40 something at 1.5, so it was about 30. It was about 30.
About 30.
31, something like 32.
Yeah. Again, I'm trying to pull these up relatively quickly so they're not going to be exact.
He had 45 to 48
yeah.
big blind at 48 million at 1.5.
Yeah, these are definitely not going to be exact, but yeah, I have, 35 big blind stack opening hijack, which I know he was probably.
Oh no, that's 30.
But
30.
button big stack calls, and then this is big blind strategy. It has him jamming, these queen jack suited, king jack suited, king queen suited. It has him 3-betting ace king suited, non all in. But there you can see, it's close. It's very close. And if we do 3-bet there, it expects to get some value out of some worse aces that will jam, a king queen suited that will jam. And if he folds, it expects the chip leader to jam back. Yeah, see, the chip leader gets jammed back with ace queen off, ace queen suited, maybe some ace. I don't know if he's gonna.
I mean,
that.
no one's arguing that it isn't a good player winning. The reason why I lean towards 3-betting is so that we get to 3-bet more later. Now, if we see some more 3-bets out of him, it becomes a lot more polar to aces and kings and some mostly bluffs, right? If he's not 3-betting ace king suited, then most of his 3-bets are going to be non-value hands.
We just lost Salzburg. What's going on? He's trying to come back in on his phone.
It's back.
My power went out for like a second and it knocked me offline. It's weird.
Oh no.
So I used my phone, but now it looks like it's back. So
yeah. Get back on the computer if you can. Then it will.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna hang up and get back on the computer.
All right. Okay, was there anything else interesting here? Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I guess chip leader might back jam some of those, but probably not as wide as this is doing. I really don't mind his jam. It's such a soft tournament. People are gonna make so many other mistakes. I think I like Gag's play there. What was the other we were looking at? This was the 855. What was this one? Oh yeah, this was the lead. Yeah, so this was the lead with the jacks. I like his lead. I think he should be leading a lot of different stuff. His sizing doesn't make much sense.
It's definitely too big. Your argument was he's not going to check raise. It's too much to get it all in. But what happens if he gets called or gets raised? He's still going to have to be. I mean, like, what if he gets raised himself?
It's really hard. It's very hard for him to raise there because you're so handcuffed. Because
my argument was I actually think it is a pretty decent spot to check raise with jacks here, and the reason is like he should be check raising a lot, and now this is sort of his value hand.
I just feel like if you check call, you're going to be saving money against like queens, kings, and aces that are going to have to check a street. You know what I mean? Yeah, this has tens doing a little bit of this would have jacks doing a little bit of check raising. But see, like if you check call here with your jacks, he's probably gonna check kings and aces on the turn or river, right? Because he's scared of pocket eights, he's scared of 5x, he's scared of the flush that comes, and so yeah, I don't know. I just feel like stacking off with jacks, like you're not gonna get called by worse for that many chips with 2 5s on the board. Yeah, I think I would think it's too thin. What do you guys think in the chat? How you want to play your jacks there? You want to check raise them? You want to lead? You want to lead small? You want to lead big?
If we lead there, I think, yeah, it just has to be smaller. I think that was more of the mistake than anything else. Should have gone 4 million. Or even, yeah, 3 to 4 million.
Welcome back, Salzburg.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I would lead jacks there in that spot, but that's me.
I would lead him small though.
Okay.
I got people texting me, hey, do you know where I could watch the WSOP main event?
You can watch it on ESPN2 and ESPN Plus.
Did they not? I was wondering, like, did they not just make a tweet that explains like everywhere where to watch it? I mean, they should have if they didn't.
Well, they're dealing players aren't even in the hand.
What'd you say?
No, they were. She's dealing, and like 4 players weren't even at the table. Like Mueller had to like run back to his chair.
I feel like my stream is like a little bit behind you. I'm still in the 5-5 Jack 9 hand.
Yeah, I got behind at some points. You have to hit forward to catch back up.
It says I'm live. This is tough for Jim Milan to put in another bet here after getting called on the flop.
Where are you now? Because I'm at a Jumalan's about to open Jack 9.
Oh, I'm on the turn already.
You're already on the turn?
Now we're on the river, yeah.
Well, I'm in a different time zone right now. This is annoying. How do I catch up? Oh wait.
Hit the live button.
I don't even have a live button. Oh yeah, I have a live button.
You get a small bet on the flop. Who's called? Turn went check, and now we're at the river. Who's checked again, and Jumalan has a chance to bluff at it or give up here with Jack 9.
Okay.
For Jumalan, it looks like Booz has either an ace or an 8. The missed flush draw probably would have bet. So an ace is never going to fold, and an 8 isn't always going to fold. And he decides to check, and Booz is going to take that much-needed pot with the underpair.
Now you're 5 seconds ahead of me.
For anyone who is wondering how to watch the action, check the pinned message. But to sum it up, you can go to espn.com/watch, and then you have to, buy a subscription to ESPN. Or if you have cable TV already, then just go to ESPN2. And the other 2 ways are go to YouTube TV or Fubo TV, and you have to buy a subscription. Those are the various ways you could watch the final table and see the action. I had some notes on Hamoud earlier, so I'm trying to remember what he said he does for a living. Do you guys remember? I watched his interview. I'm blanking now.
I do not.
You guys
He's
in the
second
chat.
in chips and opening.
Not a rabbi.
He's not a rabbi?
Yeah.
What does Hamoud do? You guys know in the chat? Give us some background of what you guys know about the various people, and then we'll read them out loud so everyone could kind of catch
I know
up.
Hamoud's from Montreal. I don't know what he does. I think he just plays poker.
Really?
And if you don't know, just give us your best guess.
No, I thought I remember he was not a professional.
So Escalati, the Cowboys.
Get that started.
Cowboys.
Just gonna 3-bet.
Very small 3-bet from not that small.
Okay, so someone says Evagoru is from Crete and is an optometrist. Okay, so
He
that's
plays cash in Crete, the big Cretan cash game scene they have there.
okay. I'm gonna actually write some of these down. Evagoru.
Sure. Do you remember there was a WPT episode in the early days where a guy at the final table was from Crete? And he just would get up. He goes, "The island of Crete." And he was screamed.
No, I did not remember that.
You don't remember that? I remember this guy. I forget what his name is, but this guy was so lively. It was really funny. It might have been the Aviation Club.
We got a good crowd in here. Thanks for joining, everyone. You guys are active. You guys are engaging. You guys are helping answer some of the questions, contributing. Well, I appreciate all you guys. Also, a reminder, make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Because it helps me a lot. I've been doing a bunch of new vlogs and making new content. I'm really trying to go hard here on the YouTube streets. So the more you guys subscribe, it really helps the mission here for us to make some more badass content for you guys and to do some more stuff like this. And also, we are going to be giving away a free Jocka Coaching membership and a hoodie to anyone who's subscribed today and has been active in the chat. So as long as you've typed something in the chat, you will be counted in that raffle. If you haven't, you can just say I'm here and you will get counted in that raffle. And jockacoaching.com is my training site. I will link that in the comments if anyone is looking for more info on that. Scott has been one of our guest coaches on there as well. Done some fun strategy talks with him.
Unfortunately, final tables aren't as interesting as the journey getting there sometimes.
Yeah, dude, I really think they should play more live streams of day one, because all my craziest hands, like biggest exploits, and even just like funny banter at the table, they're always like day one. Because once you get like deep, it's just like too serious. The money's too big. Like people aren't splashing as much. I think that's where all the fun stuff is.
Yeah, I mean they had great day one
open.
coverage.
Sorry.
They did have great day one coverage.
Yeah, I mean the main event always does it, but I'm saying the rest of the year. You know what I mean? The WPTs, the WSOP circuit, whatever.
Yeah.
It's everything is always final table, and yeah, everyone's playing tight and scared and trying to make pay jumps and just I want to see like deep stack day one. Like that's where all the fun shit is.
Deep, and there's re-entry is still open too, so people are
Yeah, it's
getting it in.
Yeah, I mean even if re-entry wasn't, that's
Sascalati.
What do you guys think? Do you guys? Sorry.
Sascalati has aces, two hands after he had kings, but he might not be up against anything.
So you know what position is so Jumalon? You know, even when you're chip leader.
Wow, hold on. Oh, excuse, I thought it went open aces, and deuces. Jumelon open deuces.
Yeah.
Sascalati 3-bet with aces and threes, and the big blind folded. I thought it was just open and just didn't defend the threes. It just went raise and a 3-bet, and I think that'll be the end of it here.
Yeah. Unless you never know. Let's see.
I don't know why Jumelon is raising to 4 million at 1 million, 1.5 million. There's just no need for it. I think he can just be minting everything.
I think there's definitely an argument to do some bigger sizes when you're a big stack, because what happens is it forces people to play for stacks. So they basically can't flat you now, and the big blind has to like fold a lot of equity too. So I think I think it's reasonable to start opening bigger, especially depending on who's in the big blind. Like for example, let's say there's a bunch of 15, 20 big blind stacks, and the big blind has 40 bigs, and now he's got to call a bigger open. Now they are like, shit, I might have to bust this hand because the plot's getting bloated.
Well, especially with a hand like Deuces in particular.
Yeah.
He was opening to 3 per before, but now Deuces is much more vulnerable hand that he wants to fold out all the overcard.
And you know what's
it.
interesting? Like, even though as a big stack you get to play a lot more hands, Deuces is still not wanting to open much from middle and early position. You just want blockers. Like, you'd rather have King 4 suited and Queen 7 suited than Deuces there.
You know, guys, deuces never lose.
Deuce
Okay.
never lose. I grew up in Bay Area with all the Asian guys slamming the table, and we all would do it. Deuce never lose. I still say that shit to today.
You know,
You California folks know what I'm talking
you don't
about.
forget your roots.
I do not forget my roots.
I'm glad to hear that.
It was fun, man. Bayona 1, like, everyone goes hard, like, and has a good time. And it's crazy. Bayona 1's, like, turned into, like, one of the nicest poker rooms now. Like, it was this dingy place I kind of grew up playing, like, coming home from college breaks. Matt, you probably played there. Scott, you probably haven't.
Yeah.
The new
Bayona
Bayona 1 is beautiful.
I was at the old.
It's like
last year in the Shooting Star, I had a really interesting hand. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna.
Oh, fuck you, asshole. I think I know. he busted me out of it.
Oh, he's gonna bring the shirt with your face
Oh,
on it.
God. I forgot about that. I completely forgot about that. Great. Salzburg's going to his jerk-off closet.
You know, it just so happens that I did win this shirt last year at the Shooting Star.
Hold it up over your head. It's cut off. Eric. Bayona 1. I busted. Hold it up higher. I busted Faraz Jaka. Did I sign it for you? Oh, yeah, I signed it.
Better.
I didn't write a note. I guess it's kind of hard.
You signed it. I think you said GFY Faraz Jaka, maybe. No, you signed it. It wasn't as beautifully graphic as Nikki Limo's shirt after I busted her. You drew a picture of a dick going to her mouth, so that was pretty great. I can pull that out next.
Let's see it.
Okay.
You never have another chance to show it off. Put it on.
Dude, I probably have some old school Bayona 1. I think they're at my parents' house in San Jose.
I have a Barry Greenstein one.
Nice.
All right. I don't know if you can see that or not, but
Yeah.
Oh my God, she drew a dick. You're joking?
No, I wasn't joking. She really did draw that, and now I love her forever. So. That's a very fun tournament, though.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do it again this year.
It's honest. It's the best. It's literally the best.
Yeah.
It's the most fun. It's a good atmosphere. So I think, when is it? It's in October this year. It's a WPT event. It's probably like a 5,300 buy-in, and basically every table has a pro in the 5 seat, and if you bust them, you get like half the buy-in back of the main.
2,500 bounty.
And it's really fun. Just like, there's a lot of poker fans in San Jose, and they kind of encourage them to come. So that's a good. Okay, so here I'm gonna. Hey, let's see. Can we see
Shout out
this?
to the champ, Carlene Seward.
Oh, Carlene won it. So here, let's see. So this is. I'm trying to show what it looks like. Like, look how beautiful that is. Floor to ceiling windows. So, and it's like in the restaurant, so you get like all this natural sunlight, and you could walk outside. It's like super beautiful. It's my hometown.
So it's not the same building that it was before?
No. So Bayona One basically built. They went across the highway, and bought like a bigger place, and made it nicer. And then there's one other casino there called Matrix, which that is even like a more like boutique looking smaller joint that has good cash games. And you get a lot of Silicon Money Valley driving down there to come play. Man, that's some crazy. Yeah, I remember there was this one software. I don't know, some like software engineer, like startup guy who would just like come lose like so much money like every day, in the pits and there, and after like a couple of years you just find out he's went from like 30 million to broke. It's like kind of nuts, kind of sad. I guess there's always a couple stories like that at every local place.
To answer a couple of these questions from the chat, they asked if they pause the clocks during these breaks. Yes, they do. The casino we were referring to was the Bay 101 in San Jose, California. And have they fixed the tax law yet? Nope. And we'll see how that all plays out here, being the first year.
Someone says, how much do you think the tax change has affected WSOP this year? I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, the number. I talked to the executives at Win and WSOP, and from the very early, like first week, they were already saying they're expecting numbers to be low because of economy and Bitcoin, and Vegas tourism also down 25%. So you see a lot of people be like, oh, like they did this to the monster stack, and that's why the numbers are all down. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like first of all, like that would affect next year, and it wouldn't make sense for all the casinos poker tournament numbers to be down like similar amounts.
The number of entries in the monster stack were up because they changed the way they
Yeah.
structure these entries, and they intentionally didn't tell us about the number of uniques, which will give us more of a shed more light on.
Yeah. But you could tell from the
how
other.
we're really doing the economy.
Yeah, but I mean, ignore the monster. Just looking at everything overall, like, yeah, like everything was down. I don't remember the exact percentage.
But everything overall, I would the statistic I'd be most interested in is the number of unique players, and all of these events
Yeah.
are net across the board of the WSOP, and they were keeping that to themselves intentionally, and I think that's shitty.
But yeah, I think what was I gonna say? Looks like action's starting back up over here. Boost opening ace-9 suited here from low jack. Man, when you just look at those stack size on screen, like 52 mil, 52 mil, 44 mil, 40 mil, 47 mil. When stacks are that close together, you have to play so tight.
Do you think they're talking about chopping?
Oh, you think that's why this breaks? But WSP doesn't. Would WSP allow?
No, I don't know. I mean,
I feel like it'd be bad for the show.
There's
like,
no way. If there was a chop, it wouldn't happen 9-handed. It might happen 3-handed, but certainly not.
But why not? Like everyone, it's so much money to everyone.
Yeah.
Like,
It's too many people. You'd have to.
Can you
Getting 9
run
people to agree on anything would be.
Can you run an ICM?
I don't know. They might, man. It's so much money. People might be flexible. Like it's really life-changing money for like everyone. Like, or well, not everyone, but
Well, if that was the case, they would have done it before the table even started. They wouldn't wait now. Still be 9-handed.
I mean,
2 hours into the broadcast.
Well, there's not. Yeah.
Can you run an ICM chop based on those stack sizes now and see if it's like what's most people are going to get like 3 million, probably.
Yeah.
So Jumilan started the final table with over second place money. He had something like, if I remember correctly, 6.3, 6.4 million ICM, and he's already
Kings
chipped up.
versus ace
So
queen
he's probably
suited.
close to 7 million.
This is gonna be interesting. All right, Mueller.
Oh, Mueller's going to not
20.
get any action because he's been so tight.
Oh yeah, but
Well,
Hamud's got ace queen
Hamud
suited.
should flat in position with ace queen suited. It's going to be sticky if he 3-bets and then gets 4-bet, right?
Well, no, he's not that deep. Mueller only has, well, like 25 bigs. Yeah, I mean it's a 3-bet get in if he 3-bets. But I think because Mueller's middle position, I would just flat. If Mueller was like cut off, I would 3-bet for value. But I just, Mueller's not going to shove ace jack here, and
He does decide to 3-bet, and they are going to get it in.
I don't know if he's going to call.
He's going to jam, obviously.
No, I
no,
don't
no,
think
he's saying.
call. I bet you Hamud folds.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to call, then you should have just flatted this. Well,
Right,
here's the
that's what I'm
thing:
saying.
Mueller's supposed to be shoving ace x suited, and
It makes him 3-betting here. It just makes him shove his, like fold his worse hands and get in with his better hands. So I would have played ace queen suited here as a flat. Ace queen offsuit, we can do more.
yeah,
3-bets.
I would have flatted here unless Mueller was a little bit later position, or if there was a dynamic. Like I just need to be confident that Mueller's 4-bet shoving like king jack suited, king 10 suited, ace 5 suited, ace 4 suited, ace 3 suited.
He's also, yeah, he's raising non all in, 19 million, which I think is too much. I think if he's gonna raise non all in, he should have gone more like 15 million. This is like a clear commit. There's no bluffs here. Like, I mean, not that there's no bluffs, there's no folding here. There's gonna be the price he'd be getting is over 40 million.
Yeah.
It's called 22 more.
Yeah, I mean, like a general heuristic I use for non-ICM is you could put in a 30-year stack and still fold, and then at final tables it kind of turns into like 40 to 45% of your stack you could put in and still fold. But yeah, there's no.
He
doesn't.
does put in like 45% of his stack here, but
He could have just went 18. I would have went like.
I would have either gone 15 or all.
Yeah, I would have went 15. He's if he was bluffing, he's wasting chips here. Like if you have ace 10 and ace jack here, offsuit, like just make it 15, 16 mil. That's what the
Not
play is.
only are you bluffing, you're wasting chips, but when you have a real hand,
Yeah.
like kings or aces, you get call. You should want to call from ace queen
Yeah.
here. As uncomfortable as that is.
I mean, see, this is where studying like the ICM like sims and understanding the sizings here makes a big difference.
Also, I think there's a chance he folds here to this raise.
Yeah, it
and
looks
might not have folded
a
to a jam.
Yeah, I think this is a mistake here. You look committed.
I think
This
if he
looks
would've
stronger
gone-
than a jam.
Yeah.
I think if he would have gone 15, then he might have 5-bet ripped. But I think
And he
now-
might have peeled.
Yeah.
He might have done either one of those.
If you're
things.
Greg here, you need to go 15 or jam, because then at least when you jam, it looks like you have 9s, 10s, jacks. Maybe ace 5 suited.
But he doesn't know how tight Greg has been playing at this final table so far. They're on an hour delay apparently, so he doesn't have that information.
Well, I don't think he's played a hand, so doesn't mean much. But it's the first
Folded.
time Mueller's played a hand.
Folded.
Nick Schulman says Mueller's rail is stone hammered, Ali.
I'm gonna listen to this interview.
He just said he's happy to be here.
Okay.
And honestly,
Cloud 9.
Greg's just like I've known Mueller since I first started playing. He was kind of an OG in the game. He's just like such a likable, good dude. Like super nice, super friendly. I think everyone who knows him kind of feels the same way about him. But yeah, I don't know how many tournaments he plays these days. Yeah, I would guess he's not in the best like no limit tournament shape. I did run into one of his best friends, Bucky, Sean Buchanan, when he was deep, and I know he was kind of really helping him through some of this. And it just didn't sound like he was, you know, super prepared for the moment at that point. Now I don't know what he did in between, you know, with the time off. I thought I heard him say he wasn't gonna like get any coaching or anything.
He said he was getting a trainer, so he looked good on TV.
Yeah. He said in an interview, he said he wasn't gonna do any coaching, but he was gonna try to lose some weight because he didn't want to look fat on TV. That's what he said.
He looks good.
He looks the same to me, but yeah.
But you never know. Just because someone says they're not gonna get any coaching, I don't know if I would believe that or not. I might not want people to know until after.
I mean, this guy's jacket is fantastic also.
Oh yeah, so there was a question because I wrote a tweet asking what do you guys want to talk about. Someone was saying how would you train for a final table like this? So what I would be doing, because actually, you know, Kenny Hollart, one of my good friends, and he's in, you know, a strategy group with me and a bunch of people, and basically there was a simulation set up for him, and yeah, basically what you want to do is you want to simulate the stack sizes, and then drill like the most common spots. So for example, for something like this, where there's going to be a chip leader opening a bunch, like I want to know, like the first thing I'd want to know is what I should be 3-betting and what I should be rejamming against the chip leader, and then what I can 4-bet jam when he 3-bets me. Because that's going to be like a very common scenario that's coming up. Because, yeah, one thing that's counterintuitive is when chip leader is opening like so much, you need to be willing to just like rejam like ace-4 suited, ace-8 suited, like, you know, queen-jack suited, like a lot more liberally than normal, which is a little counterintuitive. And if you don't take those spots, you just kind of blind down. So yeah, I would be doing a lot of drilling, like structured drilling, like set up for all those spots. And obviously go through the most common post-flop scenarios you're going to be up against. You know, understand how your ranges change when you're playing against a chip leader versus a short stack who opens.
We have Jumalon here opening the button into the third and fourth stacks in the blinds. He's opening 6-4 offsuit, and I think this is a 100% open spot against these two, really the third and fourth biggest stacks here, and he must be doing 100% here.
Yeah.
With 6-4 off.
I mean, he's probably not doing 100%, but maybe he's doing like 85%.
Pretty close to it.
Maybe he's doing 85%. I mean,
I like how he's played so far.
6-4 off is still a world different from like 8-3 off, deuce-5 off, 3-deuce off. There's still a lot of hands you could fold that are
also
much
we're now playing 1 million, 2 million, which we haven't touched on. Gags flops the nut flush draw here with the ace high, an easy just check and call here to anything.
I really don't like
bets.
how he's playing too wide versus Gags. Like you could do that as an exploit, but
Gags is always going to just call here, never raise in this spot out of position against the chip leader. His ace high is independently good here a ton as it is.
Yeah,
and
some
he's
people
to the nut flush.
A lot of people overplay ace high flush draw. Yeah, just like Scott said, you just have the best hand a lot here. Like he's got 6 high, 9 high, 10 high, jack high, queen high.
This here is almost definitely going to go check, but he can still call here again. I can't imagine Jumalon's going to fire on this board on that turn with the donut equity.
When the preflop raiser is under the gun and you have an ace high flush draw like this, you're a little bit more incentivized to raise because the under the gun range is more concentrated off, you know, ace 10, ace jack, ace queen.
Wow. Hold on, Jumalon goes for the chunky bet here on the turn with the 6-4 off. Just putting Gagliano in an uncomfortable spot to call with the ace high flush draw with 1 to go here.
That's tough. That's gross. This is so gross.
This is a gross spot, and it shows the
I think
power.
You gotta call though.
The fact that I think he should call.
Because I mean, he could have queen jack. He could have queen 9.
With complete
7-9.
He could have 6-4.
7-9, queen 9.
And it's nice when you're drawing it, as opposed to just having a weak top pair here and having to call. He's not going to have to stack off. He's not going to have to stack off unless he, you know, hits his diamond. So that's more comfortable. Now he's going to get potentially blown off. I mean, if it's bet, it's going to get blown off the hand. But the question is Jumalon going to shut down now?
I think he will
That's
shut
gonna
down.
be sick to win this with ace high on this run out. I mean that's
Gags never has ace jack or jack nine unless it's of diamonds. Never has queens or tens. He could have tens.
wait, how deep were they pre? Oh
He
wow,
could
yeah.
have tens. He doesn't have kings. He doesn't have queens. He could have tens, eights, and
How
deuces.
many bigs did Gag start with here? Like 25 bigs?
More. No, he started the hand with like close to 50 million. It goes check, check, and Gags is going to win it with ace high.
Wow, that's sick.
That's a huge hand.
He's like, how did I win? What do you?
I think he's talking about a mark on the card or something. Or
So sweet if you're Gagliano.
Oh, what a great
Check, check, win.
great.
Yeah, those spots are so huge when you whiff and then you still win because they shut down. There's no better feeling.
that's a crazy turn bet with that hand. With just like the total zero equity.
Yeah,
Two unders, no draw.
Yeah, you want to at least just have a gut shot there. There are times you should do no equity bluffs, but it's usually when the turn's a blank, not when the turn's like a completing card like that. When the turn is a completing card, you want to have the gut shot there. Yeah.
That's a huge swing. I think that probably puts Gagliano into second or close to it.
Yeah, that is huge indeed. Yeah,
I'm definitely put him in second.
Yeah, and that's where if you're Gags, it's like, yeah, you want, like we talked about earlier, like just him jamming that ace king suited to reduce variance, even though if it's not the most optimal play. You know, it allows him for someone to make a simple mistake like this where all of a sudden, boom, like he now is in contention to potentially fight for the win.
And he has position on Jumalan here, unlike Rami on the other side of him, who's the next, who's kind of neck and neck there here with him. He's got a great seat. Having Jumalan on your right allows Gags to open if Jumalan folds and it goes to him, which is much better than having Jumalan on your left and you could just never open.
What the fuck? I'm trying to screenshot. I'm trying to screenshot a spot to pull it on the screen, and my screenshot just goes black. I'm wondering if that's like a security thing.
Oh, you're taking a screenshot of what
Yeah, the last hand, and I cannot do it.
Yeah, it won't let you. There's a protection mechanism from streamers where you can't screenshot things.
Well, I already looked up fair use, and I cannot replay the stream, but I could put screenshots as long as we're talking and analyzing it.
You might have to take a picture of it with your phone.
I just did. Just did.
Now to take some of these chat questions for a minute in these commercial breaks. Has Greg been playing too tight in your guys' opinion? I think we did discuss that. Yes, he's certainly been playing very tight. The only hand he played was kings, and he passed up on sevens and ace jack suited, both marginal spots, but didn't take them. Six high ain't winning it. Jumalan should have given up on the turn or emptied the clip. I agree with that. One of the two. Would you triple barrel the turn? Six high, no good. No, I wouldn't have triple barreled, but if I put in the barrel on the turn, probably go for the barrel on the river. Probably would have. No, I wouldn't have bet the turn though.
I mean, I think if you're ranging that spot with two diamonds, okay, he's being sticky. Gagliano's being sticky there, but if you have six high and you're the chip leader, I think you should be betting like 18 million on the river or something. You don't have to go super big because a misdraw is going to fold and then.
Well, you could potentially get a king to fold. Guys could have king seven there and fold to a third barrel and all those completing.
For
cards.
sure, yeah.
Let alone a flop second pair, he could have an eight and have called the second maybe. Once I don't know how an eight reacts to the 10 million on the turn. But Julian had a nut advantage there. Gags isn't going to show up with straights. He isn't going to show up with. He's only going to show up with bottom set or middle or set of deuces or set of eights there. I mean, there's a couple of strong hands. Gags could have had some king 10, king queen, deuces eights, but not a lot of them. Jumon trying to get some of those chips back. 7-5-0 open. And the cutoff. It's going back to the min raise. Same 4 million at 2 million that he was doing at 1.5 million.
I understand. I already get all that. Yeah, I know. I realized that in like 5 seconds after. No, but what I'm saying is, I can pull it up from. Are you saying Matt can put a screenshot on? I have it. I already. I understand. I realized that in 5 seconds, like after I even. I said out loud, I was like, oh, it must be a security thing. You guys also have, and then you're like.
Imagine we see a defend here in the big blind from Booze with ace-8-0. 22 big blinds though. Could be dicey. Think we got a defend here.
Yeah, but you're saying not to do that. Yeah, I know.
Seems reasonable. Non-mandatory.
Guess it's risky.
Does get out flopped here. Expect to see a 3 million chip C bet from Jumalon, and Booze probably folds, but peeling one wouldn't be crazy for the expected 3 million size. That's what he does. On Booze for 3 million. Fold.
Yeah, you gotta fold that. I think people call too wide in that spot. A good heuristic I use is when the board is rainbow, you have so many suited combos to continue with that you should just be folding your offsuit combos. Unless it's like an ace queen or, you know, something like that. But you very rarely continue with your offsuit combos there as on a rainbow board where you just have high cards. All right, I'm catching up on some of these questions. What's the strategy if you're at a 9-person final table and have 30% of the chips open sizing?
I gotta cut you off
Okay,
here.
okay.
Fang just opened off 10.5 big blinds with queen 9 suited here.
I like it.
Hopefully he's really short stack. And
Yeah, I mean, it's
Goro has seven big blinds, and Fang has 11.
Oh, someone has 7.
Yeah.
Then that's a little loose if someone has, because if someone has 7, you gotta play extra tight. I would much rather a King X blocker. I think Ace X King X. This seems a little wide then. But I don't know. Sometimes like if you're playing so tight.
Early position. This seems
yeah.
very wide.
Okay, this is the type of thing
Main
where
event
like,
final table, like second to act with queen 9 suited, off of 11 bigs, with a 7 big blind stack.
I feel like this is kind of an image play, you know what I mean? If you just like haven't
And,
played any hands, you
well-
think people are gonna over like, dude, we're already seeing like people folding ace jack suited and stuff like that.
Oh, he's running into FBT's ace king here, who's gonna 3-bet, and that'll be the end of it.
I've never seen an Asian guy fold queen 9 suited, so
I think
there's
this is
that.
gonna be the first time.
But to even open fold is just not even a thing.
And so something people do screw up at final tables is they jam too wide. Like they'll just jam 15 big blinds and then they won't open off like a 10 big blind stack. people underestimate how little. Again, use that heuristic of multiply your stack by 1.5x, and that's how it should play. So yeah, just play your 10 big
I
blind
never
stack.
heard that.
Yeah,
I
play your
never heard that before.
yeah.
That's super interesting.
Yeah, so think about it, right? Because normally you like, you're not really raising off a 10 big blind stack, but you're raised off a 14, 15 big blind stack. So now your 10 big blind stack is like a 15. And same thing with 3-betting. Normally you need like 25 big blinds or more to 3-bet fold. Now you could do it at 15 bigs. And then you could do the same thing for 4-betting. Normally you need like 50 bigs to 4-bet fold. At final tables you could do it off like 30 bigs. And the reason for that is because your last few chips are worth so much more. So you're even though your like chips are committed, because your tournament life is so valuable, you're actually not pot committed.
Yeah, that's something that I sort of have instinctively done over the course of my career, but I never really heard it phrased quantitatively like that, where it's like 1.5x.
Yeah. Yeah, we have some really good ICM stuff. I'll show it after this hand.
Saskalati's open cut off here. King Queen offsuit into Shavel's big blind with A7 suited. We have an easy defend here. Call. We're gonna see a flop. And we have an interesting flop here. Shavel, middle pair, and Saskalati flops top pair. Yep, I think we're gonna see a pretty standard just call here. This is gonna be a big pot to their stack size. I mean, they're both similar stack sizes. 20.
I think Jamie,
Start the hand with 25 big blinds each.
I feel like Jamie's going to get
Top
there
pair,
here
middle pair.
somehow.
A lot of interesting cards on the turn. Turn goes check here a fair amount. So nobody wants to.
Imagining we two-barrel here with this hand, right?
Yeah, I would like to bet and check back the river. I'm definitely not betting 3 streets. Yeah, I mean, the main thing I'd be asking myself is, do I ever get jammed by a bluff? You know what I mean? Like,
Jack X of spades, maybe.
I don't think, because Jack X of spades has showdown value. Just call.
Yeah, you're probably the best hand, fair enough.
Yeah, and then the 7 and the 6 are spades. So you're not going to get jammed by a pair and a flush draw. You'd get jammed by, like, maybe, or is it even
8-9 of spades?
Yeah,
or
and
like
9-10 of spades, or I mean, King-9 of spades probably just must have call. I mean, yeah, maybe King-9 of spades, I guess. King-10 of spades.
Now that he does bet 9 million here, I imagine Shavel's gonna find a fold.
Yeah. He was the one who made that tight fold with the 7s earlier and was right.
And he was tanking then too, and ends up going with the fold for whatever that's worth.
But he doesn't know that he was right last time. So at some point, people could feel like, oh, I can't keep throwing away these hands. Although this is just third pair.
This is going in the muck for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know much about how he plays, but
He folded.
All right, so I'm gonna show what a 11 big blind stack can raise under the gun here. You can see it's still barely doing any jamming. It's mostly raising. And that's kind of what I meant. Like the queen nine suits, I knew it's not there, but you know, if you have a tight image and you think people aren't going to rejam wide enough, you know, that's a reasonable widen. But here's what you should notice. In this sim, no one is shorter than him. So he's opening, you know, 11% hands. You know, the dark is the jam, the light is the raise. And then if we change this to a situation where someone is shorter than him, like let's put this 4 big blind. Okay, so in here there's a 4 big blind stack. That's too shallow. Let's see, what's a good sim here? Okay, here there's a 6 big blind stack. And look, he has to get a lot tighter. So in that situation where he opened, I think it was just significantly too wide. That was not the time to do it. This should be kind of the bottom of his range. If he wants to go a little bit wider, maybe 1 notch wider than these. Someone was asking about ace-8 suited. That would be a raise. You specifically raise ace-x and king-x very wide because you want those blocker hands. All right, we got a button open with ace-8 off from Mueller. Fing.
First open. It's his first open of the day. Here. Oh no, the second open. He had kings the first time he opened. He does go for more than the min.
Wow,
but
he's
this will be
very
the end of the
shallow.
hand.
7 bigs. It's probably debating if he wants to flat
He does flat.
or if he just throws this away to preserve his stack.
He does call.
And what I would
He's
be
gonna go
thinking,
with
if
the
I'm
bluff that
Fang,
he
I'm
can
just
do.
looking at, can I out-survive anyone else? You know, and there is one other player short, so it's...
But the difference in 9th place and 8th place money is virtually nothing. It's like $1 million and 1.1 million. It's almost an amount that you just completely ignore.
I see. Okay. That matters a lot. So yeah, if it was a big pay jump, then it would make sense for him to play tighter here to outlast Ebagoru. Here's a sim to show if the stack sizes were like this, 10 big blind, 12 big blind, and then you're in the big blind with 7 bigs, and the button opens, it's not calling queen 7 in this circumstance. It's queen 8 or better. So yeah, that did feel...
At least he was close.
Yeah, it did feel a notch loose. Obviously, the pay jumps are a little different, and there's 2 short stacks, but yeah, I'd still probably lean towards fold. So yeah, for that ICM stuff, so this is kind of for Jaka Coaching, my training site, we have these game plans. So if you want to get started on it, this is one of the best ones to start with. MTT Crash Course just focuses on all the high priority spots. Or you could also do the WSOP Prep series. That's what I'd recommend for people kind of newer to the site. And for ICM stuff specifically, we have this ICM playlist that has all the important pre-flop, post-flop situations you want to know about. And this Crush Live Mid-Stakes one is really cool. Basically, it's like, what do you do when you're in these tournaments where you raise and 7 people call? You 3-bet, 5 people call. People don't fold. People lead on like random ass cards that don't make any sense. That's what this is all about. And yeah, we basically have just about every topic you could imagine covered. And then we have a bunch of advanced stuff as well. So we advertise our site as it's more for, you know, serious recreationals, but we have a lot of good advanced stuff too. I study off my own site. We have a bunch of high roller coaches teaching some good stuff. So we definitely have something for everyone. My most favorite one is this Pros in the Hot Seat, where I basically just invite a high stakes coach to come and coach me. And you guys get to sit in on my coaching sessions, guys like Kevin Rabichow, and you get to watch me learn and learn alongside me. So yeah, some awesome stuff on here. I will put this in the chat for anyone who wants to check out the site.
And to the chat for a second here. Why do we all have the same color walls? You mean white? So that's weird. But different question about the difference between ninth and eighth is $250,000. That's a lot. I mean, obviously 250K is a lot, but it's not a lot when compared to the other jumps and, you know, the fact that first place is $10 million. Like the difference between 10th and 9th was 250K. So it's actually the same amount. And it actually goes up 250K for several spots in a row. It goes 1 million, 1.25, 1.5, 1.75. So nominally, it actually gets less and less between 7th and 6th places, which is interesting.
Maybe could you explain to people how they should think about payouts? Because I think what happens is a lot of people just see the dollar amounts, and you know what I mean. It's like, oh, 100,000. That sounds like a lot. What's the kind of like? What I would like if I'm at online and like putting it into spreadsheet, I like to put it into buy-ins and think about like how many buy-ins at each jump, because then you see like, okay, like this jump is 10 buy-ins, that jump is 30 buy-ins, and it helps you understand how big each jump
Right.
is.
So we have these buy-ins are 25 buy-in jumps, but it's the same 25 buy-in jumps for like 4 places in a row.
Yeah.
So the difference between 9th and 8th is greater technically, even though it's the same amount as 7th to 6th, which is the same 25 buy-ins.
Yeah.
So
So
Matt, you were saying something?
Well, what I was going to say is, how do you feel about these payout structures just in general? Like in the main event, you're dealing with 9,300 players. 99th place is 6.5 buy-ins. First place is almost 1,000 buy-ins.
It's crazy.
Okay, 994 buy-ins.
It's obviously insane, and it's the same 100,000 buy-ins every year, no matter how
I think
the
it's
prize pool changes.
I think from taking into account the business side of things, I think this is right. Like here, okay, as an operator, the most important things are you need a huge first prize. That's what's gonna get media attention and headlines. Even on reels and social media, like having 10 million in the on-screen text makes a huge difference in how many views these things get. And then the next most important thing is making sure a lot of people min cash. Because if you play the main event and you min cash, you're more likely to come back and do it again and tell your friends. So I think that's the most important thing. Pay out a lot of people. Make sure first is a big amount. And then
is 10 million that different than 8 million?
I think so. I think so.
You do.
I think it gets bigger headlines. And then obviously like you want to make the rest significant, but you can't solve everything. You know what I mean? You have to take it from somewhere. So that's my opinion.
Take it from the top. Take it from the top.
No,
I mean,
it's too punishing for most people.
these
punishing
guys
for everybody who doesn't finish in first.
I mean,
Right,
everybody, yeah.
Right.
Like a lot of people like to think these guys are idiots, but I mean they've built. They understand. They're looking at the numbers. Like, I've seen this with my own stuff. When the number's bigger and it's a significant amount, like the algorithm hits way harder in the views. Okay, what's going on here? We got small blind, open jams, king 9 looks pretty standard. Hamoud's got 6-5 suited in the big, and he's got a lot of chips.
5 1/4 big blinds.
I think you got a call here, right? When you got that many chips, it's 5.5. I'm assuming you said 5.5 bigs.
5 1/4.
Yeah,
10.5 at 2
think,
million.
Yeah, I mean, if he had 20 million or something, it maybe becomes more interesting.
So there's 6 million in the pot and 8.5 million to call with 6-5 suited. It's close. I mean, like, folding here is fine. Folding here is certainly fine. He obviously never has the best hand, and sometimes he's dominated.
Yeah, it looks like it might be. Yeah, it is pretty close.
I think I'd probably lean towards fold here with this hand.
Yeah, I think yeah, you're right. I'm looking at it. It's actually not even that close. People do overestimate like the suited connectors in these all-in situations. Like people jam them too wide, and some people call them too wide. Looks like I was gonna make that mistake. I would have at first thought to call here. Yeah, it looks like it's actually quite bad. Yeah, just like blind versus blind, small. Like you want big cards.
It's not up to us to double this guy. We've got 60 million. We're in like third place here. Like, it just shoots us down from third place to like
I
fifth or
mean,
sixth place once we like get in bad here for the 10
yeah.
million.
I know, but you're talking about eliminating a guy that has his shirt open. So there's that. Okay.
It's
Like,
0.04 EV. It's like it's a break even call. It looks like.
I might just call just so, you know, get a guy with no shirt off the table.
Well, you're most likely gonna double them up.
Maybe for us.
Let's see what he has to say.
6-5 suited.
Parents about my
It's a
profession
beautiful hand.
for a while. They're Chinese and they don't have a.
Now we have Ava Gora in the big blind with 5 big blinds, and we don't know what he has facing the min raise by Jumalan. So what are we doing here? How wide are we opening how wide are we defending, excuse me, this mystery hand off of 5 big blinds from the chip leaders open? Jumalan opened from middle position. No, he opened under the gun, excuse me. Under the gun with ace 3-0 here.
Okay, so under the gun open and he's in the big blind.
The chip leader under the gun open, ace 3 off. We have the big blind and a mystery hand, and he defended off of 5 big blinds. Certainly, if you have a jack here, you just lead jam. If you have a queen here, I'd probably check and hoping to stack off here.
Well, I don't know. If you think he might check like King X, Jack X, and like some 10x, 9x, you might want to just jam.
He's never going to check. He's never going to check a Jack X here. He only has 4 big blinds behind. A Jack X he's going to put in here. He's only 4 big blinds back.
I don't know. When you jam Jack X and you get called here, yeah, I guess, yeah, you're doing great against I guess you're flipping against 9 and 10.
He does call, so he must have flopped a pair. 10, he probably has a queen or a 10. If he had just a jack,
Wait,
I would
did
imagine
he lead jam or how the
no, he check called off. Check, jam, call. He seems very happy about it, so I think he does have 2 pair plus.
Queen Jack of clubs. Wow.
Yeah, he's just, I mean,
89%.
Well, he has 3 aces. He has 3 aces plus the redraw. I mean, that's the hand you check for sure. You just cripple the deck there.
Let's start with the 3 on the turn.
Or a club.
Ooh!
And a turn.
One more 3.
You're like 3 seconds ahead of me.
And he will double up. God, when you're the other short stacks right now, it's just like, and the guy doubles, it's just like, ugh. Someone go the fuck out. Dude, I've noticed that a lot of found tables I play, that people are so tense and timid and tight and careful until that first person bust. Just like,
nobody wants to be
no one wants to be the first one out. Like, they play probably too tight and too scared. And this is a perfect example where it matters the least, just like you said. Because that pay jump is very small, relatively speaking.
What do you think of Jumalan's bet there, given this guy being short
He just
and what
jammed.
I think it's. I mean, there was
I think it's.
eight,
I
nine,
would just
10. There was
bet one
11
big.
million in the pot.
No,
There was
I don't
there
like
was
it.
11 million in the pot, and he had 8.5 million
Dude, it
behind. He
matters.
does have the ace. He does have the ace of clubs, the backdoor straight, the ace high, the backdoor nut
No,
flush draw,
yeah.
and he has like
I don't know.
70. He has like 3/4 spot behind. I think it's whatever.
I think it's pretty trashy.
I think it's trashy too. I would bet one big blind and fold to jam. Just like you're like, yeah, you're in really bad shape.
Yeah. Like he's never gonna have another ace, probably the guy, so it's just that board smashes him.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I don't think it'd be that bad to check back some jack.
Well, Jack, you have enough equity that you just run it. I mean,
Yeah,
when you're just open-ended there.
probably. Sure, I mean, I could pull this up here. This is if under the gun raise.
He shows up with Jack 7 there, like you're open-ended, and it is what it is.
Well, no, this is not a correct calling range because there are some other short stacks, right? Let's see.
There's 2 other really short stacks.
Yeah, so that's not going to be a good example. So we need the big. He had how many big blinds? 4? Or no, he had more. He had like 5.
We started with like 5.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
And then other short stacks too. Trying to find the most comparable scenario.
We have this hand. We have Shavel opening King Queen offsuit.
Chevelle.
Okay, Chevelle and Hamoud flats the button with pocket 7s, and we have Jumalan in the tank in the big blind with ace deuce offsuit. And he's just gonna is he ripping it or? Yeah, he just jams. Effectively jams. Yeah, 50 million.
I mean,
they're both gonna fold.
Honestly,
it's gonna work.
I don't think it's that crazy, to be honest.
Nope, it's actually a 15 million. It was 50 million originally. It was 15 million. It's been amended, but either way, I think it's gonna get through.
Yeah, I like that better for sure. I think like ace deuce suited. Well, versus the I mean he probably figures the button is calling 0% of the time, which is probably
Chevelle
true.
only has 19 big blinds, and the button has 27 big blinds.
Yeah, I like that hand as a
Snaffle,
3-bet.
yeah.
I think that's a great. I mean, you unblock all the raise folds with the ace deuce. Here is scenario where under the gun raises, big blind has 5 big blinds. There's another couple short stacks, 9 and 12. So this is what his defend range could potentially look like. Flop was, what was it? It was queen.
9, 10, queen, 2 clubs.
9, 10, queen, 2 clubs. And we're gonna want to. Yeah, I mean, see, look how much. See, you don't just want to jam there. I think people do that too much, actually. I think you do want to, like, look at ace deuce of hearts here. It's just min betting and then folding. What is it checking back? So it's checking back the nuts. It's checking back sets. It's checking back 9x, betting good 10s for value. It's just jamming stuff like ace jack, ace queen, kind of like vulnerable stuff that wants to just like get it in. Jacks. You know.
Fast forwarding to the last hand, the squeeze hand with the ace deuce off. I mean, that really just shows that we were talking about before how poorly seven's flat on the button from like a cutoff or hijack open.
Yeah,
he can't even think about calling once the guy squeezes on him.
Yeah.
You know, I used to see this more kind of a long time ago, where sometimes 7s would 3-bet those spots small, just to, protect themselves a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to kick people out behind. Yeah. 3-bet small. Yep. Especially when, well, it's a big difference when you got the chip leader there too. Like when the chip leader's in the big blind, you don't want to raise. You should be opening tighter into the chip leader's big blind, period. And even flatting tighter, because when someone else is raising into the chip leader, that's a strong open. All right, I feel like I need to catch up on this chat over here. Okay, someone says, why do you think Michael Mizrachi is constantly going deep in the main? What's he doing different than the other pros? Well, I'll start off. So first of all, his style I think is great against your average recreational player. They're gonna psych themselves out against him. He's gonna be able to take advantage of that. I think he has good instincts. But at the same time, I think people are going to give people too much credit when they go deep twice. Like, there's so many players in the main event that you're like, by just random luck, there's going to be some players that run really good and run deep 2-3 times in a row. And it's going to be natural for you to give them too much credit. Like, if it wasn't him, it could be someone else. But that's not discrediting his style. I think his style is great against these types of players. What do you guys think on that question?
Somebody has to run the best.
I mean, he's done a lot of insane things in poker, so
I mean, yeah, he's won the 50K like how many times?
4 times.
I mean,
times.
that is crazy because that's a tough field.
It's true, but it's an 80-person field. But
yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
it obviously deserves a lot of credit. But that is a silver lining.
Yeah, for
there.
sure. Yeah, it's 80%.
I'm not taking anything away from the grinder. Obviously,
Yeah.
he has great table presence and great instincts. His technical play is
He was
I
making.
mean, guys, I mean, the guy won the 50K last year, then the main event, then he wins a 10K PLO this year. Like, he just has.
Yeah, his results are pretty nuts.
Kavorka.
He's.
But yeah, he is definitely he's not a studier. He's has a bunch of fundamental leaks. I mean, I wouldn't, he wouldn't be my pick in a 25K high roller, but playing in the 10K main, like where he could take advantage of a lot of people who aren't gonna know how to take advantage of his fundamental leaks. Like that's where he's gonna, be stronger.
And he'd also final tabled the main before as well. So his style of play is such where he's very aggressive and his instincts are super good. Like he's very experienced in live poker.
Yeah.
For him and Chino, the last 20 plus years, these guys really have very good instincts.
But in general, just keep in mind, like, for every player that's run super good, like let's use Fedor Holtz as an example. There's probably some players as good as Fedor Holtz or maybe better that just ran bad, and you didn't hear about them. And it doesn't mean they're not good or that he knew something they didn't. That's just
and now they're driving an Uber in Berlin.
Survivorship. Well, I don't know about that. They're probably a pretty smart person that pivoted into something else, That said, I've actually met a lot of very sharp Uber drivers that were just in between jobs. I feel like that used to happen a lot more. I met a bunch of like business owners or like just guys that were like in between and they were like doing it to network.
For us, those guys are liars. Okay. I hate to break it to you.
Oh shit. So you're telling me that was a dumb investment? Okay, let's see. Someone said they should implement the GTO wizard perfect move for every street and action. What are your thoughts? Yeah, that was interesting. Did you guys see that earlier in the summer? They had the GTO wizard. Yeah, so I think they were experimenting with it. So on the live stream, when someone was about to bet on a turn card or whatever, they would show the GTO wizard optimal play, check, bet, or bet whatever amount.
I hate it. Like integrate. Like
Yeah.
The other day, I was playing a tournament at the Hard Rock, and some like old lady like click bluffed me. Like I can't.
But okay,
like,
no,
it's
but
ruining
let's stop.
it.
Okay, hold on. Okay, first of all, by seeing the optimal play on the live stream, I don't think you're gonna learn that much. Like, unless
it's
you're
symbolic. It's symbolic to me.
Unless
about
you're
how poker's changing and the information that's out there.
Yeah, but that's just
and people are.
that's just the like, you know, you get some of these guys being like, oh, like, why is everyone coaching, like it's ruining the game, like, dude,
And everyone's min raising now
yeah.
too. All these people who used to 3x, they're not doing that anymore.
But
They're going in for
basically,
mins.
it's the any industry, when the money's easy, like over time, information sharing, you know, becomes more prevalent, and the internet helps spread information more. It's just the nature of every industry. Like same with marketing, same with stocks, same with, you know, oil, like everything. There was easy money, information spreads, technology helps share information more, and then edges go down. I mean, same with like crypto and AI right now. Like, you know, there's a lot of low hanging fruit and easy money, and those things will get
Mhm.
tightened up over the next 10 years.
Well, it happened in Hollywood too with, you know, writing and stuff where
Hmm.
just it became the internet just made it much more accessible for people, and then it became much more competitive.
Yeah. So Salzburg is a TV show writer. Can you share anything about what you're working on these days?
I don't like to share what I'm working on because I feel like it jinxes it.
Yeah.
Um, but
What are the
hold on.
most, what have been the most fun or rewarding experiences you've worked on? Or people you've
Uh,
worked with, or
Weeds was the most fun because it lasted the longest. That was 8 seasons. Curb Your Enthusiasm, I sold some stories to that show, so that was very rewarding very early in my career.
and when you're
Uh,
selling stories to them, who are you pitching those directly to Larry David, or how does that work?
yeah, I did pitch directly to Larry, actually. It was kind of weird. I had an agent and he told me Larry was looking for some ideas from certain people, so they came to me. And Larry called me, like I wrote up the ideas and I sent it to him. And then the Golden Globes were like on a Sunday night and he won the Golden Globe. And then at Monday at like 8 a.m., my phone rang. I'm like, hello. And it's like, Matt, it's Larry David. I really like this idea and that. And I was like, thought somebody was fucking with me because I never would have imagined I wouldn't have gotten a warning or anything like that. Or his assistant didn't even call and say, hey, I have Larry David for you. It was
Yeah.
like he just called me.
Yeah.
And I didn't know him. So uh that was pretty funny actually. But then he was like, "Come pitch anytime you want." So then I went and I met him because he was my hero, and it was cool. It was super
Nice.
cool.
Yeah. That's awesome. If only you were born 10 years earlier, 20 years earlier, you'd be writing for Seinfeld.
Actually, the first TV script that I ever tried to write was a Seinfeld. That's what got me into TV writing
Oh,
because you had
interesting.
to write scripts from existing shows that could get you hired on other shows. So Seinfeld, the voice of Seinfeld, uh, you know, it shaped a generation, myself included. So
Funny story. The first time I met Matt, or I found out that you named a character on the Weeds after me, and
yeah.
I didn't even know Matt before. What was the character?
It was just I think it was like
What was his name?
I think it was Jaka. It
Yeah.
was we had we actually did a storyline where she goes back to her hometown in Dearborn, Michigan that has like a heavy Muslim population. So we needed just kind of a, you know, a name, and I just said Jaka, and everyone in the writers' room was like, "Yeah, that's great." And it just became Jaka.
And you know what's
And
funny? Jaka's not even a Pakistani Muslim name. I found this out when I was like only like 25. My last name is completely made up. Um, basically, my dad was born the year India and Pakistan split up, so there was no birth certificates. Like he doesn't even know his exact day he was born. So when he was like 5 and went to sign up for school with his uncle, they were like, "Oh, you need a last name," and he was like, "Oh, like I don't have one." And his uncle was like, "Oh, we're using Jaka. Just use that." That's how my name is not a typical Pakistani last name.
well, anyway, yeah, that was his name was Human Jaka was like his full name.
Human Jaka.
And it was she got involved in like some energy drink with him where like they made some
Yeah.
some energy infusion drink with weed.
And that was
And
like the same time I was making a turmeric drink.
really?
Ironic, yeah. All
I'm going to
right.
cut you off here. We have
Ace
Jumalan
five.
opens the Ace 5 offsuit, and we have Sascalati with 29 bigs and Ace King offsuit. You think he just piles here?
How many big? You said he has 30 bigs.
29. I'm seeing trying to figure out these positions. I think he's
Hijack.
on the cutoff.
So Jumalan's hijack, and he is. He's
Saskaladi's
next to him in the cutoff. I see.
Yes, hijack cutoff.
I feel like I would 3-bet.
And he
I mean,
does.
because again, use that heuristic of 1.5x, right? So that would be a 45 big blind jam, right? That's the easiest way to make you realize how crazy some of these jams would be. Now, it could make sense if you're in the big blind and there's another call, because a 45 big blind squeeze jam is not that crazy.
Now, I don't think that Jumalan is going to go all in here, but he could. And if you're Saskaladi and you're facing a jam here, you're going to throw up with three short stacks.
Well, oh yeah, that's true. I mean, this late position, holy fuck. Well, you know what? I was going to say I would have 3-bet bigger because when you're 3-bet...
He'd 4-bet. If he clicked 4-bet to 18 million, I wouldn't have done that. I would have just put the pressure on him and gone all in or folded. I would not have 4-bet.
I like the 4-bet because he's not going to hero jam anything here. Like, this is
fine. He's
going to
jam ace king in his face now.
Yeah, but he would have called anyways. You're saving chips for when he has it.
No, I'm not. If he jammed, I'm not saying he would have folded ace king, but he might have. Now that he 4-bets to 18 million, he's not going to fold.
Not from these positions. I like the non-all-in 4-bet because you're just saving chips. Like, it's not like he's going to have...
This guy's never... You like the not-all-in... This guy's never 3-betting him light here. I mean, this is crazy. Was he the guy who did it with the king 7 before?
I mean, this guy might... No. That was a different guy.
He was the guy.
I mean, he might have ace queen here and fold.
He
might have like ace jack or ace queen here and fold.
Yeah, he jammed and folded.
So another important thing to know when you're 3-betting the chip leader, you need to use a slightly bigger size because he can flat. Whereas when you're 3-betting a shallower stack that's never gonna flat much, you can use smaller sizes. So like, you know, when I'm 3-betting a guy who has 25 bigs, he's literally going 2 big blinds. I'm going like 4.5 or 4.7 bigs. But that exact same situation, I'm 3-betting the chip leader off 25. I might go like 6 bigs or 5.5.
Yeah, I didn't like the 4-bet there by Jumalan. I think that it's just this guy's never going to be 3-betting him too late.
Yeah. I'm saying I like the 4-bet better than jamming. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying against...
Yeah. I don't like it. I don't like either one. But yeah,
he might have folded to a jam. I'm not saying he definitely would have folded. He might have folded if he had jammed.
I don't think so, but I would have folded because I hate ace king and I'm scared. But, you know, I don't think he would have folded.
I think Mueller's going to fold out of the small blind against the chip leader out of position here. Given what we've seen from Mueller today, I don't expect Mueller to continue here with king queen off in the small. It is a spot we can 3-bet, but I don't think he's going to do that. I certainly wouldn't call. I think this is a 3-better fold situation, and I think he's going to fold. Oh, and he does go for the 3-bet. 18 million, the massive 3-bet. Massive 3-bet. It's going to work.
Well, yeah, against him, you want to go bigger for sure.
But I think this was too much. I think he could have gone 15 million and still easily folded to a shove.
So I would go like 7.5 bigs. Yeah, I would have went like 15. Because this is exactly why you need to go big versus chip leader. No, but this is exactly what I was just talking about. Remember how I was saying you need to go bigger versus chip leader?
This call is given how tight Mueller's playing, and then he's calling with this is I mean, Mueller's going to bet small and
wow, Mueller's going to have a heart attack.
But see, literally that thing I was just talking about, go bigger versus chip leader, this is why, because he's going to flat. I still think he went unnecessarily big.
Mueller should bet like 7 million here, and it's the end of the hand.
Yeah, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, he bet a
12,
little.
So his sizings are.
Yeah, he's going too big.
He's not doing any work. Clearly, he didn't do any work on the off season here. He ended up winning a bigger pot because he went huge on the.
I mean, peeling is pretty crazy there.
Peeling is horrible. When you're facing he was lucky to be live against King Queen.
I asked Scott before I asked Scott before he did this. I was like, "How are we gonna make sure this is different than the ESPN broadcast?" And he was like, "You know what? He's like, every time me and you have done commentary before, it's been for WPT or here, where we gotta be polite." He's like, "I'm just gonna tell it how it is. Like, if someone sucks, I'm gonna tell them they made an awful play."
I mean, but also Greg, he's an old school pro. He's been around. I mean, like,
I don't think he plays
he,
much tournaments these days.
certainly not Nolan Holden.
It's hard to catch. Honestly, it's hard to catch up if you're not playing a lot of tournaments and you got a week or two and he's probably coordinating all this shit. Like, yeah, it's hard to catch up, and you're already not familiar with the tools.
I'm not talking about deep technical solver stuff. This stuff is like for a long time. You know, he's a professional poker player for probably 25 plus years. This is common sense to some degree. Understanding.
I don't know if you I don't know if he's playing like a handful of tournaments a year, like. Because final table shit gets weird and things are different. So like people realize that you need to do something different at final tables, but they're not sure exactly what. So they make mistakes like open jamming way too big. Like, you know, we're saying to like raise fold off 10 big blinds and people are like open jamming 20 big blinds. Like a lot of times people do the opposite just because they know they're supposed to do something.
I think we're gonna have our first all in and call here maybe. We have an open from the, where's Avon Grower? He was opening from mid position, and then we have in the big blind ace king for 9 big blinds over the open here.
Then how much does he have? Well, he should not be opening pocket sixes off.
Yeah, he should have just jammed probably. He only had 11 and a half big blinds with pocket sixes. I don't know. Does the 4 million included of the 23, or is it 27 million to start the hand?
No, 23 should be after the 4, I believe.
I think it's 27 to start.
Yes. So what position was he? That seems like a loose open.
He was middle position.
Yeah, see, this is the thing I was talking about. You don't play these hands. You rather have king 6 suited here. Because what is 6 is going to do? There's no blockers there. It doesn't block him having ace
He's going to fold. I think he's going to fold.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's too much of your chips. Like, yeah. So if there's anything you guys have learned here at final table, devalue these middle and low pocket pairs significantly. Even if you're the chip leader, if everyone else behind you is shallow, you need to play blockers.
Back to the Greg hand last time, I do commend him to recognizing that King Queen offsuit was a great, if not perfect, hand to go for a 3-bet.
Yeah.
I just didn't like his sizing pre-flop or on the flop. I think he should have gone 15 million pre-flop and 15 as opposed to 18, and then 7 as opposed to 12. But he did take the initiative, and that was a really good hand to do it with.
Well, let me ask you this question. So he 3-bets their big. Jumalon peels. It's an ace queen whatever flop.
Yeah.
Do we sometimes want to check that flop
I think
into Jumalon?
I think you're probably range betting. I think you just have a huge range advantage there. Well, I mean, if it's a
and it was an ace king flop, I think, not ace queen. So like we just smashed that.
Wait,
we had
what was it exactly? Yeah, what was it exactly?
I think it was ace king 8 with a flush draw.
No, it was ace queen, and we have king queen.
Yeah,
I thought it was ace king. Okay,
yeah, it was ace queen. Well, okay, so in those scenarios, when you have a lot of like 9s, 10s, and jacks, you do some checking there. Whereas if it's a situation where...
Well, like what is Jumalon peeling with? Probably something like 9s, 10s, 8s. Okay, so 7s maybe, but obviously he's peeling the 7-6.
He is supposed to peel, so like GTO-wise, you're supposed to fold like some like 8-9 suited, but flat 6-7 suited, because... The small blinds bluffs are going to be like ace-9, king-9 suited, like some of these. So you'd rather peel with those lower ones, so you have board coverage and you're not dominated by his bluffs. But Greg's probably not 3-betting wide enough, and when he goes that big, you just need to overfold. So yeah, if they're a little bit deeper or he's sized better, then you know that might have been closer flat.
No, but I'm saying should Greg
it's just unnecessary.
Just check and let him bluff?
Oh. Yeah,
he's not prepared to call down with the king queen. Maybe we let him bluff if we have ace queen.
Yeah,
or
maybe
aces
when you have
or
aces,
queens,
or
you know, we let him bluff. But king queen, he might get blown off of it.
No, actually, aces I don't like checking either, because he's gonna have queen X and check back. So I'd bet aces for sure.
But even ace king is a hand we might let him bluff. But like the problem if you check with me of king queen, you're not prepared to call down anyway. You might just get blown off.
No, you just keep it simple and you bet there. Like
that's small. And once you bet
small.
small and he reacts, you start to define their range.
And
but
then
think
he should have some ace x bluffs that he does the same thing. We bet small and then he checks the turn and plays it just like king queen. So that way it's not obvious if you have king queen or ace x, and that's why it's so important. Like some people think like, oh, I don't need to have those bluffs pre-flop, but you do, because that way when you're in these post-flop spots, you can represent a range of things and be balanced.
Sascolati opened the ace-10 suited here. Mueller folded the ace-10 offsuit in the cutoff. Seems fine. Another spot, Mueller could have 3-bet or folded. Folded is fine. But I think we're potentially witnessing a huge implosion here by Jumelon. He's leaking. He's leaking out here badly.
What was the pre-flop action here?
Ace-10 suited opened. Mueller folded ace-10 offsuit in the cutoff. And the big blind defended with Jack-10 offsuit. But Jumelon is getting way out of line here. He's way too. We obviously know his opens are going to be wide, and I think his opens are wide. That's totally fine. But defending the 3-bets this wide, 4-betting that wide, putting them all in with the ace-3, barreling the turn with the 6-4 offsuit with 0 equity against Gagliano. These were all huge mistakes, all of which cost him a lot of chips, and all combined, I mean, I think we might see an epic meltdown here if this continues.
Yeah, I mean,
he's got to make an adjustment.
Yeah, I mean, I think the ace-5 4-bet and the 7-6 suited flat could be fundamentally sound, like if you ignore the reads on the players, and the sizing from Mueller there. But yeah, the 6-4 I think was quite wide, and the ace deuce under the gun and then jamming there instead of betting one big blind. I think those were definitely big blunders. Mueller on that king queen had what, 30 bigs?
Yeah, something like that. 29 bigs, yeah. And Mueller's up to 81 million, and he is third in chips after Sascolati.
Crazy, yeah.
Gagliano's fallen a little bit down to fourth in chips. Now Mueller I expect Mueller to sit back for a little while and coast for a couple of people to bust.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, you know, at this final table, like, people are only so experienced. Like, you look at the Hendon Mob winnings, most people were like, not like, didn't even have 1 million in winnings, right? Or at least under 2, most of them. So yeah, just like sitting back and letting people make mistakes. And right now,
that's something
chip
we
leader,
didn't discuss.
Chip leader is the one making those mistakes and letting these people climb into a position to overtake them, soon.
The only I went through the Hendon mobs of everybody before the final table today. Shockingly small earnings in the final table. Besides Greg going outside of this tournament, Greg Mueller had about 3.5 million. Gagliano had about 2.5 million, and Han Fang had around 2 million. Everybody else had less than 1 million.
I mean, Gagliano probably has a lot
earnings.
online.
A lot online, yes, but live earnings he had around 2.5 million or so. Yeah. But most of these guys, the rest of the table has very little live poker experience.
Well, they're
outside of those 3 guys.
Do we know if Jumelon hired a coach for the final table?
I feel like he didn't.
I would be shocked if he didn't. He seems very into being a professional poker player, so I think he would.
Didn't someone say there was did you say there was like a Poker News article that said how everyone spent their time off?
Yeah, I said that. I saw a headline about each. Yeah, one of them they were talking about Mueller. Spent the time the month working out. They said somebody didn't study and somebody spent it working out and somebody got a coaching, but I didn't read the whole article.
I mean, my guess is if someone got a lot of coaching, they're gonna wait till they're here today to reveal that, not beforehand.
We got the sixes again, but we're on the button with 9 big blinds. I think we're just sending it in here. This is a clear jam, unlike the other ones. We have 9 bigs on the button, sixes. Make them beat that hand. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna get through. This isn't even close.
I found this article on World Series of Poker, how to train for 10 million payday, and it talks about Lucas. How do you say his last name? Jubilan.
Yeah.
And then it says that he came home looking to get some rest, but it was pure chaos trying to catch up on sleep, messages, and whatever. Greg Mueller spent his week back in Canada golfing and catching up with his buddy from his hockey team. He says, while some of his competition were focused on hand reviews and making strategic adjustments, Mueller was focused on getting his body right. Yeah, this is where he talks about wanting to lose weight.
I don't know why Saskalati is still thinking about this. He's now gotten the count, knows this is 9 big blinds, and pretending to think about it with King 4 off, but he does fold.
I'm in the mindset that you're doing yourself a disservice if you don't hire a coach, but I also think that you can be overcoached or you can do too much with that. So you have to be careful. This is from Jesse Sylvia, who coached Vanessa. Vanessa Selpt coached. He hired Vanessa Selpt to coach him. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. If you have a good coach, they understand how to not overcoach you and not kind of mess up your game right before the main event. So you definitely want to hire someone that's experienced with coaching.
The chat said that Pads coached him.
Who?
Coach 2. Jumalan?
Jumalan.
Oh, he said that Pads coached him recently or back in the before?
Yeah, no, like he hired Pads now.
I see. Where did he say that?
I saw somebody in the chat say that.
I hope Pads is berating him on the commercial break.
I mean, how much time was there?
I heard Mueller hired Pads to give him bad advice.
He was hired him as his personal trainer at the gym.
No, that should be the next levels where like somebody else rehires them to.
How many days was there before? What day did they end? It's August 3rd right now. What day was their last day of play?
Maybe like around the 15th.
Around the 15th, yeah, something like that.
Okay, so let's think about it. Yeah. You got to fly home.
3 weeks.
Fly home,
3.5
like
weeks,
you like got to deal with shit. Like you have like 5 days of just dealing with shit and getting back home. So it's like the 20th now.
You have 3 weeks then.
And then no, I mean you got to fly. You probably need to get to Vegas. Like I don't know when they not need to get there. Probably like July 31st or something. Like interviews, like get situated. So they really only had like 10 days maybe. And then here's the thing, you got to figure out who to hire as a coach and who like a lot of people just don't even know like where to start or begin or who's the right person. And I think people are trying to find those every year I hear people are trying to find patch deals and then they are surprised at how much they fall short. I hear that every year. So yeah, you got to be really efficient with your training is what I'm getting at. Honestly, if you already study and you review hands and you're already kind of in that regimen, it's a lot easier because you have the tools, you kind of know like a routine, and then it's really just like optimizing. Whereas like if you like don't do that stuff ever and you're trying to figure it out last minute for the main, you've never done it before, that's hard to impossible, or you just need to know the right person, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, and I do agree, as someone mentioned in the chat, that they said the only thing you need to discuss is. I don't agree that the only thing you need to discuss is ICM, but I do think that's the most important thing that you're going to be looking at here, because you're not going to,
Yeah.
you know, learn poker from the ground up
Yeah.
in 2 weeks. But studying, understanding these ICM spots are things you can drill into your head.
I mean, so some of the like when I'm talking to a student and I got like an hour, like they're about to make a big final table, they haven't really studied ICM much before, they've done other stuff. It's like, hey, what's like a quick crash course? Like some of the basic things I'm telling them is threshold of like, hey, like under the gun, never jam 12 big blinds or more. Middle position, never jam 15 big blinds or more. Late position, never jam, button never jam 20 big blinds or more. Explaining to them the thresholds that you can 3-bet fold, 4-bet fold. Just showing them some examples of what the big blind defends with versus, a big stack versus a medium stack, small stack. What you should be rejamming against a chip leader. So those are used, depending on how much time there is, those are usually some of the things I'm showing them. Post-flop adjustments. I had we hired Sylvan loosely, or he does lessons for us regularly now, but when we first hired him to do some lessons in Jaka coaching, he did some post-flop ICM lessons, which I hadn't really studied much post-flop ICM, and it was very interesting. He showed that like when chip leader opens the cutoff for button, they're opening like 70% of hands, and then big blind, who only has 30 big blinds, calls. Their range is very tight. And when the flop actually came like King Queen X, like the button chip leader is actually supposed to check a lot on that board. So like normally it's like, oh, the big blind's range is 4 through 8, and the Broadway cards are the openers. Instead it like flips because of how strong that guy's range is. So that's very interesting. And then also like when you raise early position and big blind calls and the flops like 6-7-8 or 7-7-8, those aren't as scary boards as they normally are because the big blind is calling tighter and they're not calling as many of those 8x, 6x. So those are some of the interesting kind of takeaways post flop.
Well, if I ever make the main final table, I'm hiring you as my coach. Okay?
I'm there for you, buddy.
Thanks, buddy.
And we'll fucking ship it.
No doubt.
And then we'll make a TV show about it.
If I win the main event, I ain't never writing another TV show again.
Really? You want to
No,
just do it just for enjoyment?
Who knows? Writing's hard, man.
Yeah.
Writing
Well,
is
okay.
fucking-
How do you think you'd spend your time? You win the main event next year. Just playing?
I don't know. What's that?
Just playing?
No, I don't even know how much I'd even play if I won the main event. I'll worry about it if it happens.
You would die the next day if you won the main event.
Probably, that's very true.
No, I think maybe for a period you did that and then you'd get bored and be like, I actually like I want to do those things. I just don't want to do them like because I
might just write and direct a movie or something.
Okay, we've got a hand here brewing. We've got ace queen opening off of 14 big blinds, and we have the 11.5 big blind jacks, who's going to rip it in his face, and then the ace queen's going to have a decision here to make. This is by no means a slam dunk call. You hate to have to be the first one to call off your stack for most of your stack with ace queen off here against a very tight range. You're sort of like happy to see jacks if you do call here.
I don't think it's going to be that hard to call because he only has.
I think he might fold. Might fold.
No, he's never folding. Because the guy's short too. The other guy was short too, so he's gonna take and call.
The only good spot you run into here is ace jack. Otherwise, you're flipping or dominating. You're running to ace.
I know, but he just doesn't have a lot of chips, and he's just like.
I think it's at least even money he folds here.
I'll take he calls.
I mean, they're nine-handed. The ranges are very tight here.
Okay, my stream went out.
Are you ready?
Mine just came back finally. I missed.
He called. We have the first all-in and call.
Wow.
Like I said, he was gonna call.
It was a raise, a jam, and a call?
Yes.
Yeah.
Middle position. Wait, this jam was for 23. Oh, it was. Oh, I see. It was like 12 big blind jam.
I think he's gonna greenstein him.
Yeah, I mean that's a close spot with how many short stacks there are.
I think I might have folded by the ace queen.
It's a close spot. Definitely reasonable to tank. Think it through. Ace on the flop. We could finally have the first bust
Oh,
out.
Jamie, told.
So for anyone who can't see, it's ace queen opened, middle position, cutoff jammed about 12 big blinds with jacks, and ace queen tank called. And there's an ace
Flop
on
is
the
ace
flop.
9-7.
Ace 9-7, 5. He's got 5% chance to hit a jack on the river here, or else Ivagoru is going to be out, and Chevelle will take him out. Ivagoru taking a big, long, deep exhale, and the river is a 4. Ivagoru is out. Chevelle with the Kobe Bryant jersey, celebrating with his crowd. Everybody just shoulders just relaxed. Finally, I'm not the first one out at the main event. And I think that's important to recognize because you can kind of predict some people's play might open up because of that. But again, it depends on if the pay jump all of a sudden looks very significant.
So, for us, do you know who busted with jacks against ace queen also at the main event this year?
I wonder who.
You?
This guy,
Nah.
right here. It's not a good hand.
You don't like ace king either.
I like no hands. I enjoy a good bluff catch. All right, nice little pay jump, $250,000.
A $250,000. I thought it was 100. I thought you said it was 100K that first.
No, I didn't know what it was. I said the next three
I
spots
see.
in a row are all $250,000. I
see,
didn't know
see.
what it was.
I see.
It's just- So it was 250K. So 10th to 9th was 250K. 9th to 8th is 250K. 8th to 7th is 250K, and 7th to 6th is 250K. It's actually the same jump for like 4 or 5 spots in a row.
Were you guys asking what kind of food I was eating earlier? I was taking a few bites off screen. I was eating some sushi and a little salmon rice bowl. Bring up the chart. Someone's saying eliminate him for that shirt. Are you talking about Fang? I like Fang's outfit.
Tagliano waking up with it again. With the
So Hamoud raises
and
off.
the big blind only has 18 big blinds behind him, and the opener has 22. He's just gonna rip it here.
Yeah.
22 effective. The big blind only has 18.
Yep.
We're just ripping this offsuit out of position. It's not ripping it? Yeah, I mean, decided to go 3-bet non all into 14.
Is that
I think
necessary
offsuit.
here?
Oh yeah, I think we're offsuit, and he only has like 22 effective.
Well, yeah. So what he's doing is if big blind and that guy both jam, he would get away here.
It's funny. He's doing the opposite of what I would have. With the ace king suited, I would have 3-bet not all in,
Yeah.
and he went all in. And then with the ace king offsuit, I would have 3-bet all in, and he went not all in.
How many people are in the chat for us?
Where do I even check here? I got so many screens up right now.
I think Fang is pulling a Ric Flair, and he says no, more like a Tina Turner.
200. 200 at this specific moment. Looks like we had about 260 at one point. This is first time I've done a watch party like this. What is how are you guys liking it? And what about just some honest feedback? What do you like? What do you don't like? What do you wish there was more of? Feel free to share anything.
Don't be mean.
I'd like to. You could be mean if you want. Just I'm just looking for honest feedback. If I know what you guys like, I'll make sure we do more of that. If there's anything you felt was missing, I'll take that into account for future watch parties as well. And don't forget to make sure you are subscribed to the channel, because we are giving away a free Jocka Coaching membership. We are giving away a free Jocka Coaching hoodie, and also it just helps me a lot. I started doing a bunch of vlogs during my tournament trips and some more content. And the more subscribers I can get on this channel, the easier it is to justify getting more content out there and bringing in some awesome guests for you guys.
Said I love it. Look at the chat for questions and comments more. Yeah, it's tough when the table's going on, but it's easy to do now on the commercial breaks. We should pay more attention.
Yeah,
to
it's
these,
really I do feel like I wish I could follow all the chat better, but yeah, if we forgot something, feel free to bring it up again. I'm trying to go back and scroll. I wish I could like mark a chat after I've like read it. Someone said using Faraz's 1.5x roll, wouldn't the ace king off jam be too wide? No, because he was out of position. So how much did he jam for effectively with the ace king just now?
22.
22, right? So that's
the opener had 22 big blinds. The big blind had 18 big blinds.
Yeah, so it's effectively like a 30 big blind shove, which is fine when you're out of position, non-ICM. Yeah, people underestimate. You should be taking 25 and 30 big blind rejams when you're out of position, not in position. Good stream. I like that I could type nonsense in the chat and listen to humans talk. Yeah. Love the ICM stuff.
I think the original schedule for the broadcast is supposed to end at midnight Eastern, 15 minutes from now, but I'm not sure what they're doing. They've only lost one player. If they're going to continue, yeah, scheduled I think for 3 hours, but maybe they run over.
I actually someone was like, you guys should do drinking games. So Scott, I don't know if you're still drinking. I was planning on having some wine with Scott, but I got really sick the last day and a half, and I just barely recovered. So I thought I was gonna be screwed for this thing, but I got some meds and I powered through. But I definitely cannot drink right now. Or
you guys want to do any Greek yogurt games? I'm in. Okay.
Every time someone says all in, you got to pound your Greek yogurt.
So what was the deal with the Hall of Fame? Is only Kuhn got in? Is that what happened?
Kuhn got in the Hall of Fame already? That's crazy.
I assume that's what happened at the beginning of the show. That he was talking about the Hall of Fame, so I assume that's. But
I'm saying crazy because I feel like he's how old is he now?
Must be
40.
Okay, so that's the limit to get in. I see. That makes sense. I guess it just makes me feel old.
I think it was just Kuhn.
Oh. I got the error again. Something went wrong.
How old is Maurice Hawkins? Is he eligible?
He's got to be over 40. Yes,
He's over 40, right?
definitely. I think he's well into his late 40s for sure.
All
What, are you
right.
joking with regarding his induction?
Oh, he has all the rings.
He has 0% chance to ever.
He got all the rings.
No, but
Yeah.
they don't. That's not for circuits. The Hall of Fame.
I'm joking, guys. Come on.
Maybe someone says I like the overall idea. Maybe I wish you'd comment more on each hand. Should really be covering the Hard Rock. Great layout. Nice that you can pull additional charts and screenshots. Okay. Yeah. Let me get some more feedback on pulling up the charts and the GTO Wizard stuff once in a while. Do you guys like that? Do you want more of that? Do you want less of that? Or that's just right? How do you like the GTO Wizard charts once in a while to analyze a spot? Someone says, I like that you're saying what you would do. I like that you're pointing out players' mistakes. Cool.
Okay, Chris Fraser says, I like a nice set of strawberries in my Greek yogurt. Pomegranates in the Greek yogurt has become my favorite. That's the best. Crunchy. Scott, you have a
Maybe
take
some
on
granola?
Greek yogurt?
More charts on tough decisions. The Wizard is great. Yes to charts. Okay, these guys are loving the GTO Wizard stuff. Okay, nice. Someone says, I trust you know the charts. Well, showing the charts is not just for, well, I'm doing it for me and for all of you. You underestimate that these charts are really complicated. I know my chip EV charts. You know, it's not that hard to know all the chip EV charts. The ICM charts are, no one knows them all. Like, it's way too complex because everything changes based on the stack sizes and who covers who and what the stack distribution is. So it's something you'll never fully know. But the more you look at it and find heuristics and find general takeaways, and you get sharper and sharper and sharper at it. So that's why I love to pull those up to refresh. And that's like literally just doing this is going to help me in my next final table. And it should for you guys too, just kind of getting more familiar with these. Bulgarian yogurt is superior to Greek yogurt, salty.
I do eat Bulgarian yogurt sometimes. It is very good. I don't know if health-wise if it's better or not, but I do like it also. It's in the mix.
Awesome. I'm glad you like it. Rips Reed says, honestly, I'm enjoying this a lot as a casual. It's super interesting to hear these perspectives. Cool. Awesome. Sounds like you guys are really loving it, so great to hear. My stream keeps going out every once in a while. Gotta reload.
Mine's been good.
Okay, there we go. I need to stand for a bit or my back's gonna be fucked.
Scott, I still didn't hear your take on Greek yogurt.
Granola?
Granola? Yeah. Gives it the crunch.
Might have a hand here with Gags. Open
Alright.
the ace-10-0 in position. We have the hand, ace-5 suited out of the small blind for Shavel. Shavel?
Chevelle.
Chevelle. Is he French-Canadian?
No. That would be cheval. Which means
Chevalier?
horse. Cheval means horse in French. But
Is Chevelle going to go for the 3-bet here?
All right.
I believe he will.
I believe he will as well.
All right, so we have a ace 10 off, hijack open, small blind looks like it's about to 3-bet, ace 5 suited.
And It's going to force the folds out of gags.
Yeah, and they're both about just over 30 big blinds deep. See, and this is where you want to see. See, he went too big here. Like, you don't need to go that big when you're this shallow, because A, he's not going to flat much. And here's another thing. If you go smaller here, you leave him room.
5-bet rip.
No, if he just makes it like 12 mil, 11 mil here, you leave the other guy room to go 18 mil, and then you get to jam your ace-5 suited and make a lot more money.
5-bet rip.
Yeah. So a lot, like the most common issue I'm seeing here is a lot of sizing mistakes. And honestly, those are really easy to learn. Like, that's not even memorizing the right ranges. That's just the sizing.
Have we seen one out of line 4-bet though?
Yes. Ace-5 offsuit by Jumalon.
I mean, I think it was maybe unnecessary versus the guy, but I don't know. He's probably played with them a bunch more than we have. I don't know. Theoretically, I think that would be fine, you know, if the guy has some 3-bet bluffs. But yeah, like, I'm guessing he probably wasn't the guy to do it against.
I think with middling stacks like this, it's so hard to ever find 4-bet bluffs.
I think the king 7 off 3-bet was the main, like, really out of line pre-flop play I saw.
Yeah, and Jumalon, okay, he had all the chips, so he could have, you know, 4-bet. But when you have like 60 million, it's like.
Now we have Chevelle on the button after the very last. Gags opened the last time with ace-10 offsuit. Chevelle's 3-bet out of the small blind. Now Gags opens the ace-9 offsuit, and Chevelle is on the button. On the button with 10s. He might see a flat here, because if he does 3-bet and gets 4-bet, this is going to be a terrible situation for him. I think this is just, you play this as a call here with 10s.
I think he will call as well.
And he does. This just illustrates how polar these 3-bets are. They're going to be better hands and worse hands. Usually they're worse hands, because there's a lot more worse hands than better hands.
Oh, and I think we may have a jam and a call by 10s.
I agree that that's what should happen here. He only has 20 big blinds in the big blind, out of position. It's the button call. It's totally jam. Ace-9's going to fold right away, and I think 10s just has to call here.
So it's low jack open, ace-9, button flats 10s.
And big blind jams, 19
big blind jams,
with ace
20,
19 and a half, 19.
It's 20.5.
It didn't include the 2. So
yeah,
20.5.
20.5 bigs. And button,
yeah,
button should call 10s.
Yeah, just stop. I mean, I think this is just more of a call than I thought the ace queen jacks was the other time, because of the setup of the hand. With the flat and the button.
And you don't bust also if you lose. You're still left with 20k. Although you're gonna be you're the massive, you're pretty short stacked.
It was a squeeze against a raise and a call. There's a little bit more chips in the pot, even though that was 12 big blinds, and this is 20.
I mean, what's the worst pair the big blind's jamming here?
8s.
Is he?
Probably.
I mean, I think it's possible. I don't know what his range
It
is.
seems pretty wide versus a low jack. Versus a low, and that's the thing. The buttons range, yeah. 8s would be a lot.
Aces. He could have ace-5 suited, ace-9 suited here.
I mean, honestly, the hands you want to jam if you're big blind, they're more like king 10 suited, queen jack suited. Like, those do way better than something like ace-5 suited in this situation. Yeah, you want 2 big blocker cards, and it's But most people aren't jamming those wide enough. Well, that's normally 10s is actually screwed, like, because it sucks when the big blind jams queen jack suited here and you call.
I think he's calling here.
I think he's calling too. I think he's just
it's.
I think he's annoyed that he feels like he has to call for the
Yeah,
second time in a row to put someone else at risk. And take
I would fold if I thought the big blind is too tight. Cause like, I don't know. I personally think 8s might be too wide. I would think like 9s, and then I would think all the queen jack suited, king jack suited, king 10 suited type stuff.
I would give him credit for 8s, because even though 8s might be too wide, sometimes it's 7s. You know, sometimes people show up with wider than that. So give him credit for 8s and 9s, and then there's a whole bunch of flips, and I think we're under repped. I think there's some dead money. We're on the right side of these flips.
Yeah, I could get behind all of that.
There's ace king, ace queen, ace jack, king queen, the occasional suited ace that's weaker than that. I mean, to say. Ace 5 suited, Ace 9 suited are certainly in play.
Okay, so here is what the big blind's range should roughly look like. Oh, let's see. Yeah, there's what the big blind's range should roughly look like.
Which is what?
See, notice he's not shoving ace 5, ace 4, ace 3 suited. These are the bluffs you want when you're squeezing. You want 2 big cards.
I can't see your chart. So what is his bottom pair? Eights,
Tens.
tens, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because you want blockers in ICM to bluff with. So I think people do overvalue the ace 5 suited, the 9s, 8s, the 7s. It's these that they miss. Queen jack suited, queen 10 suited, king jack suited, king 10 suited. And it's interesting. We could see what button should call with here. So he should be calling 10 still versus that range. And realistically, if he's not jamming some of these, I think 10s is doing even better. I mean, it kind of sucks with 10s. Like, you're not dominating anything, but I guess you're just priced in.
You're not calling with 10s. You're only calling with
Yeah.
your traps of aces and kings and queens there that are, like you chose not to 3-bet.
Well, you're supposed to flat jacks and queens there too, because you're supposed to be super polarized there when you're 3-betting, especially on the button. Like, you get to flat these a lot more on the button than you would in the cutoff. Well, cutoff has a bigger stack. Or even here, look, cutoff is flatting queens and jacks. Yeah, I mean, with ICM, you do get to flat these pairs quite strong.
Does put in the call. See if he wins another flip. We did see the ace folded from Gags.
It's 0.13 EV. I mean, it's a very thin call, honestly. Like, I think it's fine either way. I mean, people probably jam pairs too wide there, so I'd expect him to have 9s, and I'd probably call. He did call?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I like the call. Just assuming he's gonna have 9 sometimes. And honestly, some people might overvalue ace 5 suited and jam ace 5 suited, like I said.
If he wins this, he shoots himself into second place by pretty much a wide margin.
It's getting some massages there on
Yeah,
the
he still
rail.
has 20. He still has 28 million.
All right.
And he still has 20.
So we got Hamoud, ace queen off, Chevelle, pocket 10s,
ace. Can't win all the flips.
Wow.
Does have backdoor clubs for 10 here. I think all the 10s are live.
ace 7-3 on the flop, ace queen in the lead. Chevelle down to 13%. He's got a backdoor club draw.
Nope. So it's a 10 and only a 10 on the river.
River, 4 diamonds, ace queen, wins.
Yeah, and now Rami Hamoud, the new is now in second place with 89 million.
Now, so this is okay. So people are saying Hamoud is dangerous, and also talking about the value of, like, if you have a big, like, people are basically asking, like, hey, should he pass on that because of his edge, or should he take it because of future game simulation of what he gets to do with those extra chips?
Should Hamoud take it or should Chevelle take it?
Or wait, Chevelle had the 10s, right? Yeah, Chevelle had the 10s. Yeah. So it really depends on the position. So I'm gonna wait to see the chip stacks once they put it back up, and then I'll answer that question. By the way, are these Poker News chips, are they updating?
When I look at my thing is frozen. Oh no, it's not. Never
This
mind.
thing has not updated, or has? Oh, it is updating, right? No.
You have to refresh it.
Let me refresh that. Okay, does that look accurate now? Yeah, well, at least they're showing the guy busted.
Yeah.
Okay, so right when you're looking at those spots, when you're looking at those spots, right there's the, you know, what's the mathematically correct with the ICM, and then there's the future game simulation, where with that you're basically asking yourself, if I pass on this edge, do I have a lot of easy chances to make pay jumps? And then the other question is, if I double this up, does this completely change my trajectory where I get to start shitting on the table and get this ICM benefit because people have to overfold towards me? And one big problem he has is he has Jumalan to his left. And Jumalan's also shown that he's willing to be kind of spewy. So I don't think Hamoud, so yeah, Chevelle is the one that would call it. But let's pretend Chevelle was to the direct, you know, right next to Jumalan. Then I'd be less likely to care about the double up because of that. Whereas here, yeah, Chevelle would be out of position versus Jumalan still. Sorry, I need to see the stack sizes again. They keep taking them off.
He would have had like 130 or something.
So are these Poker News ones fully up to date now?
Poker News stats are from last week.
No, these. Okay, let me rewind.
In the comments, 2 big blinds in the pot, and at best flipping for 20 more big blinds as a fold.
Well, it's not 2 big blinds in the pot. It's
exactly.
way more than that.
There's like 9 big blinds in the pot.
Yeah.
2 was open, 2 was call. There's 2 already in the big blind. Then there's 1 in the, you know, half in the small blind.
Yeah, there's a ton of
there's
money.
There's about 9 big blinds in the pot, and it's not just you're not always flipping at best. You definitely do have hands that you're not flipping against.
Well, based on the chart, you're flipping against everything, but like we said, in reality, people will show up with 9s and maybe ace 5 suited. So
people show up with 9s, 8s, 7s, suited aces that are weaker than this.
Yeah, I think in that specific scenario, the mistake is people jamming too wide, actually, and like not. So like you're more likely to show up against hands you dominate than the hands that are flipping. So yeah, I think it is a call. And yeah, point taken about trying to follow the action a little more.
I have 2 big blinds in the pot. It's a fold. I mean, it's not just about what you've put in the pot. It's about what's in the pot. So you're getting a good price. You know, maybe close to 1.2, 1.4 to 1. It's not quite 3 to 2, but it's close to that. And then you're a big. I mean, you're a favorite too. You're on the good side of a flip. You have 57%.
I mean,
with dead money, getting 1.4 to 1. It's hard to overcome passing on these spots.
Oops, why is it showing this? Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. Okay, so I mean, here's one thing. So when you click EV here in this spot, this shows 10s 0.13 EV. That's taking into account ICM and everything. So yeah, it's profitable but thin. But now, what do you think is going to happen if we get rid of some of these that people don't jam, and we add in 9s and we add in ace 5 suited and maybe some combos of 8s? That's a lot of combos we dominate now. So what's going to happen is this number that's 0.13, it's going to jump. It's going to jump to like 0.6 or 0.8. Maybe not 0.8, but yeah, it's going to jump to, yeah, maybe 0.6. And these will jump too. So yeah, that's why I assume it would probably be a call.
And it's not always it's wasn't even a pure flip because Gagliano had an ace also, you know, so.
Well, but yeah, but you don't know that.
You don't know that.
No, I know that, but you know, okay, you have 10s, somebody's opening and then a guy's jamming. If he has overs, there's a good chance that Gagliano could have some of that.
Maybe.
So,
I mean, by the same token, the rest of the table folded, and that means they don't. Those aren't over heavy, so I don't think you can read anything into that.
Yeah, and this is taking that into account already.
I just think it's a plus EV call there.
Yeah.
A little more than what you said.
Okay.
From originally, I like what you said afterwards. Like give people 8s, give them ace 5 suited. Yeah.
Someone says no way he's jamming 8s or 9s.
Not only that, people
Seen
show
it-
up with hands, not
seen
just
it plenty
eights and
of
nines.
times.
Sometimes I've seen worse hands plenty of times too. Sometimes you're also what the charts don't incorporate is total losing their mind equity because
Does that happen at the final table?
No, this is the main
I
event
mean-
final table.
I mean-
Nobody's going fucking crazy like you're in a Florida,
Yeah.
600.
Yeah, I
mean,
agree with
it
Matt.
happens. It's not 0%.
I don't know.
It is
man.
0%. These guys aren't torching it. Trust me.
Yeah. There's no one here.
No, but losing their mind could just be a little bit further off of that. Your some more flips, some king jacks that you wouldn't expect to show up there, some 4s and 5s that you wouldn't expect to show up there. It doesn't have to be 9-7 suited, but I think that it could widen those ranges a bit. And the question of is tens always a flat? I'm not sure about his chart. I would imagine tens is a mix, but generally a flat. To answer that question.
On the button, yeah, it's gonna be a flat there. Here, you could see this is how you play the button. People don't flat queens and jacks enough. That's why. Do you remember earlier when Jumalon, like we thought he jammed ace deuce off in the big blind, but it's really a 3-bet. That button I was saying is probably going to fold 100% because people don't flat these enough.
I would have played that tens exactly.
And the reason 40 big blind stack should be flatting queens and jacks is because look, there's a 13 big blind stack, there's a 19 big blind stack, there's, I think there's a short stack in the big blind. Yeah. So when there's several short stacks you want to outweight, you don't want to 3-bet jacks and you have to get it in. Now you're just missing on like 2-3 pay jumps you could have outweighted. And then it gives you something to defend with when people squeeze as well. Oh, are we back on? My thing.
You got tens again.
That's what they're saying, but I am not in the. Mine turned off.
Okay, hit the go live. I don't know, that happened to me and I just had to go back in and then it worked. All right.
So, let me know what's happening.
Jamie opens tens off 34 million.
Yeah, Chevelle, what position? Cut off.
He 2.5 to 5.
Okay, so Chevelle on the low jack opens tens. And he's off about a 17, 18 big blind stack. So far, everyone has trash and he takes it down. Now, I don't know why he 2.5x'd it there. The big blind's shallow.
Probably just so nobody peels super.
Yeah, he does have those 2 big stacks behind him, so maybe he was trying to disincentivize them from flatting. Mueller with the ace-king suited under the gun.
I don't know what we're thinking about here. Let's go ahead and open, but he's going to do some big size. He's going to do bigger than min, I think. Nope, he goes for min. We should be folding this to a min from the big blind up from the under the gun raise. Very just dominated.
Take it easy, Davel. Dav Bell, have a good night. He called king 5 off in the big? That seems way too wide.
Oh, you're way ahead of me. He's still thinking about it over here.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it.
Right he folded. He folded.
Oh, okay. I thought he called. My bad. Saying things. Who's this guy? Oh, one of Greg's homies.
No, he's the Flyers head coach.
Oh, yeah?
I would just listen to some of that interview. That's pretty cool. Flyers coach, huh? He says he still plays hockey. That is impressive. Someone says, do you raise bigger than minimum against a guy like Hamoud who defends a lot more light? What do you mean when Hamoud's in the big blind specifically? Yeah, I think the main times I would be raising bigger is just if I'm trying to put the big blind in a situation where they're going to feel like they have to stack off by the river. So if I'm like 60, 70 big blinds, and big blind might be 30, 40 bigs, and then there's like medium to short stacks, that's one time I might do it. The other time it makes sense to raise bigger is when the big blind only has like 4, 5, 6 big blinds and chip EV. You kind of, they get, because when you're so shallow, you get to call super wide. So you kind of raise bigger to give them a worse price. I don't know that that happens as much in ICM though, because they kind of have to call tight anyways. And I think there probably are another scenario too where you can raise bigger, but I haven't really studied it. It's not a high priority of mine.
Greg is opening up a little bit. He started this final table, just like you said, with somebody bust. They started this final table so tight, then he went with the big 3-bet with king queen off. Now from the small blind, another spot he could have 3-bet with king jack off. Chooses just to call.
He calls
king high flop.
Blind. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's interesting here is when you're in the small blind, you're normally not supposed to call much because you don't want to play multi-way out of position. Unless the big blind is very short, then you can do, and you cover them, then you can do some more flatting.
Yeah, this seems a little out of character for Mueller to be peeling here, but
yeah, with the the offsuit stuff, I prefer. I would just 3-bet fold. I would, the same way he played the king queen off, I would just play this king jack. It's kind of the same hand because king queen off is versus a middle position open, and this is king jack versus a cutoff open. It's literally exact same value as that king queen. I would have just 3-bet it.
Well, it looks like he's going to maximize here.
All right, so
Turn probably goes check. I mean, he could he does pick up a gut shot. Barrel turn is possible, but it probably goes check here.
so yeah,
I mean, Mueller has a king all day here when he calls out of the small blind and then check calls that. He has some flush draws, some clubs, or a king. The problem is the clubs oftentimes now picked up some sort of pair or.
I mean, it is pretty
potentially a
tempting.
straight draw with it.
It's pretty tempting to barrel when you have an 8 in your hand.
I mean, it's not like 7/8's ever going to be in Mueller's.
Yeah, that's true.
Flatting range of the small blind anyway.
Yeah.
The fact that you block it is sort of irrelevant.
Yeah.
It does pick up the gut shot though.
Yeah, that is fair.
Well, I don't like that at all. Mueller does the blind check going into the river just before seeing the river card. Says, I'm not going to bet any card.
Yeah.
I don't like that. Is like a really fishy play. That's what the fish do to me in cash games. Up check before the river comes, like the whales. It's like doesn't matter what the river comes. I'm not betting.
Bombstain is not holding him back, but he's right.
I mean,
You should not be
come on.
checking range
In
there.
the main event final table, check range, blind check, out of come on.
Yeah, I mean, there you definitely want to have some
pretend like
leads.
you might have pocket sevens here to if the 8 that you might think about it,
Flush. Yeah, I imagine on some flush rivers and some.
Wow, he's going for it.
Wow.
He has to go
35
for it.
million.
Does that pot size bet?
That's I mean into 35 into
That's tough.
40. Yeah, it's almost pot size bet. 80
That's
to
a
90%.
tough spot.
But
Well, we're gonna see if his lack of fundamentals can be made up for by his instinct. He's a long time OG veteran player.
I mean, Mueller's hands pretty face up. I mean, the kinds of hands I'd be putting him on are King
Yeah.
10, King Jack, King
Yeah,
Queen here.
yeah.
I mean, like, but
Yep.
still, what do you do with it? I don't know.
He
I mean, this is a
folds.
tough spot.
He folds. I mean, most people are too
That's
scared.
hard.
Most people are too scared to triple barrel, so I don't blame him.
What is he repping outside the straight here? Like he's repping a 6. He was betting that he was blasting the 6 in the turn, and then lucky for him, it pairs up and he blasts it again.
I mean, he could have a boat, I guess.
He could have ace king or aces, I guess.
I feel like he wouldn't bet pot. Or would he bet pot with ace king? I feel like these guys don't do that. I feel like they're too scared to bet pot because they're scared.
Mueller
the guy
never has a
makes-
straight there. He has some pocket pairs that match the board, but like he
Yeah.
never has any of the straights.
Yeah.
And he's basically
have, like,
saying he
pocket
doesn't have a.
fives.
He's also saying he doesn't have a set when he's just like checking, like dark or whatever he's doing.
No,
It's
he's
just a
just
pretty-
saying he doesn't have
honestly,
a lead range.
when he checks like that, if I'm the villain in that hand, I'm seeing that as not so much weakness, but like not super strength. You know, it's medium strength.
Right. That's what I mean.
That check.
Right.
So it tells me, which I may have given up. Like if you're gonna bet, you're just gonna blast like he did. It might have cost him that blind check. I swear. That might have
No, I
induced
think
that big bet.
100% it cost him. That to me, that's a huge live mistake.
And he's the live pro here, the most experienced live pro at the table.
Well, he's just not recognizing that you're supposed to have some leads on some rivers there.
But even if you don't recognize that, you don't tell them that you don't have
Yeah,
any leads
yeah.
by broadcasting that.
Yeah.
Like even if you don't have any leads, you just keep that to yourself. You don't tell them that I don't have any leads.
Maybe I hired Phil Hellmuth as his coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a complete disaster by Mueller.
Yeah. Total disaster.
I wonder if he's thinking like if he checks dark and a scare card like a flush comes, the guy's more likely to check or something. I'm trying to think what the logic would be. Someone said, "Do you think he should have waited longer and played it through his head?" Do you mean Mueller? I mean, it's hard to know. I mean, I don't know what he's thinking in his head, so it's hard to know what he thought through. I mean, I don't blame his fold. I do question what
the fold is what I mean. Like I may have folded there too. I just wouldn't. It was I'm just focusing on the blind check more than anything else.
Yeah. The thing is, I don't think you could really. Someone saying a block bet on the river would have changed things. I mean, I don't think he could really block bet on that 6 river because he doesn't have any 6s out of the small blind, or so
Quads.
Yeah, but
it's basically that. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, he wouldn't have been able to lead on that card, but we're just saying on other cards he might have wanted to lead. Like let's say the river was an 8, he could rep pocket 7s with a straight. Or let's say the river's a 7, he could rep that he has
or a jack.
7s.
And if he's got it, he's got it.
Yeah. Or I imagine you could lead on some flush cards too. Now he just folded ace jack in the cutoff. Let me rewind for a second. Well, what was that? Did you guys just see that? He folded ace jack.
Who folded ace jack?
Mueller. I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, let me get back on that.
No, this hand he didn't fold ace jack.
Okay, I don't know. Someone in the chat said that. All right, I am back live. Chauvel opening ace-9 on the cutoff. Jumelon with 5-4 off in the big blind. I like the call. This is the type of call you can make when you're chip leader. Shallower stack, a lot closer. Looks like this is going to be a bet, range, and a fold.
We've got the Kobe Bryant jersey, and the Bears safety Kobe Bryant is going to miss 8 to 10 weeks. On the board underneath it, it said.
Sorry, what'd you say?
On the ticker, on the ESPN ticker, it said that the Bears have a player named Kobe Bryant.
Really?
He's missing 8 weeks. Yeah. Yeah, the chat seems to think that Mueller did have
Jack
Ace-Jack.
5. No.
Oh, yeah, Jack 5.
Okay, so
Yeah,
low
Jack
jack open, king queen off, and Mueller folded ace jack off
Oh,
in the
Mueller had
cutoff.
Okay.
He didn't fold ace jack.
Well, that's what everyone's saying, buddy.
No, trust me. He had Jack 5.
Okay, yeah, okay. So I guess it's just one person saying that. So yeah, it sounds like they might have missaw it.
We have Booze opens jacks, and Hamoud is gonna get a little frisky here with King 7 suited on the button.
Now that I think that is a great hand to do this with. That is the type of these are the type of spots you want to take when you have a big stack. So people wonder, how do you play with the big stack? You take
And I
all.
like his sizing here, going 9 million off after
Yeah, this
4
is good. This
in
looks
position.
like he may have studied. Like it's the right hand.
Boo-
It's the right sizing.
Booze is stuffing this in so fast.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're not being results orientated here. I mean,
Yeah.
it's unlucky he has jacks, but yeah, when he has ace jack offsuit, when he has ace 10 offsuit, when he has king queen off, he's just gonna have to fold all of those to this sizing. Yeah, and as a big stack, you get to go crazy there. How big? He had 40. He was up against what, 22 big blind stack? Yeah, you just get to go crazy there. Not just crazy. I mean, you know, with the right hands, of course. It could pull something like that. Do you guys remember what position the opener was there last hand? I could pull up
the jacks?
Yeah. I could pull up a sim to show you guys how wide he can.
Maybe low jack.
Okay, let's see. I have under the gun one. Okay, this one's not as extreme, but I think it still gives you the idea. So this is under the gun 1 opens off a 23 big blind stack to 2 big blinds. Notice the button is 3-betting here. King 7 suited, king 8 suited, king 9 suited, a bunch of ace x suited, a bunch of ace x off. These are really low frequency, but this just kind of shows you the combos you get to choose from when you're chip leader. That's not even chip leader, but that's, you know, a decent stack.
Well, I mean, against a 13.5 big blind open.
He was 13.5 or 23?
No, 13.5.
Ah, okay. And you're sure he was low jack too? That's.
I think low jack or 1 over from low jack, maybe.
Okay.
But
so let's look at it. Let's look at a 15 big blind open from low jack. Button. It's a little more condensed to 2 big cards, but you know, it's still getting a lot of the, you know, ace x king x stuff in there. But look at the sizing here, right? He goes 2 big blinds, you could just get to min raise. It's like the same thing effectively. Like so many people go 6 big blinds here. It's such a waste. And then you
could go 4.5.
Yeah, or just 4. Like what is he gonna do? You know what I mean? It's so hard to flat. And then the guy's got to play back like this.
What do you raise peeling with there?
Versus the min raise?
Yeah.
That's what you're seeing on screen. This is how you defend if the button.
I can't see the screen.
Oh, it's basically king queen suited, queen jack suited, ace 10 suited, aces, ace 5 suited, ace jack off, pocket 8, 7, 6s. It's all low frequency mixing.
You want to peel like pocket 8s in that spot?
Some other people did confirm Mueller did indeed fold ace jack off versus king queen. So we must have somehow just missed it. All right, let's go through some more of these questions. Someone says, when you're on a televised final table, how often are you getting info on the previous hands played by your opponent on the rails? Are your friends watching TV? Honestly, it's really changed and evolved over time. I mean, back in the day, it would be like you'd have your friends right there on the rail. You'd assign someone, you know, they'd be watching the hands, and you come over on the rail, and they basically just tell you. Then they've started having a lot of places where they don't like that. So basically, you cannot get any info until you're on break. So you basically wait till your break and then you get the info. So you're getting it on like a 2-hour delay and they're watching it on a 30-minute delay. And then sometimes, I'm at a final table in Bahamas where I don't have a lot of, friends there necessarily that are still there on the very last day at the final table when most people phone out of time. And you're just like solo. And maybe have a WhatsApp chat with like a mix of investors and friends, and they're posting stuff into a group chat. So I'm like 15-minute break, trying to go to the bathroom, trying to like do my mobility routine, and I'm like scrolling through the messages, and it's quite hard. But I try to explain to people how I want the screenshots. So sometimes you have some info, sometimes you don't. It's hard, it's rushed. So yeah, it depends, whether it's an EPT, a Hard Rock event, a WSOP, because everyone's rules and setups and streams are a little different. Someone says, does anyone know remaining play for tonight? They're playing down. Oh, are we back? I think we're back. So yeah, they're playing down to 6 players. So start at 9. They're going to knock out 3. And then it's done for the day. Okay, so what just happened here? So we have Mueller raises ace-jack suited from under the gun 1. And big blind's going to call queen-jack suited and flops 2 pair. So it's going to be interesting to see if Mueller's going to go a bet range strategy here or not.
Check back. Probably.
Yeah, and this is the type of thing where in normal non-ICM, you're always kind of betting range in these spots, whereas with ICM, you do have a lot. Like when you're playing against a guy with a similar stack to you, both of you guys are really incentivized to play really passively. Even if you're queen
go for the bet.
What? Sorry.
So he does go for the bet. I think Gags is with this wet texture, the flush draw out there. So I think we go for the check raise right here.
Yeah.
And not to mention Mueller isn't the guy that's going to go blasting off.
Yeah.
For bluffs.
Well, now, and how do you think about the fact that there's also a lot of dicey kind of turn and river runouts here? If you bloat the pot here, now an ace, a king, a 10, a diamond comes.
I think we go big here.
Yeah.
Just so that we're sort of committed to the hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, because I mean, you just kind of hope you can get Mueller to stack off with aces and kings or something here, or ace queen.
So what are we doing? 10 to 12 million here. 10. I mean, anything bigger.
Well,
than
he
10
went so
really
small.
big.
15. When his bet's that small, you gotta.
Down.
Yeah, I would go like. Yeah, I was gonna say 12 to 15. Yeah, the more, because you want to raise based on a percentage of the pot, not a big mistake people make is they just raise based on a multiple of their bet. But what if Mueller bet 1 mil? You're just gonna literally make it 3 mil? Oh, you can't bet 1 mil, and I'm just kind of making a point. You want to raise based on a percentage of the pot.
It does go.
So when someone bets like 2/3 pot, you might check raise 2.2x. When someone raises a third pot, you might check raise 3x. When someone bets a quarter pot, you might check raise 4 to 5x. It depends on, stack size and the board and some variables, but it's generally good to understand the smaller the percent of the pot they bet, the larger you need to raise.
Now, I do think Mueller is going to fold, but he actually sort of has a decent calling hand.
You think so?
Doesn't have a diamond. He doesn't have a king or a 10, so he's unblocking those hands. He's beating all the bluffs.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's a spot where you want to unblock those, because those hands are just going to punk you off your hand, and you have a hard time realizing equity. Like, I almost feel like if you have ace-jack with some sort of diamond, you might have an easier chance at continuing on the turn. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm just thinking out loud. I think with the ice, I don't know. I just feel like you're going to have such a hard time realizing equity with the ace-jack there. But there are some hands you just call once, and then you fold to basically any turn barrel. I mean, it's possible that's one of them. How deep were they both pre-flop? They both had about 45, 48?
No, Gags had less. He had like probably started the hand with about 60 or just under, so 30 big blinds.
Oh yeah, I meant yeah. Okay, so it was about 30 big blind effective spot, right?
Yeah.
And he was under the gun. I mean,
Yeah.
Mueller was under
Yeah,
the
under
gun.
the gun, big blind. Yeah.
He's going to be on FBT when he sees that Queen 8.
That puts him into second place if he calls there.
So it was Queen of Diamonds, Jack of Diamonds, and remember the exact board. I'm gonna run it.
Some offsuit 3 maybe. I don't remember the last card.
Okay, I'll do Queen, Jack, same suit, 3.
There's like a rip here. He just folds. Wow.
So it was.
What did he have?
Fours.
From what position? Who had the 4s?
Jumelon had the 4s. Chevelle raised 2x, and Jumelon just folded 4s.
I don't think that's a rip. No, I mean, look how big the small blind is. You can't be shoving. No, look how big the button is too. Yeah, you got huge stacks behind you.
Good thing you didn't 3-bet because you had the 4-bet rip hand with the ace-5 suited and flops aces up.
So Chevelle open, middle position, ace-5 suited. Big blind calls king-6 of hearts. Flop is ace-5-8, 2 diamonds. Oh wow, we have someone in the chat writing the action for those who aren't able to watch. I assume that's why you're doing that. Very kind of you, Evolved Fish. Appreciate that. It actually helps us as well, in case we miss it. So I will start paying attention to your chats. Oh, he's been writing it previously too. Sweet, thank you. Okay, so yeah, I was looking at the last spot. Yeah, so it is still betting range here. Small or mid, yeah. So we could get rid of whenever you're running a sim, and like 25 and 33 are basically, evenly both used. You could just get rid of it and use the average, and then it's not using the big size at all. So I'll just get rid of that. So it's basically C betting range, 30%. And I don't know why it didn't give us any proper raise sizing. I just like to give it a bunch and see what it uses. Okay, so it looks like it's using the 55% raise size. It's doing some jamming. What's that all about? I mean, no one's going to do that. 3x pot jam. Yeah, so from Gag's spot on that last one, it is mixing with the queen jack suited, the check raises. Yeah, and it's check raising them like 2/3 of the time or so. Check calling them 1/3 of the time for the offsuit ones. What else? It's check raising some king 10, some 9-10. Oh, we got a hand. I'll pause on this for a sec while we watch this hand.
And just gonna go c-bet fold here.
Okay, nothing too interesting. All right, let's get back to that analysis. So yeah, I'm looking at that hand, the ace jack versus the queen jack. So when you do get check raised, I don't know why this sizing is a little bit. Yeah, I guess not that small. I guess I would have went a notch bigger. Not too much though. Okay. Holy, what the fuck? It wants to jam his hand there sometimes, or a lot of the times. Interesting. That is crazy. I mean, that's the type of play that most people are not, even studied players aren't going to find. That's
I mean, is Mueller calling with ace queen? I mean, or king queen? Like, is he? I mean,
what?
if, to the jam. If he gets jammed on, he has king queen. Is he going to call?
No, this is
That's my
Mueller.
question.
This is saying what Mueller should jam after he gets check raised.
Oh, it's saying Mueller should jam his ace jack.
Yeah. Okay, so here, let's go through this.
That
Okay, so
sounds
so
insane.
so this is saying Mueller should bet range, and then it's saying big blind
Okay.
should check raise, basically just queen jack and queens and jacks for value and threes, and then its bluffs are like, some straight draws, gut shots, king three, some 3x, basically 3x bluffs, king nine with a diamond, ace of diamonds x. There's not that many bluffs, right? It's not that crazy. Some ace x of diamonds,
It's not really a bluff, right? Not flush draw with the ace.
7-10 of diamonds. So it's mixing in some flush draws. Very, very low frequency. These aren't that crazy, the amount of bluffs. And then it's just jamming each jack. Interesting. That's a lot. What is the EV of that play? Now, whenever I see a play that's very surprising, I want to see the EV of it. Yeah, I mean, well, it looks like the spades. Well, okay, so it looks very thin with these, but the ace jack of spades is not that thin at all. So let's go all in and see what would happen. Well, you fold him off king 10. Wow, that's so interesting. Yeah, you force him to fold his ace high flushes. You force him to fold king 10. And
I don't think Gag is check raising his ace high flush draws.
Yeah, I mean it's just a sliver. It's we could get rid of that. I could no lock to get rid of that to see what changes. Okay, we got an interesting hand going on. I don't want to. Not really, right?
Nobody has anything.
Yeah, not really.
Yeah, it's just gonna go back.
All right, so if I want to see if this stuff is realistic or not, I need to do some node locking. So first of all here, so this is how you adjust this to see is this even realistic. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of the checks and just assume he's betting his whole range here. And I'm going to bet. And then I'm going to node lock and get rid of some of these check raises and turn them into calls. So oh, that's going to take too long to do because I got to do combo. Okay, I'm not going to do this right now. It's a little too in the weeds. All right, what's new in the chat here? And what when you see when I see something like that in the solver, and I'm gonna sit down and study, I will play around with that to see how prevalent it is, and for my first step is I'll node lock it to see, is it still doing that once I adjust to how I think people actually play, just try to understand the logic, and then I'll just pay attention to if it's prevalent or not. Because there's a lot of one-off random shit that happens just to balance your range and stuff. And those things I don't really care about because no one's playing perfect robot versus robot poker. There's a lot of small random memorizations you're never going to know. I try to focus on the bigger trend. But that one actually, I think there's a chance that's a more legitimate one. And I think my takeaway there is if big blind is check raising enough draws, like high quality draws, then jamming really pays off because you blow them off so much equity, and you get to realize your equity. So that's kind of my takeaway there, that I'm going to be looking for the next time. And it might be very unique to ICM as well, where people have to fold big draws once you jam over bet. Someone says, "Hey, Crushers, you guys are taking this more seriously than the other guys." I don't know what that means. Oh, us doing sims and stuff.
I just think, at least in that spot, Gags or really anybody is playing these more straightforwards. The king tens and the flush draws are
Yeah.
just generally played as calls and are not trying to bloat these pots out of position in main event final tables. So I
Well,
think
my thought with the king 10 suited and the a7 of diamonds is I've been check raising those a little bit more because I think people are studying enough to know to like double barrel and double barrel big. Not everyone, but my fear is if I check call a7 of diamonds or king 10 and then they just fire pocket fours or ace. I mean, most people don't know to fire pocket fours, but I'm just gonna if I face a big barrel in the turn, I gotta fold. So I'm just check raising to realize equity. Now, do I want to do it here in a final table with ICM? Yeah, I don't know. I have to think about it. I mean, because one thing that happens is you check call, and then they have a jack or they have pocket sevens, and it goes check check, and now the river's another blank. Here, let's look at this board, right? So just not that. Yeah, look at that board right there. So right, you check call, and then the turn goes check check on a blank, and now you have to bluff river, and they're sitting there with pocket eights, and there's like, well, 9-10 miss, king 10 miss, king 9 miss, and you get hero called. So that's the benefit of check raising and blowing them off to equity. But I agree, it is tough at a final table with ICM. I mean, he's not check raising this like crazy. It's a low frequency. It's very low frequency. He's doing it with the hearts. He's doing it with the hearts and clubs because he's worried about not being able to realize equity. Doing it a lot more with gut shots because you don't mind kind of wasting those. Yeah, it's really more 10-8 and king 9 doing it. 10-9. Yeah, way higher frequency of the gut shots than the open-ended. I mean, it's just doing a low frequency because it wants to have flushes in your range after you check raise. I think that's kind of the idea here. Yeah. Yeah, you want to have a little bit of everything. I think that's the idea here. Poker's hard. All right, we're back from break. So there's a 10 big blind stack, a 9 big blind stack, and the big blind here. Fang. So everyone's going to be waiting for him to bust.
Yeah. So are we completing here or just open? Probably just complete small blind.
So when you're you should be raising. This might be one of these spots where you're raising like crazy wide. Like.
Does he go all in?
I think he
just jammed on him.
No. Okay. Shove would be too wide. Oh, he did shove. Okay, my instinct is
seven. He has 7 big blinds behind. I think that's too wide. I don't think we can raise non-all in against a 7 big blind stack, and so I think our options are all in or complete or fold. I don't think there's a non-all in raise size against 7 big blinds.
I think that shove is too wide.
I agree.
Because
I don't think he could raise. I don't think he could raise it to 3 big blinds with 7 when he has got 7.
Yeah. Hey Scott, you're off the screen a little bit.
It depends when. Yeah, I keep.
It's pretty wild because Fang actually
keeps moving me around.
If I'm.
Yeah, I think that shove was too wide. Well, don't look at the Zoom screen. Look at the YouTube screen. That's probably what's throwing you off. You went more off the screen now. Now you're more on. Yeah, that's good. More of that. Less of that. Now you're away. Now you're more of that. More. That's now you're almost perfect. A little bit more. No, now you're off the screen. Now you just disappeared. Can't you just see it on the YouTube screen?
It is a delay.
Oh. Now you're completely. Basically, whatever you're doing now is bad. You're off the screen now. Now you're further off. Do the opposite of what you're doing and keep doing that. Stay there. Don't move. That's perfect.
But then when you do the the sim. It moves me
Oh,
again.
I know. Okay, I'll fix that. That's fine. I'll fix that
That's
next
why,
time.
okay.
Yeah, just stick with this. I'll fix that. Okay. Yeah, that last jam was too wide. Something big there to think about is big blind's not going to overfold that much because he doesn't have many people to wait for, right? He's so short, so he's not like he's gonna like overfold. And the other problem is he has like he only has double the amount of chips as him. So if you double this guy up, you're super short now. It's different when you have like 60 bigs and you're just risking 12. So yeah, it's important to understand what are the spots you get to jam any two. That's definitely not one of them. That's probably a spot where he probably could have maybe min raised there. Maybe it was a little deeper. It was close. Okay, action here. I'm gonna read the chat to see the action. Chevelle raises 4 million with Queen of Clubs, Jack of Spades.
And the flop went back call. Now we're on the turn.
Hamoud defended 7-5. He didn't turn 2 pair.
Certainly a spot he could lead. And he did lead, or was it the check rate? Yeah, he led turn. He overbet.
That's a huge
turn.
lead. Usually when you
This
lead
is-
turns, they're usually small leads, more like a quarter pot. The time you would lead big is, yeah, if it's a very polarized situation. But here, I think you want
I
to
don't
have.
think his hand was. I don't think his hand was polarized enough.
No, but
Yeah,
also
he had
you
two-pair,
want
be it a weak two-pair.
you want
So
to be able
pretty-
to lead like a middle pair with a draw there for protection, and you don't want to bet that big with those because you're just trying
But
to
what
like
I
get a
mean-
cheap. Yeah.
What I mean is his overbet leads should be stronger or weaker
Yeah,
than
yeah.
effectively bottom two pair.
Yeah.
Because now if he gets shoved on, that is horrific. Like what are you gonna? I don't think he's calling off if he got ripped on. I mean, I don't even know. Maybe he is.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Such a weird spot.
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
I'm saying, you do the big lead if you have a straight or a set, or not, or a bluff. Not this middle weak two pair where you get uncomfortable if you get ripped on, which would have been the case.
it was kind of, it was sort of a crazy bet. I mean, Jamie checked back the flop. So what does he think he can ever call him with in that spot?
Oh, that flop went check.
Oh, I thought I thought flop went back call. And check.
No, it went check.
Oh, that's even
And then
crazier.
he just overbet leads when he turns 2
Okay,
pair.
that's a little different. Sorry, we're idiots. I missed the action.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little
Yeah,
different.
I thought it went back.
That's
call.
a little different. So then leading, I thought he like donk led. Okay, well then you could have some overbets there probably. Okay, yeah, that's not as bad then. Okay, evolved fish. I'm writing your screen name down. I'm gonna give you a free month at Jaka Coaching because you are awesome and you're just helping out here. Nobody asked you to, and you just took the initiative. And we're all about having awesome people in our community, so we're gonna throw you a free month. I will make a note to reach out to you. Much love. Appreciate it. If there's somewhere I could contact you, let me know. All right, so what's going on here? Galgiano raised from early. Jumalon calls king 3 off in the big blind, very wide. And he gets him off king 10 of clubs.
He donked flop.
Yeah. King 3 off. I mean, I'm all about calling wide from the big blind, but I don't know. I probably don't want to call wide with king 3 off because when early position raises, they're so condensed around Broadway cards, ace 10, king 10. So I'd call them wide with like 5-3 offsuit, but not king 3 offsuit because you're just dominated by a lot of their opens. So I don't think that one's a call.
Chevelle.
Chauvel with the kings.
King Kong.
I just double checked. It looks like king 3 is the very bottom call. Barely makes a call there. That's assuming you're going to play perfect. Yeah, it's like 0 EV. It's a 0 EV call. So it's... I mean, Gags is probably going to outplay you, so I'd probably just fold it still.
Where's this guy from? Sakis Lati?
Maybe
Well, we
Finland,
have the
if I
flags
think-
here. I don't know. Can you guys see this in the bottom right? We have the flags there.
I think it's Finland, if I remember correctly, but I'll double check it. Yep, Finland. He looks Finnish.
Yeah, I guess it's pretty small. Oh, it's blurry too. Yeah, that little graphic we put on the bottom, is that thing just like impossible to see basically? We kind of threw that on last minute thinking we were being useful, but I don't know that it's so useful.
Check calls.
What is going on?
The King 7-0 and the Ace 10.
What is going
It
on?
turns a pair. Where's he going now?
What is
Turns
going
to go
on?
check though. After he turns the pair. Kings might
So
be able to get some
Chauvel
value in
opened
river.
the cutoff with kings.
We
Big
King
blind
7-0 defends the big
defends
blind.
king
Okay.
7 off. Flop is
Then he-
ace 10-5 with 2 hearts. King C bets. And king 7 off calls with king high and a 7 high backdoor flush draw. Nothing. Turns a 7. It's going to go check here. Now the funny thing
River,
would be...
now the front door flush gets there, so it might go.
Oh, turn your
check,
hand
check
to
now
a
on the
bluff
river.
king 7. Come on.
I think it has too much showdown value.
Yeah, I
to
mean,
turn
yeah, you
into a
beat
bluff
queen
here.
jack, king jack.
If you have like King 9, you know,
I don't
we
know.
can
It's,
go
it's
ahead and
close.
turn that
I mean,
into a
with
bluff.
ICM, the ranges are tighter, so you kind of have less showdown value. See, I bet people don't bluff big enough in these spots. But let's
Also,
see.
the King Chauvel has the King of Hearts.
Yeah.
Means he could do some calling. He can
Well,
do some
it depends
raising.
what
He
size
can
is-
do both of these things.
If he goes big, he's more polar. If he goes medium, it's actually kind of harder, I feel like. 'cause
Goes
he's repping-
almost full pot. He goes
Wow.
14 into like 17 to 16. So
See,
17, yeah,
this
14
is
to
funny because I literally think when you have kings with the king of hearts, it's easier to call a big bet here than a medium bet. Because when they bet medium,
agree.
they're repping 2 pairs, sets, straights.
agreed.
When he bets that big, it's just a flush. But he is a big blind, so he has a lot of other flushes. But would he go that big with smaller flushes?
He doesn't have any straights in his value range, right? So if he doesn't have any straights, Ace 10 probably check raises the flop a fair amount. You know, sets of 10s and 5s probably check raise the flop.
Oh shit!
Front door
what did I
flush
do
comes
here?
in. He is repping a flush. He's got some missed king. It gets it. He gets the
Gets it
fold
through,
out of the
wow.
kings.
I just realized I
His bluffs
completely.
were combinations of like king, queen, jack, which kings is blocking.
I don't know. Oh,
It was like
Salzburg
Jack.
left again, and it screwed up our video. What happened, Salzburg? Did Salzburg just like fall asleep or something? No, then his Zoom would still be on. Oh, I guess. Let me see if I could fix this. Oh man, killing me, Salty. Oh, okay, he's coming back.
I'm in both screens now. Got it.
That's better. And then-
Shout out to the Shaniac joining us while watching the French stream and has us on the comms.
Wait, what?
Is that-
What do you mean? Or what?
Shaniac tells us he was got the French stream pirated and
Oh.
listening to us.
Oh.
He doesn't have ESPN.
My power cut out there again for whatever reason for a second.
It's because you live in California.
It doesn't usually happen, but Jamie got bluffed off that hand.
Yeah, the king seven, the heart.
It's kind of a
What
wild
happened on the
hand
turn?
all
It
around.
went check.
Yeah.
Wait, it went check all on the flop. What happened on the turn? Check, check.
Check,
Check,
check on
check.
the turn. The front door
He
flush
river.
came in on the
River was
river,
eight
and he
of hearts.
bombed
He bet pot.
80, 90%. Yeah.
And the
And
guy just
Jamie,
seems like he's not interested in like what I like. He didn't take very long to fold either. Like my read on that is he's like mentally like I'm not gonna like call something stupid. Like I'm you know it didn't think like he thought about it too long.
he had the king of hearts, so could have
Yeah.
turned it into a theoretical bluff.
Oh.
But
Yeah. I mean, you'd have to be confident that guy can fold a small flush.
Well, now back to the action. We have Mueller opens +1 to 5 million at 2 million. Gags just calls from the big blind with Jackson, and Mueller flops top 2 here.
Wow. Well,
he probably got sticky with one bet.
this is okay. Oh, they're pretty shallow. I see. Wow.
Just a fold.
Snap folded. His fold for c-bet, right?
Yeah.
How big did he c-bet? Yeah, he was early position too. Well played, lost them in.
No, if he 3-bet pre-flop, he probably wins the hand.
Versus ace 10 suited, yeah, probably.
It was off, ace 10 off.
Oh, suited.
Oh, yeah, it was suited, I think, right? Yeah. But if you guys are behind, you could hit the you could hit the live button to on whatever app you're watching to get live. Hamoud, ace 9 of diamonds, gonna surely open here. This guy's taken a few bluff spots today.
Oh yeah.
Like he's very capable actually. I can't remember what it was. Some of them were kind of random and like maybe not the great theoretically, but
The queen 8 against Mueller.
but yeah, but like I like it. Like there's other guys that are like way too scared to even consider a hero call or a big bluff. He's definitely tough to, I mean it's like he's tough to he's gonna make himself tough to play against when you can't see the hands, you don't really know his fundamental leaks exactly. It's gonna be hard to play against.
Hamoud opens hijack, ace 9 suited, Gagliano in the small blind, ace queen offsuit in the tank. $22 big blinds in the small blind with ace queen offsuit.
What position did he open from?
Hijack, and he rips.
Yeah. This is close. Like if he was like under the gun, I mean, you can't really. If he was like a position or two earlier, it's kind of better to just 3-bet fold at that point. But yeah, I think from there it makes sense. What was this? Someone says, isn't that 6-6 fold tight as fuck? I don't know what spot that was.
I had very good results, and then it really
I do like Gag's chances to win. They're just like everyone's doing a lot of blunders. You guys still awake?
Yeah. I was just thinking about Gags. He's definitely going to be the most solid of the bunch, I think.
I don't know him super well, but a few interactions I've had with him, he seems like a really nice dude.
Very nice guy. Would be a very good ambassador for poker.
That's the vibe I get. Yeah.
Yeah.
McKeon wasn't a great ambassador.
A different kind of great ambassador. Gags you could send to, maybe represent the game at like a courthouse or something.
And where would you send McKean to represent?
McKeon could probably recruit some like college dropouts to poker, I feel like. If you don't want a traditional life in any kind of profession, come to poker. He's a good poster boy for that.
That's very loud.
What'd you say?
His mic's very loud.
Oh.
My mic too loud?
I think that's maybe for us. What controls that?
Yeah. Yeah, let me. Does Matt sound really loud to you guys? No, both of you should be the same. Scott, your mic sounds lower to me, but that's just to me. No one else has said anything. How do we all sound wise? Does anyone sound a lot lower than someone else? Okay, everyone says it sounds fine to them. Okay. It probably just sounds different to us on Zoom. But I'm not going to mess with it. Someone says a bit Scott now very low. I don't know, it seems fine overall. Oh, my thing paused.
Winner. Why?
Okay, back in the action. Ace queen suited.
A lot of
with
ace queens.
boost.
I love this Finnish guy. He's hilarious.
Which one?
He's
The guy who's making all the
The guy's
moves?
bluffing. Yeah, the guy's like,
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he actually, because I kind of came into this with no rooting interest. I don't have I didn't really, yeah. And right now, like the two people I'm most rooting for are Gags and the Finnish guy. But we'll see. Could evolve as I get to know the players.
I feel like the Finnish guy, like I could see like winning this and then never playing again. Like just like disappearing.
Nah, he seems
What
like
about
he
Flamingo
seems like he's
Shaw?
having way too much fun.
I know, but like I could also for some reason like see the guy just like hit and running.
Yeah, never see him, never hear. Like you'd see him once, like one hit wonder, like just disappears.
Yeah, exactly.
That'd probably be
Like-
the smartest thing. Most people give it
Like,
most people.
he'll just be on a boat for the rest
Dude,
of his
how
life.
many main event winners who just did
Wait.
not have much success?
I think we
Whoa.
have an all-in and a call here.
Whoa. Big blind jams, ace four suited for. Oh, he only
No
had.
fold equity. Yeah.
He only had 5 big blinds.
4.5 bigs, yeah.
Yeah. So he's shoving.
I
For,
wonder.
he's shoving for
we
value.
should
He's
probably-
shoving for value here.
Nah, I mean, probably defend and maybe even stop and go. I don't even.
No, because I rather just jam because he's so late position, like cutoff. So he's opening king 10, king 9, like all these hands. If he's under the gun, I kind of get it. I think I would jam it.
Wait,
Come on,
Fang,
4. Spades.
How many big blinds exactly? He had
4.5.
4.5. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
There's no maneuverability. I mean, what are you gonna do?
Yeah. Yeah. If they're a little bit deeper,
Deuce.
Opportunities.
Or
wow. You wanted the 4?
yeah, why not? Give in there. Fuck everybody.
You just want the pain.
Well, the
His
flamingo shawl
outfit's
guy.
so sweet though.
How great would it be if this guy's
That
hoisting up the bracelet?
that would be sick.
Yeah, I'm rooting for
Wow.
this guy.
Ace 4. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I have a little bit of my rooting votes towards Mr. Fang here. I mean, that outfit is just unbelievable.
There's my friend Katie.
Well, yeah, I recognize a bunch of these guys here. Yeah, I mean, he's a regular on tour, so makes sense. A lot of other regs on his rail. Oh, there's pads right there. So that does sound like he probably did coach Jumalan. Yeah, and here's for 4 bigs. Here's the yeah, here's what he should be doing there versus the cutoff. It's just very linear. You're just jamming for value. I don't get. Well, oh, I think it's. Let's see. What is cutoff opening? I guess when you have 9s, you're like flipping against. I don't know why it's not jamming 8s and 9s. I mean, you get calls by everything. Yeah, why is that? Let's see. Why can't I put equity? EV.
Yeah, for us, you were gonna ask if what main event winners just went off into the sunset.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out why 8s and 9s don't want to jam here. I mean, I kind of get it with the lower pairs because you're kind of flipping and you have no fold equity. I guess maybe it's similar with the 9s.
Yes, Hines though is obviously the name that comes to mind for me.
Yeah, Hines, Eastgate.
Ah, yeah, P.S. Hines. Yeah, he was a legit good player, a pro, and I've never heard from him. Okay, so here's 5 big blinds
He
versus a
follows
cutoff.
me on Twitter and gives me likes a lot. P.S. Hines. Kind of
So
funny.
here's 5 big blinds versus a cutoff open, and he did actually have 4.5, not 4. So do we have fold equity? Probably not. Yeah, no fold equity at 5 big blinds either. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so it seems close. I mean, to what you were saying, Scott. Seems like it's on the border. Okay. Oh, did we miss it? Let's see. Yeah. So okay, previous main event winners. What were we talking about? Yeah, I was just saying. There's so many main event winners that just it's the exact same thing as people win the lottery. It's just like, they mismanage the money, overspend it, start investing in all their friends' businesses, start playing way too high stakes, and basically lose it all. Yeah, because if you've grinded this game and had to earn your way up to kind of mid stakes, high stakes, just to be able to survive, it's like you've made a lot of mistakes along the way, and you've learned to manage a bankroll. You've had people offer you money or ask for loans, and you've made some mistakes. But if you haven't gone through that grind and you just like boom, $10 million, you're making those same mistakes that everyone else made for hundreds of thousands of dollars or maybe $1 million at most. You're making that same mistakes starting at 10 mil. That's why that happens. All right, what's going on over here?
Saskalati opened, Jumalan defended. I think Saskalati should be doing a lot of checking back here
On Jack
against
Deuce.
Jumalan.
I don't know. On Jack Deuce, that's like totally super dry. Saskalati.
I would do more betting with maybe more of my weaker hands than Ace 9. Do more betting with your You know, 9-10, 9-10, 9-10 of clubs.
I
as
mean,
opposed
we're
to
earlier
9 of clubs.
position. We have offsuit jack. I know. I just think his range is so wide in the big blind that I think your range advantage is just too big to check there. I don't know. I would have just bet range. I'll check it to see if I'm wrong, but I would just. I think
I
your
mean,
early
we
position.
don't have a jack. We don't have a jack advantage.
Um, we might because of how wide the big blind's range is. But yeah,
Right, the
I
big blind
agree.
has
Like
all the
Those are
jacks.
we have more offsuit jacks if we're a little later. I agree with that. But I don't know. We might have a jack advantage still.
How can we have a jack advantage? The big blind has all the jacks.
Yeah, but that's a common myth because you can't just look at how many jacks he has. You have to look at how many
So,
jacks he has
percentage of range.
divided by his range.
Percentage of range, yeah.
Yeah, and he has
I-
so many 3-5 offsuit and all this other stuff that it's not that big of a percentage.
This was a weird bet by him on the turn by Saskalati. I think.
Yeah, because you're not going to get any pairs to fold. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's like you don't get value from worse. You don't get anything better. Yeah.
And then you have equity on the river to just call some bets.
What,
And now
he's
you
leading the river?
And then Jumalan lead river with this?
What size
What is
did
going on?
what size did he bet the turn?
He bet 4.5 million on the turn, which was pretty small. Which, if you're gonna bet, I guess bet small. But I don't even.
Okay. So I think he just has a read that he bet the river. He bet the turn small so he could check back the river. I think that's the read he got.
Then why did he bet the river so big? He wouldn't go full 50% there. I'd go a third or less. Get value from some of those hands, some of those pocket pairs that won't call. You know, if he has fours and
I
decides
mean, he's
to
probably
bet
trying to
the-
make
the-
it look
the
like
turn,
he probably wants to make it look bluffy, like, oh, I got queen 10 or I have a flush
Yeah,
draw.
exactly. Yeah, I don't hate this bet actually.
I mean this bet.
it gets a
I mean,
call.
I've made these leads in spots versus pure rec players that don't have good fundamentals and don't understand the right spots to lead, like just purely off reads. Like this is something I approve of, just read based, but not like you shouldn't be doing this versus a sophisticated player. But yeah, I mean, it seems like how do you say his name? Sass.
What's going? He's gonna call. He's gonna call.
He's gonna put him on queen 10 or a flush draw, probably. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
a wild hand.
Yeah, I honestly like the play. I like it because of how
Oh.
small he bet on the turn.
that's why the turn bet is nonsensical.
I literally played a hand very similar to that this summer, and it was just it just seemed obvious what the guy was gonna do, and the river was like a random ass card that makes no sense to lead. But I was like, this guy's not gonna know. He's just gonna think I know something he doesn't know. That was good. I like that play from Jumalan. That was shows he's got good instincts and understanding of that player. Take it easy, Swiss Rob. Thanks for joining. By the way, Evolve Fish, did you ever respond of where I can reach out to you to give you your free month? I believe we can message people based on their account, which we will do for the winners. For whoever wins the 2 raffles for the free Jaka Coaching membership and the free hoodie. Just make sure you're subscribed to the channel and you've chatted at least one thing. Just say I'm here or whatever. As long as you've chatted, we'll be able to get you in that raffle and we'll contact you if you win. And it really helps the channel if you're subscribed. I have been doing some really fun vlogs during all my live tournaments the last 6 to 8 weeks, showing you the behind the scenes, showing you the deep runs, giving you a bunch of hand analysis. So if you want to make sure you catch those, definitely make sure you hit subscribe on the channel. Someone says, what's your evaluation of this Jumalan guy? Someone says, you guys are too hypercritical. No, I don't think we're hypercritical. I think we're just being honest. I think you're used to seeing people commentate on streams, including when we've been on streams where we gotta, tone it down a little bit, where we're just keeping it real here. This is how a group of friends watching that are pros are
Keeping
going to
it real
be
goes
analyzing it behind the scenes. What do you say, Scott?
Like, yeah. So when keeping it real goes wrong.
When keeping it real goes
But
wrong.
whenever you watch a stream and you have commentators, they're not being honest. I mean, that's the
No,
honest truth.
no.
No, that's true. They're not really being honest.
And they're
They're
just
holding
being
back.
they're being
no,
dip-
it
they're being
depends.
They're being
diplomatic.
PC. Yes,
Yeah,
they're
they're
being
being diplomatic.
Yeah, sure. But they're not, which isn't truly honest.
I mean, okay,
They're
okay,
not saying what they're really feeling throughout this.
when I
The
commentate
stream.
a live stream, I will for sure call out a mistake, but I'll do it in a polite way. Like I don't want to offend them or make it a bad experience with their family. And also like I understand like people making a mistake. I don't think they're idiots or something. Like I get it. You know what I mean? Like if you haven't studied or like I understand. Like I'm never berating anyone. I'm not gonna do that here either. But
Well, that
yeah,
being said, nothing too crazy has happened to this final table. Like nobody's been like ridiculously out of line or made a massive punch or anything like that. I mean, there've been some
yeah.
smaller punches, but nothing,
I think
nothing too, nothing egregious, honestly.
I think Jumalan. My instinct on Jumalan is he's probably got some natural talent. Some ability to do some good field plays. He probably has some right ideas, but yeah, I think he's definitely overplaying some spots and maybe seems inexperienced with ICM, like just underestimating like how quickly things can shift if you call a little bit too wide and bloated pots and give a little bit too many chips here and there. I mean, that's just based on what I'm seeing right now. Like this is a sample size of one. But yeah, I did hear some other comments from some other players that played with him on earlier days and had some similar. But he's quite young. I mean, right? How old is he?
Yeah, he's 22
He's
years old.
22. Yeah. I mean, like he only has so much live experience at that age. So I mean, props to him. Like
You got it. I mean, yeah.
I'm sure
Obviously,
if he
you got to
yeah,
you got to run really well to be the chip
I'm
leader.
sure
Of
if
the
he
main
works
event
I'm
final
sure if
table.
he works on his game and now he combines that with his skill, like, a few years from now he could be, a really great player.
A couple notable hands, big ones leading up to the final table. One was the Will Givens hand, where he had I don't remember the action, but he got in a lot with his ace 10 off to ace queen for just piles of chips, and that was a huge hand leading up to the final table. He won that, and he busted a friend of mine, Dylan Smith, with 2 or 3 tables left. Dylan jammed, I think.
What's happening here?
One.
This looks like we got
Jumalan opens Queen Jack of Hearts. Booze is thinking with sixes.
Why does it say race at 26 million? Oh, he just jammed.
Was he on the button, I guess?
Jumalan was hijack. Oh, did he just I think he just effectively jammed.
He jammed
from hijack. Basically, he just raised like 11 big blinds. Okay, I like that play. That was a good play. Yeah.
I mean, he got sixes to fold, so yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
he just open jammed basically 26 big blinds effective with Queen Jack suited. That's a great hand to do it with. Yeah, I like that play.
And had he min, sixes may have jammed on him.
jammed, right,
Yeah.
and then he's kind of stuck to and probably folds.
Probably
so, yeah.
fold.
Mhm.
But as I was saying before, the bust out hand with a couple tables left, maybe 2 or 3 tables left. Dylan jammed early position, ace jack O, I think, for 12 big blinds, and Jumalan called button king queen suited for like a big chunk of his stack, for like a third of his stack, with like bigger stacks and the blinds
did?
behind him. We thought this was Dylan Smith's bust out hand in the main event.
Yeah, but who was it
maybe
against?
Three tables left. Jumalan.
Oh, okay.
So I just remember that hand in particular because that was relayed to me. Just thinking that was obviously way too wide. Calling a 12 big blind jam with king queen suited, plus having covering stacks behind you.
Yeah.
In the situation.
I feel like Finnish guy's gonna lose his mind here. No. It killed him to fold 10-9 suited there. Yeah, Jumalan has got some momentum back going his way now. This is particularly a good spot for him because now the blinds are even higher and the stacks are still pretty bunched.
So this guy here, his name was Trainer. You guys remember
Yeah,
him? He busted like he was like chip leader and busted like 10th or something.
yeah.
He put out this YouTube video, which I guess was like his first video, and he just like analyzed every single hand he played like at the end. And he was very sharp. Like you could just tell
He's really good,
like
dude.
he was probably the best player left. I
By
mean,
far.
I don't know compared to Gags, like they're both maybe close in skill, but he knows the game very well, and he also understood node locking very well. He was also very aware of like how he should adjust, versus what's his name, the chip leader, versus,
Jumalon.
yeah, versus Jumalon. And yeah, based on some of the comments he was making, he also made it sound like he thought he was making some big fundamental errors. And because he seemed like such a sharp player, that's also where I'm kind of getting that read from. But yeah, he seems like this guy seems like he's gonna be a fun player to follow. I really like
He
this
won.
video.
He won the Aussie Million this
Ah,
year,
yeah, that's
and
true.
he won something else. He won maybe a
Yeah,
bracelet earlier, like the Monster Stack
yeah,
or
yeah.
Millie
What
Maker.
what's his name?
Malcolm Trainer.
Malcolm Trainer. Let's pull up his Henin mob.
He's an Australian kid. He's really good. I played with him in the Prime a couple years
Yeah,
ago, and he played super well
yeah,
in that tournament too.
yeah, yeah. I'm a fan. He seems that was my first exposure to him, and I really liked him. Almost 4 million in winnings from Australia. Yeah, ship the
This hand we have mid position open from Jumalon. Mueller folded sevens in the small blind, and King nine off doesn't defend for the minraise. Surprisingly enough,
versus what position?
middle position from the chip leader is opening very wide. He happened to
Mm,
have King Jack suited, but I would have defended that King nine there.
yeah. Honestly, I don't think it's. I bet it's pretty close, to be honest. Because the problem versus the chip leader is you're gonna under realize equity pretty big time. He was under the gun one, the chip leader.
Uh, maybe no. This maybe the next position or
So
mid
he
position.
yeah, he was so right now he's under the gun one, so he was under the gun two. Okay, so he was low jack basically. Here's the thing: when Mueller has this stack size where he's 18 big blinds, you have to be like extra tight and like
No, Mueller folded sevens. Were that's fine. Out
oh
of the small blind, the big blind had King nine
oh
offsuit.
oh who
It was Shavel, who
Shav
also
okay,
folded.
Shavel had king nine
Yes.
off 13 big blinds. I see.
Chevelle.
Chevelle off 13 big blinds. Hmm.
Oh,
Dang, the king balls. And Mueller is king. I mean, not Mueller. Jumalon had King Jack again. He's opened like seven hands in a row. King Jack twice in a row here, but are
And
we
he's
just
gonna think he's
ripping
playing
King?
back.
Are we just ripping King? Yeah, 20
Yeah,
million. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, of
You
course.
is
didn't.
he in the
Yeah,
is he in the big blind or no?
Yeah, he has less than 10 big blinds.
yeah.
He's got a
It's
jam.
seven.
If
I thought it
he
was more than
if
that.
he
Yeah,
had
yeah, yeah.
15 big blinds, you could still 3-bet fold here.
He just called. He just called with the
He's in the big
kings.
because he's in the big blind.
Yeah. I mean, with aces, this is definitely a thing. With kings, it's technically not, but I do it
Well,
sometimes.
he might. It might be
It's gonna go
brilliant. He
in
might get
now.
the king jack. Yeah, they're gonna
Yeah.
get it in.
I mean,
Might get blasted
here's the
away.
thing. Here's the thing. He's probably
This is gonna
thinking
jam it in.
he's probably thinking his range is so wide that he's just
It's gonna
crushing
work.
him.
Jumalon's just gonna pile it here.
Yeah, and he piles too wide in these situations, like he did with the ace deuce. Remember, where he just jammed.
Yeah, I mean, as if he effective
Yeah,
jammed. Yep.
he did it again. But this time his hand is reasonable to do it with. I think versus that villain specifically, I think that King's Flat is actually even better.
Oh, he left him the 500,000 behind, wanting him to just call and check it down because he wanted to leave the short stacks to punish.
Well, it's hard to do that on the flop. Yeah.
No, because he was complaining to his rail. I don't know why they won't leave the chip behind. They're just torching it. You didn't hear him say that.
No.
He was like berating their play. His play. He's like he's torching it.
So yeah, on that last hand, that the king 9 fold in the big blind. Let's look at the celebration a little bit first. Damn, man, he just went from 4 big
Yeah,
blinds.
huge spin.
Oh, and I forgot to mention he's also. I mean, I haven't got to see his play too much, but just seeing he's been. I assume he's also one of the, top. He might be like one of the top 3 players at the table. I assume.
Oh yeah,
Results wise, he's probably to tournament poker Hold'em. I'd say he's probably second to Gag.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, he won the GPI mid-major POI
Hmm.
like a couple years ago.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of results.
Yeah. So that's yeah.
I played with him on day 5 this year. He came to I got a very good table change, and then somebody busted, and he came and had position on me, and it was kind of like a bad break to get that, have him in that seat.
Okay, so that king 9 fold that you're talking about. See, it's actually, you are supposed to be really tight there in that spot. Cause he, just like, this guy has so many more chips than, so this is where the guy's a little bit tighter. Well, no, this is under the gun, right? So yeah, I mean, Jumalan's range maybe is a little wider than this, but not too much. And the problem here is, normally in chip EV, when you're super shallow, you flat wider. But almost the opposite happens to some extent when you're in ICM, because there's a higher chance you're going to bust out is the problem. So that's why it's just so tight here. And yeah, I mean, this is something I like to play around with to see like what changes exactly. But yeah, I mean, we could test that theory. And okay, so let's look at. So here he's folding 67% of the time. Let's see what happens if we give him a little bit more chips, like 30 big blinds. Well, here there's an 8 big blind stack. That might change things. Yeah, it's because of that. But yeah, these are some of the ways I like to kind of like come up with a theory and then test it. I see the other sims have a lot of short stacks, which makes it not apples to apples. Oh shit, what did I do with that? We're still at 8 players, right?
Yeah.
Oh man. All right.
Are they playing to 6, or are they just playing
They're playing no
time?
6.
I might have to assume a recumbent position soon.
What do you say?
I might have to lie down soon.
Yeah.
Switch up positions.
Yeah, maybe got half an hour left in me. I do. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys about the Hard Rock giveaway. Let me see. What's the link? We are sending someone to the Hard Rock for a pretty sick thing. Let me find it.
I gotta say, I love the way Han Fang. It takes a lot of balls to just call there with the Kings. Most people are just gonna jam it in there. They deserve that.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell he's studied. He's looked at these spots, and again, Kings is usually never a slow play there, but I think unique situation versus that player.
Yeah, I think against a guy who's going to be spewy and just jam a lot of post flop.
Flops.
Yeah,
and maybe
it's
opening
perfect.
a little wider than he should.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he probably would have called him anyway with King Jack. He just jammed, but
For how many big blind? 8 big blinds?
8 or 9 big blinds. I
I
mean,
don't think
Yeah,
he
maybe
should
it's
be.
close.
I don't think he should be.
I mean, it's possible.
really?
Big blind's pretty damn nutted there. Not nutted, but
I
I don't
mean,
know. You're
9
just
bigs,
dominated by
zero.
a lot of his jams.
I know, but I think he's going with like every pair and like whatever. But I don't know.
Maybe King 10 suited would be better.
Are you going to Florida for us or not?
I'm not going to Florida this month, but I will be going in November. And I'm trying to find this damn link because we're sending someone to the Hard Rock, and we're giving them like a 10K package basically to play the main event, flights, hotels, free coaching with me, free dinner with me.
Which main event?
To the one in November. So it's gonna be pretty sick. So I'm just trying to find the link to the giveaway, so I can send that out to you guys.
Are you going to play the main, Scott?
Yeah, probably just the main. Played one tournament last week and stone bubbled. That was fun.
Oh my god.
It's Rami's week.
What's wrong this week? Jumalon raising 7 deuce suited small to big into Sascalati's big blind. Ace 10 offsuit. We're going to continue here. Should be just a call.
Are we on the same thing? I have. Oh
He's
wait.
jammed. This is what?
So he jammed over 30 bigs.
Yeah. That's a jam.
Like
Huge
35
jam with ace
bigs.
10 offsuit. What is going on there? I thought that was a pretty easy call in position.
Yeah. I mean, you should be jamming pretty wide versus small blind is going to be opening serve. But yeah, that seems like a lot. Yeah, that seems like too much. I think maybe up to 30 maybe can be okay. I mean, it really depends what frequency you think he's raising there. So here's actually... So here's if the small blind is playing like this. I think this seems reasonable as to how he might play, right? Seems reasonable. Then 30 big blinds, ace 10 suited is like... Yeah, basically... Yeah, it's basically jamming. But he probably had more like 35 bigs, right? 36 bigs. I mean, honestly, he might be at a skill disadvantage versus him. So I don't know. To be honest, it's not that crazy. Like, this is one of those things where, like, because small blind's chip leader and opening so wide, you actually do get to jam a lot wider. Whereas, you know, if it was another guy with a regular stack opening, that would be a really bad jam actually. So I actually like it versus Jumalon.
I have an interesting spot here. Gags, Booze raised
Raising under the gun like 9 big blinds into Gag's big blind with king queen off. I think he's gonna fold.
I think
can't
he's gonna
imagine.
call.
I think he's gonna fold. I mean, I can't imagine what's
Mm.
is under the gun jam range with the whole table behind him for 9 bigs. Yeah, he's folding. It's pairs. It's ace king, ace queen. You know, you're lucky to get ace jack
He jammed
Jack
threes
ace 10,
from.
under the gun. I think it's a fold from the big blind.
So yeah, that last thing I was showing. So now, like, if a 40 big blind stack opens, who's playing a little tighter, not as crazy as chip leader, then look, ace 10 is like, now it's like mixing, it's starting to do more flatting and stuff like that. So yeah, it really, and this is only 29 big blind stack, but you're gonna see how sensitive the big blind strategy here is to how wide the small blind is. Yeah, and I think here you have an easier time realizing equity because this guy can't just shit on you. His stack is pretty similar to you, so you get to realize equity a little better.
Playing with a pretty light opener.
Got some chips now. He took off the flamingo onesie.
Is he gonna give him
What?
back?
Oh, I would never do that. I would not do that. I mean, unless you're getting it dry cleaned or something.
Tomorrow night he's gonna come in with a different animal or something.
Oh, maybe a different color, like a blue one.
Yeah.
I think the nipples are gonna show tomorrow. It's definitely
You're just gonna wear pasties?
maybe.
Coming to America, like the full lion just over his shoulders. The King Joffrey Joffer.
It actually might be a real animal on his shoulder, not even fur. Maybe a python on day 3.
Come on. Real hand here. King Queen suited. And Sascalati has King Queen suited as well. What are the positions here? Sascalati is.
He ain't folding it, I'll tell you that much.
He should be calling here, not raising.
Sascalati ain't folding.
Call.
Oh wait, he raised to
just call.
60 million?
Wait,
Wait,
did he?
did he just raise to 60 million?
He's just putting everyone all in behind him, including Sascalati, who has
Was this just an open raise?
40 big blinds. Is it an open shove?
I mean,
I guess he just has to get through Sascalati. He's just
yeah,
not
I don't
calling
think
with
it's-
anything except for aces and kings here.
I don't think it's that crazy.
I don't know what Sascalati's thinking about. He can't call this. It's King Queen suited for all. Like he's second in chips. Like what are we thinking about here? He took off.
He's staring him down.
Like what is he thinking about?
Yeah, I never know with guys like this. Are they actually thinking something, or they're just like,
Queen. If he had ace queen suited, he'd have to fold. What is he thinking about?
ace queen suited would be interesting because I mean you're dominating.
We're folding. We're second in chips for the main. We're just losing.
I don't know.
It's
Ace queen
nice
suited?
against suicide calling it ace queen suited.
I don't know if that's suicide. What are you dominated by? But you're dominating a lot of hands.
I mean, if they could show you king jack suited, and you'd still have to fold.
I mean, they could show you ace 5 suited, ace.
I mean,
you know,
that's
ace
some things,
10
but
and
like
king.
if they're live cards, you're lighting it on fire.
Someone says there's a lot of action behind him. Well, no, there's. I mean, if you have ace queen suited, I don't know. I think ace queen
Action
suited
behind
would
him.
play. I mean, this is obviously your.
It looks like he's got jacks with the thinking about it, the action behind him, but
Yeah, no, this is actually foolish that he's spending any time here. But I'm just more curious if he had ace queen suited, if he could call.
is there any? I mean, is there any world where he's going to put chips in the pot here?
Here's the thing.
He's
If
thinking about
here's the thing. If you have ace queen suited and you call and you win here, you're chip leader. And by
Yeah, and if you call and you lose here, you're finishing 8th place.
No, I know, but yeah, but you might never be in bad shape. Yeah, you're probably you're dominated 0% of the time. I think ace queen suited is a call. I think I would guess it is. What, he shoved from the hijack, was it?
Also, he's suited there. If he's gonna do that with your king, king, queen offsuit. Your king, queen suited. Let's play this hand.
Yeah, yeah. I might exploitatively not do it with that hand specifically, for sure. So he was hijack and cutoff did have.
Now he has ace queen offsuit.
Now he's gonna raise.
He's had hands just.
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
king,
he is
queen,
getting some
king,
hands.
jack suited, ace queen. He's got a lot of hands in a row.
Yeah.
And Gags has ace king suited, and he's gonna 3-bet. They might get it in here.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he only has 22 big blinds. They're getting it in.
Yeah.
The question is Gags gonna just rip it or three?
From these. Well, what position are they? They're not that.
Gags
hijack,
is
low jack.
Yeah, on the cutoff. It's low jack cutoff.
Yeah. You 3-bet small here, and he's gonna jam here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed. It's
and
gonna
I don't blame him for jamming the ace queen off. I mean, you expect people to.
It's gonna go 15 million ish, 15, 16 million jam call. I think
He should make it like.
I mean, Gagliano has been jamming these spots.
He really should not.
He was out of position.
Yeah, he was out of position.
Spots. Now he's in. Now he's in position and suited.
This would be a mistake.
We should not be jamming.
This would be a mistake.
So what does he make it? 15?
15, 16 million,
40,
and then call
yeah,
and
15.
jam call off. I think.
Well, because he's chip leader, you cannot go too small. Yeah, 15, 16 sounds good.
He went 16 million. Okay.
Yeah.
And I imagine this is a jam out of position off suit.
I mean,
in his mind, he's just like he's opening so much.
If this was earlier position, you should definitely be folding or flatting it. Probably flat. He can actually flat this, to be honest. Like flatting's not bad because you dominate ace jack, ace 10, king jack, king queen. It's actually a very reasonable spot to flat, I think. As a chip leader.
You might induce ace jack and king queen to jam on you, by re-raising. Ace queen's probably gonna jam.
If I was short stack here, I would jam the ace queen. If I was big stack, I would call it. That's how I would play this. I mean, if I was shorter than him, yeah.
You call.
Nice.
Like that.
I like it. I mean,
I just would have thought.
You're dominating.
I think call is the best. I think call.
Yeah, you're dominating so many of his ace-x.
Wow.
Oh my god.
I mean, I don't think. I mean, Gags is not going to bust here. But he would have if he jammed.
Well, it's going to be gross for such check. Yeah,
he's going to lose one bet. He's going to lose one bet somewhere in this hand. Flop might go check. Maybe he calls a bet on the turn.
If you're Jumalan, do you want to check raise here or not?
Well, if he checks, Gags often checks back here.
You think right now it's going to check, you think? No. You just need to bet this. You have so many queen X in your 3-bet range.
I think he's going to do some checking and some betting.
No, I think you just need to bet range here.
I mean, I'd be probably checking aces.
I mean, the plot's so bloated here. Like, this is not. I mean, I don't think you could really
if I had aces, I would check back and just call down. Let him bluff. If he has a queen, you lose anyway.
The problem with checking is you kind of like cap yourself. Like I think you just need to bet your range here. And 3-bet pot versus a guy who's got a loose range. You got a tight range. A bunch of his bluffs are king queen, queen jack. Maybe he has ace queen, and he's gonna have to get to stack off with jacks plus. Like, I think you just got such a big range advantage here. You gotta bet. Yeah, this hand kind of sucks, but overall range-wise, it's great. Well, how much did he start with pre-flop? Was it 25 bigs? Well, or 22 bigs?
22.
And it's, what were the positions?
Low jack and cutoff. But either way, I think that's probably the last chip Gags puts in this pot, unless there's an ace or a king.
Yeah, this is tough now. This is really tough. Because if you have...
Did you want to raise? Oh, he
this is so tough. Because a lot of these spots do play ace-king as a jam, because you just expect the other guy to have a flush draw or, you know, just a bluff here.
His ace-king is blocking king-queen and ace-queen, which is relevant. He's also unblocking clubs. Nobody has a 6 here.
I mean, basically you're worried about queen-jack suited and queen-10 suited. I mean, I don't know if he's... Yeah, I mean, he has a flush draw a lot here. Honestly, this is a gross spot if you're Gags because,
He has no room to maneuver. It's almost like he's got a jam here or
yeah,
fold. He can't call
I think
8
you do
million
need to
more
jam
with.
because he's gonna have a flush draw a lot. So you want to get it in. Like if you get it in versus ace high flush draw, it's yeah, oof, good fold.
That's sort
That's
of a
tough.
reason why I think we do take a lot of checkbacks here. If we're gonna
I
bet
don't.
small and then fold to the
The thing
click
is, you don't
anyway,
have
we
a lot
can't
of you
continue.
don't have a
Can't
lot of hands.
realize.
You don't have that many hands. You're gonna have to bet fold. That's one of the few. So I think that's fine. You know. I mean, I guess okay. You could check
What
with
if he had
like.
tens? What if he had tens? What if he had jacks? What does he
I
do with
think you
these
get it. I
hands?
think
And
you
are they
bet.
betting?
I think you bet. You hope to get raised by eights and nines and sixes and get it in for value.
Eights is gonna check raise call off
Yeah,
in that
there's
spot.
not there's no chips left. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's how that spot plays. I mean, once the pot's bloated like that, the SPR is low. It's like, you just need to play post flop. Like, there's no one to outweight. Like, it's pot's too significant. I'll pull that.
Gags got saved that Jumalan decided not to 4-bet chip there because it could have just been over.
Yeah. That was a pretty interesting spot for sure.
This kid's running so good. It's crazy.
Mueller jams over. Wait. Oh, he just open jams on the button. Come on, he's not calling here. It's annoying, and you know you might have the best hand, but you're in the you're not just calling off with a7 off in the small blind with the big blind covering as well with a tight jammer in the button for the. He's not calling here.
I'm moving. Oh.
Yeah.
Does that link not work? Okay.
I don't know. I can't believe he's still thinking about this. All these spots, people are considering these for a long time. He folded.
All right, guys, I just posted the link in the chat. So, literally sending someone to the Hard Rock, main event buy-in, flight, hotel, coaching with me, VIP dinner with me. Probably the sickest giveaway I've ever done. So go ahead, check out the link, and there are some instructions there on how to get in on that giveaway. We're going to be doing that giveaway. I believe it ends around the end of this month, roughly. Man, it's going to be sick. So I'll get to meet one of you in Florida. And you'll probably meet Scott as well, because me and Scott are usually hanging out in Florida. Someone says Hard Rock flight from Australia. Yeah. If you win it from Australia, you will still get flown in. Yeah, welcome to sign up from anywhere to that. All right. What do we have going on here? Drew Milan, C betting fives into 5-4 suited on 10-8-4. It's going to be standard check call spot. Probably check turn.
Finds the check raise, bottom pair with the backdoor straight and flush draw.
Nice.
Good combination of cards to do this with.
That's
It's gonna work.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I guess it might be fine. The thing I don't like about it on this one is when you run into the straight, there's like a bigger straight out there. You get what I mean? Like I kind of like it more on Queen 8-4, like King 8-4. Because now you hit your straight, you're not running into a bigger straight.
I mean, it's pretty shallow relatively. If once we get there with the check
Yeah.
raise, that once we make.
Oh
straight,
yeah, yeah.
it's
Oh
very
yeah.
bad.
They are very shallow. Yeah, yeah. That's good. That's he's made a couple plays like that where you only would do if you're kind of studied them. So he definitely seems like he may have worked on some of these spots.
On the button, yes. Buttons buttoned, no. I guess there's no. The dress code is not being enforced today.
The pink is back.
Yeah. No buttons on the shirt. Nobody.
You can't wear a patch, but you can keep your shirt open.
If you have an account already, you won't be eligible, unfortunately. And yeah, there's some FAQ on there on that page. If you just scroll down to the bottom, it should answer.
Come along with these hands over and over and over again. And ace
Some of those
jack, fives,
questions.
ace jack, king queen suited, ace queen.
Okay, so that ace queen versus ace king hand, I wanted to look at that. So here is what Gag should be 3-betting, right? And his sizing nice and small, 4.5. That's kind of what he did. A lot of people miss doing that with ace queen suited. It plays pretty similarly to ace king suited. Offsuit ones just jam. These are some of the bluffs, some ace x suited, king queen. So he does that, and now let's look at how. So ace queen off is mostly just jamming. It's probably just based on the positions. Like I bet if we move this a position earlier, it will start flatting it some, but instead it's doing that with ace jack. It's 4-bet folding, ace 10 as a min raise back as a bluff. Same thing with ace 5 off. Ace 5 off's a nice one. See, this is why I didn't think the last time he did that was so bad.
I'm going to cut you off
Okay.
here. I think there's a chance Jumalan is going to rip it here in the small blind. So Fang is. What does he do? Did he 3-bet or did he call here? Yeah, 3-bet to 15. Fang open nines in the cutoff. Yeah, in the cutoff. And Jumalan 3-bet to 15 million in the small blind with ace 3 off. Put himself in too much. He 3-bet too much. There's going to be 35 million in the pot, and it's going to be what, 27 more to call. I mean, he's going to fold, but it would be 27 more to call. He's giving himself like 2.3 to 1, 2.4 to 1, whatever that is. I imagine Fang's ripping here. If you got it, you got it. He's one of the shorter stacks. He's got nines in the cutoff with opening off of 17 big blinds.
Yeah, big blind was 85.
I mean, it's kind of. It's actually kind of a sick spot because
it is. I mean, look, there's 22,
There's
22,
three-
30. There's 3
Yeah.
shorter
He
stacks.
ripped. He ripped.
there's
It was
3
jam
shorter
fold.
stacks.
I agree with you. But the reason why we don't jam there, like nines is just strong enough where we're sort of opening as opposed to jamming to sort of induce exactly this.
Yeah, but I think if he
And-
jams too, you're well.
Does he fold nines if he was jammed on
Cut off.
as opposed to 3-bet?
I don't think so. Because I mean, he's
I don't think
gonna be
I don't think
jamming a
so.
bunch of pairs. You're dominating
I
a
mean,
lot of his jams.
opening. It folds to him on the cutoff off of 17 big blinds, and we're opening nines. I mean, this is a really strong hand. If you got it, you got it for
Well,
a person who's a
the
chip
thing is,
leader who's doing this a
his
lot.
opening range should be so tight there. So like everything just shifts. So you're probably like raise folding like sevens, I guess, or no, you're probably like raise folding eights. Nine seems close. You're probably like raise folding like king jack, king queen off. Yeah, that's a really interesting spot actually. So it was 17 big blinds in the cutoff, right? Yeah, I don't know what you do versus jam. I mean, presumably he's jamming like all the pairs and a bunch of suited aces.
Probably every Broadway combo too.
Yeah, so that sucks though. You don't want to be against the Broadway combos.
I know.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe jamming is reasonable there just because of the situation, and you are late position. I don't know. Tens, I'm for sure raising and inducing. Nines feels really close.
Seems okay to me.
Okay, I'm looking. This is not the exact situation, but it's right. There's a short stack in the big blind. There's a short stack under the gun. So there's a lot of reason to, there's a lot of ice.
But
Hold on,
I
let's.
think in Jumalan's spot, I think jamming is better than three betting
So
to that
here
price and folding.
Well, yeah, he raised too big.
He raised too big.
You just min rate.
He was basically getting.
You should just
he was getting the price anyway to call.
Yeah, you should just Well, no, because you're probably dominated. So I think you don't have to. But okay, here. So cut off.
But by
cut
jamming,
opens.
he's going to fold out more hands than by three betting and leaving.
Yeah, see, this is what he should be doing. He should be taking these crappier hands and bluffing to 5 big blinds. And then, well, see, there it is doing some 8 big blind bluffs too. Well, no, though. Okay, no. These are basically all in. It's just half stack all in case the big blind, in case there's 2 all ins in front of you. So, okay, so if he jams, the question was, can he call nines in this situation? And here it is. Here it's calling eights even. And now, but this is expecting small blind to jam basically a bunch of pairs, 9-10 suited, jack 9 suited, all the 8. I mean, this is a lot of hands you dominate. I mean, I would say he might not, like, he's probably not jamming king 8 suited and some of these. So I think his jam range is actually tighter than the sim just because it's not so intuitive. So what I would do is I would get rid of the bottom range of this, and nines would still be a call.
Yeah, but the sim doesn't include ace 3 off, and he had ace 3 off, but
that's true. That's true. Well, he didn't jam it. He 3-bet folded it. So yeah, he might. Yeah. I think
Fang's probably happier that he didn't jam it.
Yeah.
He got to win 15 million without showdown.
I think chip leader there jams a little bit tighter than what this thinks. And as a result, we get rid of the bottom of these calls. So get rid of 7s, 8s, and ace 10 and king queen suited and ace 10 suited, and we call 9s plus ace jack suited and ace queen. I don't know about ace jack off. That seems close. Yeah. But yeah, see, for him to 3-bet so big, you just don't need to, because if you 3-bet to 5, he's never flatting. Okay? He cannot flat off that shallow of a stack. So there's no point in 3-betting big there. There's another spot. Okay, so we were talking about the gags. So this is the gag spot where that guy opened, gags 3-bet, ace king suited. We saw that guy is supposed to jam ace queen off. But again, this is the type of spot where I don't think it's a huge, like, I was off too, right? It's hard to memorize every single one of these. It changed so much based on stack distribution. So he calls, and the flop was, what was it? It was queen
6, 2 clubs.
6, 2 clubs. Okay, and the debate here was, should he have a checking range or not? Yeah, basically it's betting range.
But my argument is, even if that's true, if you're folding to that action, to the 8 million check click 16 million, then I think you should have a check raise.
Like check range, you mean?
I mean, check range, yes.
I mean, I think it's okay that you're folding the best hand sometimes. Like, I don't think it's a problem. Like, okay, so he check raises.
I think this is a good theoretical hand to continue, blocking the unblocking the flush draw and blocking the
well, so what this wants to do is continue. Wow. So this wants to continue.
That's what I'm saying. I think we probably are supposed to continue, and if we're not continuing, is why we should probably check it.
Well, if you don't continue, it's because you don't think he has enough bluffs. I mean, so this expects him to check raise some queens. It expects him to mix some of these small ones. What is bluffs? He doesn't have a lot of pure bluffs. It's just, yeah, it's basically a lot of flush draws. He's getting check raised by a bunch of flush draws, some small pairs, a couple bluffs, 7, 8, 8, 9 suit. Oh no, those are flush draws. 7, 8 of diamonds. There's a very small speck of bluffs. And versus that range, yeah, that's what I was saying in that spot. I was like, I'd be tempted to jam and just expect to get it in versus a flush draw a lot. I mean, look at, yeah, I mean, the EV of playing ace. I mean, yeah, the EV of.
Not to mention jam and get it in. I mean, just get a fold a lot. But
I would jam, not call, because I just feel like I'm more likely to make a mistake if I call, because I'm not going to know.
And you let them realize.
It's just
realize equity.
I mean, this is taking that into account, but there's going to be some weird turn situations I'm supposed to like call a jam that I'm not going to be able to figure out. It's just tricky. And I mean, here it's saying all in is higher EV anyways. So yeah, I would have thought to shove there if I thought he's got a lot of bluffs, or just a lot of, not bluffs, but just a lot of flush draws, which I think he would. So yeah, I don't know. Pretty interesting spot there. Yeah, I think the reason you don't need to check is just because your entire range just doesn't need to check. Like, let's look at the range. Okay. Equity. Yeah, look at this, dude.
Gags is jamming from the small with. No, it's gonna win.
I think should Gags have bet that big? Because he bet 8 million.
Which was what, like
quarter pot, a little less than a quarter pot. It's fine. He gave it to 16
that
million
seems
pre-flop.
fine.
There was 32. There's
I
like
know, but
37
if
million in the
he's
pot.
holding to
it's
it,
fine.
This is using 30%.
How much less? How much less could he bet? He bet like 3 big blinds.
he could bet 1 big blind.
No, no, I don't think one big blind's small there. But yeah, so look at it.
He continues with full range. He never wins that pot when he bets 1 big blind, and you open yourself up to a check raise.
Scott, I think this is the reason why you don't need to check. Just, you have a 60% range advantage, 60 to 40. That's just so massive. Right, so it's just like, yeah, it sucks the time you have ace king, but all your other stuff is happy to like get check raised, and you know what I mean, and just play, and just get bet and get money in the pot. I think if you check, you're more likely to get like bluffed off the pot. Yeah, you check, he's gonna just fucking fire like a random 9-8 of spades on you and make you fold, like put you in a tough spot. I think you're more likely to fuck up. Like, I would exploitatively maybe check aces or a queen or a ace king of clubs, like expecting him to maybe bluff too much into me. I like that exploit.
That's sort of why I think we can check a lot. It's because I'm definitely going to be checking my aces and probably my kings there.
I would exploitatively check strong hands, ace king suited, a queen, and aces, and get him to bluff too much. That would be maybe how I would do it. Totally non-theoretical.
You're saying you would have re-jammed the ace king?
I would have for sure thought about it. Yeah, I would. Yeah, be pretty tempted to. Like, unless I got a read he was strong. But I just think he has a flush draw so much there. And I would have busted the main event. I mean, I don't know if I would in that spot. It would go be based on my feeling, but I definitely would consider it. We are not doing a watch party the next 2 days. It was just for today. This was kind of first little experimental watch party.
Well,
I'm pretty happy with how this went.
Chevelle here is going to jam with queens. He's got what, 12, 25, 7 big blinds, and ace jack might have to call here. He's got what, 7 or 8 big blinds here? 7 big blinds. I guess his calls. Yeah,
Are you
7
ahead?
bigs.
Oh, you're ahead of me. Okay.
Yeah, you're ahead of me too.
Okay, let me catch up. Okay, I see. It's only 7 bigs.
It's like 7 bigs. I think ace jack's calling here.
And he's cut off hijack, low jack. Oh, he's under the gun. See, this is funny. If you raise from like hijack here, you have to call, but when you're under the gun, it's like closer because who's gonna shove on an under the gun razor? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there's what, 10.
So the first thing I would be
15.
looking at here is, does Chevelle have any incentive to wait? Because that is gonna tell me how wide he's jamming. So no one is close to Chevelle. I mean, there's
It's a small blind. There's 13-5 in the pot, and it's 14-5 to call. Yeah, he can fold here. It's not even quite 2-1.
I mean, the thing is, he's short enough that he might always be dominating you when he jams. Like, maybe he has like 10s, but does he jam 8s or does he just call and see a flop?
He's the shortest stack. He probably, I mean, but also I get confused with how they list the chips when they don't include the
Here's another thing for Fang.
In the stack.
Here's another thing for Fang. If he calls and loses that, he's all of a sudden down, you know, with the trenches, like risk of busting. Whereas if he folds that, he's kind of comfortable right now. So that's where, like, on top of the odds, you got to add the risk premium effect to you in your current standing. And I think it really affects him there.
They're going to be very shallow once the blinds go up shortly to 3 million. Very shallow.
Yeah, I want to stay till one more person bust, but you guys are.
I imagine when one more person busts, it'll be the end of the night.
Why? You think they're gonna call it early?
Call it early. It's already been over 5 hours.
No, but I'm saying they said they were gonna play down to 6 today.
Oh, okay.
Do you think they're gonna say you went too late and stop it early?
But the longer this takes, the quicker it'll be tomorrow, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah. I feel like
just because it gets down, if it takes too long tonight, then they'll shoot down from 6 to 3 very quickly tomorrow because they're going to be shallow.
Yeah, I think they should end it because otherwise they're not going to have enough footage for a proper episode.
Then tomorrow it's supposed to be prime time and.
Oh, wait, why? What's prime? What, tomorrow's prime time?
Well, if it's at 9 o'clock, they're trying to get the coverage during prime time.
Yeah.
This took 6 hours today to lose 2 people. It could take 2 hours tomorrow to lose the next 2 or 3 people because they're going to be very shallow tomorrow. Chevelle on the button off 11 big blinds with king queen suited. Probably just open rip this here.
Button king queen suited 27. Yeah.
It's 11 bigs.
Yep.
Are we raised calling off, or are we
No.
better off jamming?
No, because we get some weak aces to jam on us that we could fold out.
Yeah, you get like deuces and 3s and 4s. Like they're gonna have to fold.
Ace 4 offsuit might just rip it in your face. You don't want that.
Yeah.
I mean, your hand is so good though.
King queen suited's not a good.
It's not
a good raise
good,
call hand in ICM.
It's not a good it's not a good hand to call with a jam because there's so many small pairs and weak aces.
In ICM, otherwise yes.
Okay.
Non-ICM, yes.
And hands like King Jack, for example, often, and other suited Broadway that we dominate, often play this as a call from the big blind too, and they don't even rip it in. That you get to, I mean, sometimes they do, but a hand like Queen Jack is just like so often just flatting out of the big blind, and we don't get it all that way when you open. I'm enjoying the Shulman Najad commentary on your cat eating you.
Though this,
But I agree with them. Always felt that way about cats.
oh, I need to refresh this. If I made this better in the future, would this be helpful to have somewhere on the screen? This is what was in the bottom. If we found a way to make that a little bigger next time, is that useful or kind of whatever? Not a good use of screen space. Let me know what you guys think for next time. Go ahead and remove that.
We've got pocket eights and 6.5 big blinds.
Or I'll leave it a little longer so you could look.
Yeah. Going with that.
I'm not sure what you mean by show everyone's hands. No, we cannot show that. That would be impossible. But yeah, this is just a static image just to show you the positions at the table and the names and the countries. So I could put this, but it would have to block. It would have to make some other stuff smaller.
Sasquatch is tilting me. What? What is he doing? That is a very wide call.
What?
I can't imagine this guy jamming King 8 here. Like, what?
I mean, people on how big was the jam? It was
Like 7 big blinds almost, just under 7.
From what position?
Pretty early it must have been.
Oh wow, yeah.
I mean,
It was very early.
This seems very liberal.
Yeah, this is way too wide.
I always ask myself, like, is the guy doing it with like the one hand below me with King 8 or Queen 9? The answer is no. He doesn't have either of these hands. He got very lucky to be showing up with pocket eights, having what I like to call a fake flip to get to bust
Oh
the
my
main.
god, he flopped
This is
the
brutal.
9. This sucks.
I call this a fake flip.
He's
Flip
so
you should never be in.
he's so annoyed right now.
I would.
He just
be.
feels like he got robbed.
Really terrible call.
Wow.
8. Let's see that 8. Come
I mean,
on.
King Jack's probably not even a call, right? His whole rail looks so sad.
Oh.
And that's it. Down to 7. I mean, honestly, like I'm not surprised. Like I get it. Like if you don't study these sims with ICM, like yeah, you underestimate like that even a 7 big blind jam is significant. It just seems like it's so little if you haven't looked at these spots. I've seen people call too wide in those spots for sure. And that's where, you want to do a little bit of drilling of these spots, push shove ranges and how they affect ICM, and just learn some of these basic things to make sure you don't make those mistakes. But in this case, it worked out for him.
No, he's never going to question it. He won the hand.
It was a flip.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
And played it so.
Okay, so the feedback was we don't need that little graphic for next time, even if it's bigger. What are you guys doing? You watching the rest of this?
I mean, I feel a little committed now.
All right. All right, let's keep it going. I am. All right, so let's see what they do, if they're ending or keep it going. I'm just going to go get some tea, and I'll be right back.
Jack Klompus. Is that you, Shane?
Somebody posting?
I think Jack Klompus is Shane. That's my my gut.
Jack Klompus sounds like no, as a character. Was it
It's on
from
Seinfeld.
Yeah,
Seinfeld,
it is
yeah.
a Seinfeld character. Yeah. Is that the guy with the pen? Take
Yes.
the pen. Take
In
the space.
space.
Yeah. Take
The
the pen.
Cadillac.
Take the pen.
You trying to kill me?
I don't want the pen. Take the pen.
Is the soup too hot? Is this...
Or it's either the
You sold
pen
me this.
or it's like
You
a
sold me
shrimp.
this death drop.
I wonder who's doing the commentary in France. Fabrice Soulier is the Ali Najad, and
Wasn't there some sort of French scammer that came recently? Who's the French guy? Oh, our nude was making Matern was making headlines recently after doing a run in the main, and they were covering him, and he had like a cheating scandal recently.
oh really?
Yeah, or recent few years, several years ago already, but yeah. It's a long time.
So
And
they
they
are
get
playing.
to
They're playing to 6.
You're supposed to play to 6. But it shouldn't be to playing to a certain number. It should be playing a certain amount of time. Because now, if they go from 9 to 6, and then 6 to 3, and then the final 3, this is going to take 6 hours, but tomorrow night could only take 2 or 3 hours potentially.
Yeah, that's happened in the past, I feel like.
Yeah. That's why it should be by time.
Is it still only a 250 jump to 6?
Yeah. You mean to 7th. But yes. And then to 6th as well. So I think it's
Yeah, no, I'm saying
1.5
just
million, 1.75
the next
million.
jump is
Yeah.
still only is
The
1.75.
the next 2 jumps are 250, I think. Yeah, it's yeah, so 7th is 1.5, 6th is 1.75. I thought Sascalati was just posturing with that King 9. Like, why are you even thinking about this? Found the call. Dags has all of his options on the table. He can fold, he can call, he can jam, he can 3-bet non all in. It's a little shallow to 3-bet non all in. So
I
I'll take
think
it
you're
back
like a
with that.
couple, you're like 25 seconds ahead of me or something.
Oh, well. I'm watching with the people out here. I don't think he can 3-bet non all in. think he has to either jam, call, or fold.
He's in the big blind.
Yeah. Base 5-0.
Yeah, I got
Goes
that.
with fold. Very French.
He's a nice kid. Booze played a bunch at the Win with him.
I think Sascalotti's thinking he can just jam here. King Queen O on the button, and Gagliano has like, 13, 14, and Mueller has 17 million. 17 big ones. Yeah, Shrips.
Mueller must have received the news that this guy bluffed him.
By now, yeah. Probably received that news about an hour ago already.
Yeah.
Gags, Ace 10-0 on the button, and 12 big blinds. We're putting this in here. Yeah, Gags is all in. That's gonna get through.
Uh,
That spread between sixth and first is some spread.
I know.
They put the payouts up. 1.75 for sixth to 10 for first.
And a 4 million difference from first to second, which is more than third place money.
Also absurd.
Are they still going?
Yeah.
Still doing it.
All right.
Well, so we're gonna play a hand here. Jumelon raises Ace 8-0 into the second chips. Sascalati, Ace Jacko goes for the 3-bet. I would have just called here in the spot, but he's there and I'm here. Just gonna take it down like this, I imagine. Fucking knows.
I like that 3-bet. So, okay, see, he's raising two. Wait, is he in position or out of position? Okay.
He is in position.
So you do need to 3-bet a little bit bigger when it's against the big stack, but because you have such a big stack, you're actually super dangerous to him now.
I don't expect Jumalon to call here. He's
He's
probably going to fold, and sometimes he's going to 4-bet.
Yeah.
But he's probably going to.
This would be pretty sick if he finds a 4-bet here.
No, he's folding. He's folding.
Oh, come on. You can't. If you're going to do the grinder move, you got a 4-bet after that.
Yeah.
Telling you, this guy
That was
is
a good
gonna
three,
win.
that was a good 3-bet. I mean, yeah, I mean, he made some mistakes here and there, but he's also playing a lot of spots really well.
He has the least fear.
Yeah, he had
this
several
table,
he
I'll
had
give him
several
that.
really good bluffs. He played
King
that spot
7.
good there, not flatting. He had the Queen 8 bluff. He had that lead on the river, the pot size lead.
Didn't he also have the King 7 bluff against Mueller? Was that him, or was it somebody else?
It was
Queen 8.
Yeah, he had the Queen 8 bluff spade.
No, he turned
A 7. He turned
someone turned
King
the
7 against Kings.
and then
yeah.
turned that into a
yeah,
bluff.
yeah,
against
that
the
was
Kings.
him. Yeah.
That was against Chevelle. Yeah.
Yeah, when Chevelle had pocket kings.
All right, I'm gonna mute while I eat because I have not had dinner yet.
What are we eating?
I literally just found a bag of like chicken asada. I'm literally just eating a bunch of chicken. Well, marinated chicken.
Chevelle on the button. 11 big blinds. King Queen O. Just putting it in here.
So, if I was, so I was just thinking about how much time do they have in between today and tomorrow? It's gonna be a pretty quick turnaround, right? It's 11:30 a.m. Let's say we finish in half an hour. It's gonna be midnight for them. I guess it's at nighttime tomorrow. So yeah, so they do get a lot of off time.
Yeah, they got plenty of time, and there's an hour delay.
Okay.
So if it finishes in half an hour, it actually finished a half an hour ago.
They're probably gonna have to come in for some interviews and stuff. I mean, what I would do is I would be like having. So what I would do is I would hire. I already know the coach. I would hire. It's the same one of our buddies who prep stuff for Kenny Holler. It's just an online crusher, really sharp dude. Have him set up all the sims for me in advance of the final 6 for 6-handed play based on the stack sizes, and just have him prep everything so I can show up for 3 hours and just drill. I don't have to set up anything. He does all of it because you're gonna have such a small window, and you don't want to spend the time setting things up and figuring out what to study. That's probably what I would do. And again, it's just, double checking reshove spots, double checking 4-bet shove spots. What are the spots I can open jam 25 big blinds if I have everyone covered, if I have 50 big blinds and everyone behind me has 25 and lower, like when you jammed king queen suited, like just double checking some of those scenarios that might come up. And even just double checking some of these, like, hey, someone open jammed 7 big blinds and I'm in the big blind with a huge stack. How wide can I call? Okay, same scenario, 7 big blind shoves, but I only have, 20 big blinds. How wide can I call? I'll just be double checking some of those things to get the reps in.
There's like no hand is easy here. Fang opens king jack suited on the button. Strong button opening hand. Gets 3-bet by the ace two off in the small blind. Jumalon has ace 10 off in the big blind, which probably is a fold. Who knows?
Yeah, ace 10's not a good 4-betting hand. It blocks the bluffs, which sucks. Like a lot of the bluffs are going to be like king 10, ace 10, queen 10 suited, 10 jack suited. So ace 10 just does a bad job.
What are we going to do here, assuming Jumalon folds? What do we do here with king jack suited on the button?
So king jack suited is generally
17 point. It could be a call, obviously. I feel like this is a good hand to call.
It's probably
with
a call because so what's funny is out of position you normally flat king jack suited when someone 3-bets because it plays well post flop. But in ICM, you actually jam it. Like if a chip leader 3-bets you and you're out of position, you just jam king jack suited.
We're in position.
But here, I know. Here we're in position. So, and it's also pretty wide ranges. How shallow are we? We only have
20 big blinds to start.
Oh, wow.
Well, 22, 20.
I could see him. I could see him
big blinds to start
jamming
there.
here.
Yeah, I think a jam's pretty reasonable here. The problem is you don't have a lot of maneuverability.
He jammed. He jammed.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, this is something where if you studied, you know that like those hands do really well. Like that's 4-bet jams in ICM, especially unblocking all the ace X's.
His instincts are super good.
Most of the.
Well, I think not even instincts there. I think
he's
he's taking like that's a
just linear.
That's just what the charts would say, like the ICM charts. I think he's seems like he's done the work and he knows. He probably knows how to study. You know what I mean? Like figuring out how to study. Like if you haven't done it and you just
wait, hold on. I want to hear this interview with him.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. No, I've never like pictured this happening. Honestly, it's just taking it 5 minutes at a time.
Yeah, what I was saying is if you don't know how to study and what charts to look at and all that stuff, and all of a sudden you make the final table, you don't have much time to figure all that out. Whereas he's already been doing that, just like Gag. So for them, it's easy to just jump in and start getting the reps in. I'm sure he did a lot of it.
25 million to.
But I have noticed that the 3-bets by a wide margin have been bluffs at this final table. Very few have been.
That's true. That's true. That's true. People are getting better. That seemed like a pretty tight fold. Oh, that was versus under the gun?
Under the gun versus big blind, yeah.
I see. Probably still a call. Like if you're going to fold, you probably start folding like ace deuce, ace 3, ace 6. Ace 5 is like kind of one of the better ace X's. So tomorrow, so they're not okay. So the last day starts at 10:30. Wow, late.
Very strange. So they're doing the final 10:30. They're going to be heads up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Jesus.
Really make sure nobody's watching it. Like growing the game. No, it's on ESPN the Ocho at 6 a.m. On a Wednesday morning.
I wonder if there's some other big game they're competing with or something.
Oh, yeah.
He's got 13 plus big blinds here, and I think he's thinking about whether he's going to be opening it or ripping it.
13 bigs from where?
13 and change.
Low jack. Yeah. Yeah, it seems close.
Yep.
15 bigs would be a big jam. I would not do 15 bigs. I mean, ace king suited, I'd raise here. Off seems on the border. Jamming or raising. I mean, Jumalon on the button kind of sucks because he's going to flat a lot. Like Jumalon on the small blind is fine because he's gonna like.
He hasn't been flatting in position a lot.
Yeah, you're right. Well, I think he just. I haven't seen him have the right hand. You know what I mean?
He has ace four offsuit. No, he does not go for it. Not off the 12 big blind open, 13 big blind open.
So look at that gags with the Jack 5 suited fold. That's a hand where you're just snap calling normally, but with ICM, like even those suited hands, you're gonna be a lot tighter with. Non-final table, you call any two suited hands on the big blind profitably.
Eggs completes the small, queen 9 offsuit. Queen 8 suited in the big. Like a bet here from Gags with the back doors versus a tight Mueller.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you get him to fold? What do you get him to fold though?
King deuce, king 4, king 7, king 8, ace deuce.
Yeah. I think I don't mind the bet. Yeah, if you're gonna bet, I like a big bet. I think a lot of people don't lead big enough in these spots. Yeah, I'd like to see him lead like 60-70% pot. And even just leading now allows you to get him off a 3 or a 6 a lot easier. If you stab on the turn, when the king comes, it's harder. Whereas if you bet now and then double barrel the turn. So yeah, I like the bet now.
Let's check. I don't as much like the bet here if Greg decides to bet without the heart. We really more of a nothing. Now I bet because it's hard for us to check call here with this kind of hand with the 9 high flush draw and the bottom end gut shot.
I feel like you got to bet pretty big because you got to get him off a 3. You bet's so small. See, I don't know what's the point of this. Like, what do you accomplish? Like nothing. Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't make sense to me. Like, what do you ever get to fold? Like, sure, some ace high, but that's it. He's like to that size, he's not folding a 3. I don't know. I don't like that. I would have bet big or check raised. Someone was saying, can't we just check call queen 9 on the last hand? Because it's the best hand. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think so.
I'd feel more comfortable check calling if I had the queen of hearts and the offsuit 9.
Yeah, but I think with one heart, we cannot check fold. Yeah, yeah. I mean, blind versus blind ranges are so wide. I think you're gonna. I would be calling queen nine, where it's just a small bet. And yeah, even on the turn, you could check call for sure because he's
Yeah,
gonna
you can
be.
check call one. You can check call one big
Yeah,
blind, but not if he sizes up anything.
but even on the turn, I think you could check call with the gut shot because your queen high is gonna be good. Sometimes you have the gut shot. You have a queen
Yeah,
that
if he
might be
bets,
good.
if you check and he bets 3 million, you can call, but
Yeah,
not
he's
if you
gonna have
check
all
and he
these
bets five.
small, like
Not if he bets
he's
five
gonna have a
million.
bunch of draws, like small draws he didn't bet the flop. He's gonna bet now. Someone's saying, does Mueller show some emotion in his checks? I don't know. Let's pay attention.
Jumalon has sort of been hovering around the stack that he started the day with, and really stayed in that range, a little bit below, a little bit above. I feel like the only person who hasn't gotten out of line at all has been Gags. No light three bets from him.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he just hasn't really had the opportunity. Like, it's not like I've seen him pass on good three bets much either. I think he's just picking his spots wisely. I think he recognizes people are gonna make a lot of blunders, so it makes sense to wait. I wouldn't be on the ace king one where I was saying you could jam versus the check raise. Like, he might very well know that that's a jam, but be like, well, I'll just edge pass because they could find higher edger spots with people making blunders. That's another thing. What when people are gonna call seven big blinds jams with king nine and knock people out, like when that stuff's happening, you should be passing on some edges and tightening up because you're gonna just get more pay jumps than you should from those type of collisions that shouldn't happen that will
Wow,
happen.
wow, we got something brewing here. This guy raised ace jack and ace deuce off just ripped in the
Yeah,
big blind.
that's actually a good rip. That's that's definitely a studied rip.
Well, yeah, if you're getting ace jack to fold, it looks good.
I was literally just reviewing that spot recently. Actually, it's
Really?
yeah, basically yeah, against an open. Yeah, against the open, even from like a earlier middle position, you could just rip ace deuce there, because you're just like unblocking all of their raise folds.
I know, but for like what effective?
I think it was like 25 bigs or something.
That was 25 bigs.
Yeah. But what was the positions there? Watch, I'll pull it up. I literally just studied that spot the other day. What was the
It might have been 24 big blinds, something like that.
what was
24,
the
25 big blinds.
positions?
I don't know where he opened from. It was from the big blind.
He opened under the gun.
Yeah. Okay. So 24 big blinds under the gun.
Under the gun, seven-handed to big blind.
Yeah.
For ace jack off and ace deuce off.
And he had a significantly bigger stack, right?
He had a big the under
Like
the
double or
gun
something.
They're
had
pretty close.
no. They were about even. They
Hmm.
were about even because now Fang is the bigger stack.
Who
They
was
were
the other
about
player?
even.
Who was the other player? It was
It was Hamud.
Hamoud open and
uh,
Fang jammed.
yeah, so he had
Yeah,
covered by a
they were
little bit.
about even stacks.
So he
They were
had
about
covered
even
by a
stacks.
little bit. That then I
Wasn't
feel like
expecting that.
then I feel like the spot that I saw that happening, the guy had a bit of a bigger stack. So I actually won't expect it to be as much of a jam, but here I'll show the spot that it is and it
Hold
isn't.
on, we have something. Oh, okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see a flop here. Jumalon raises sevens, gets called in the big blind by ace seven. Both flop the gut shot. I expect Jumalan to bet and Hamoud probably to peel one off here. Does not have backdoor spades.
Has he ever check raised?
It's possible, and I would more if I didn't have the ace. If I had, more of the jack sevens that aren't as good at showdown with the ace high. Sometimes we're just sort of have the best hand, so we take our ace sevens more as calls, I think, and our weaker sevens as check raises.
I mean, the one benefit to raising ace seven and ace three and ace five here sometimes is when an ace comes on the turn, you have, because when you check raise, you want to have a little bit of everything in your range. So I think it's good to low frequency add some of those ace X, because you don't want to check raise and you never have an ace, when an ace turns.
That's true, but when you're check raising, you're also sort of representing hands that are bigger than an ace to begin with, straights and two pairs and sets that you can still keep betting regardless of the ace coming or.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in this spot you're more polarized, because normally you'd be check raising like 7-8 and ace 8 and king 8, but because the ICM, your check raise range is a lot tighter. So yeah, you're going to be way more selective with what you check raise. So you're going to have less value and less bluffs too. So yeah, for sure I would lean more towards check calling and ICM.
I don't love betting this here. The sevens here. I think you just get all the weaker hands to fold and all the stronger hands
Yeah.
to call you with sevens. I think this is a check back and sort of call most rivers, let him bluff. There's a lot of hands he could have had
Yeah.
that some gut shots and some
Yeah.
overcard combinations that would have peeled that flop.
Yeah,
Some of which
and
hit
you don't need
jack.
the protection, because
Yeah.
those you have
You're
the gut
covering the
shot.
straights.
So yeah,
Yes.
I don't. Yeah, I agree. I think he should just check there.
It forces a 4 or 6 to fold probably. They
And,
might
and you
call
don't
it
need,
bet on the
and
river.
also like if he has an 8, he's probably checking the river if it's an overcard. So you like save money versus an 8 too when you check. So yeah, I do like the check. Yeah. Okay. And it's hard to find the exact spot I was talking about before, but I'll keep looking. But just look at this one, just 'cause it's interesting. Like hijack opens 50 big blinds, and you have 40 big blinds in the big blind. It's like, what do you do with ace king off? Well, it's stupid to collide with this guy, so you just jam, and then you're supposed to balance it with like ace deuce, ace three off. That's a bit of a. This is definitely a different situation, but it's kind of interesting. And that guy cannot call shit because you guys are like the chip leaders. Well, basically calls jacks plus. See if I could find some other interesting spots. Yeah, I think his jam probably was too wide there for 24 bigs from under the gun. Yeah, it does a lot of 3-betting with ace deuce, but not jamming. Like he should have just 3-bet to 5 or 6 bigs, not jam.
You got ace jack to snap fold.
Well, I don't think ace jack can call. Yeah, ace jack shouldn't
You
call.
didn't even think about it.
Ace jack shouldn't call versus jam there, even if he doesn't have ace deuce in his range. Yeah, I think the guy needs to be opening from like middle position for him to jam the ace deuce off there.
Jumala not wanting to let anything go, even the 3 deuce offsuit from the small blind is going into the tank with. Big P cringes. Oh, the three deuce. He always thinking about three betting the three deuce.
Most of the jam spots were ace deuce suited, not ace deuce off. I don't know.
I feel like the
Again,
Finnish guy could find a check raise here. I feel like he hasn't bluffed in like 2 hours, so he's gonna.
He's ready.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
jonesing for a bluff.
yeah. He's got a club and 2 overs.
The running 9-10.
$9.4. He's gonna
Yeah,
say.
I feel like some people just purely play off like image and feel like based off like, oh, I haven't done anything for a while, like it's gonna look strong now.
He is thinking about it. I don't think he's thinking about calling.
He raises.
Yep, you're right. He did. So you called
See,
it.
I'm telling you, I have reads on these guys. This is my experience. And
Dude, if he just like barrels huge on the turn, like if you're Fang, you might just be thinking you're up against a set, and you have a club in your hand too.
Fang has good instincts.
Yeah, every time Fang puts money in the pot, these guys are just going ham against him. Playing tight. He puts money in, and they just 3-bet him.
It's the outfit. It's funny that he has the poker hand on the shoulder, like.
I imagine
like,
this is a
with the.
But I imagine this is a call here. We're not
Yeah.
thinking about putting
Yeah.
in another raise.
Yeah.
I think it's just a pure call.
Yeah, for sure.
And
I think the only hand that might want to like raise might be like whether it's exploitatively, like just like aces without a club, because to get it in versus ace high flush draw, Is he raising? Well, he went all in.
yeah, I don't like that.
No,
I don't like that.
Oh,
I think
he
we just
raised.
call.
Yeah, what's the point of that?
Yo, he clicked it. He clicked it to 30. Yeah,
It's more
I
than-
don't.
It's more
I
than
don't
a
know.
click. But yeah.
It's not much more than a click because he only bet
Yeah,
3.5. The
27
min raise
would
would have
be
been like
okay.
27. I mean, basically a click. But
Yeah, I don't see the
I
point of that.
don't-
It's like you're just gonna get it in
yeah.
versus ace X of clubs and king X of clubs,
or sets.
4 or 5
you
of clubs,
or-
sets.
or
Yeah.
two pairs and sets.
Well, I don't.
but,
Does he think he maybe has jacks and tens and nines?
but if all the people at the table would have let this guy blast off.
What if this guy just
What is this guy
jams?
thinking about?
He's just gonna jam.
I
Psycho.
hope so. I
He is-
hope so. Nothing.
No, I don't want him
wanna
to
see this
jam.
guy
I don't want him to
I
jam
want him
unless
to
Fang's
jam.
gonna fold. But no, Fang's never gonna fold.
Fang's not folding at this point.
Oh, come on, throw it away. I want to see
He's
you
not
play.
clicking to fold.
I want to see you play more. I don't want to see you go out like this. Come on.
He's not.
Come on,
Oh,
he's not.
he's
He's
not
not.
gonna
He's
do it.
folding. Come on, he's
Come on.
folding.
You never
He's not
know, dude. This
continuing.
guy's psycho.
He's not continuing in this.
Do you guys
hand.
think this guy-
Jack eight offsuit.
What do
He's
you guys
folding.
think this guy will
Of
ever
course
jam?
No.
What's the
Of course
percentage?
he's
Dude,
folding.
there's at least a 10% chance he jams here.
No, there isn't. It's not 10%. It's like less than 1%.
Dude, this guy's
No way.
psycho, dude.
I think he's wasting time. It was
He's
like
not
with the king
wasting
queen
time.
suited. Like he
Well,
was pretending to think about calling
you know
off.
what? You know what? He probably doesn't want them to think he's bluffing. So he's probably.
Yeah, I think it's metagame.
Yeah.
He's done with this hand. There's no.
I mean that's fair.
nothing-
That's fair though. Like you don't want people to know you're bluffing here. So I think it's good. I think he should tank fold a little bit here. Like you don't want people to know you're check raising bluffing there.
Yeah, he folded.
Like you want them to think you folded an 8 or 9s or something. Yeah, you really don't need to jam there, right? Like I mean raise, just call, unless you think he has
That
9s.
being said, I do like him clicking more than jamming. So that's better. It wasn't his worst. I mean, like it allows this guy room to potentially, maybe instead of his Jack 8, he might have had some Ace
I mean,
4 backdoor flush
maybe
draw,
he's
and
got,
maybe takes the bait.
maybe he's got some hand issues that this guy's like spazzed or something.
I mean, clearly, see something. I mean, he get hand histories. We've just been seeing it. He's, he's been going for it.
Someone says 7.8% call or jam.
And Han Feng was just the shortest stack, and he shot up second in chips now.
Someone says, isn't re-raising fine to let some straight draws and one pair hands you unblock? The thing is, what one pair hands is he raising there?
He's not raising with a lot of one pair hands.
Yeah, he's not
that
raising a
aren't
lot of one pair
maybe some
hands there.
overpairs.
I mean, like, you probably should be raising like Ace 8. What were the? I'd have to see this position of stack size.
7-2. I think it was 7-2-3. I think flop was 7-2-3.
I mean, your check raise threshold is a lot tighter in ICM. But yeah, it would only be the 8x. I just don't think he's the guy that's gonna raise an open-ended draw either. Even though you can be. Like, it's very different when you're playing like a good studied pro who like check raises you versus, when that guy check raises you. And he also check raised huge too. I mean, that sizing is not a second or third pair. That's like a Ace 8, I'm ready to get it in, or flush draw, or flop to set. Like, yeah, that is true. Feng had 4.5 big blinds with Ace 4 versus Ace Queen, and now he's gonna win the main event.
Oh, I guess we're done.
How pleased are you with the way you've played throughout the course of the day?
I think they wrapped up for the day.
6 hours was enough.
Thank you for the time. There it is.
I'm watching his interviews.
Yeah, it looks like they called it.
So so that's interesting. Did you hear his interview? He said he thinks he said, how did you play? And then he kind of didn't answer the question at first. Just said, I'm blessed to be here. But then he was like, he's like, I think I missed 1 or 2 spots, but that's gonna happen. I've been here for 6 hours. So I think he's definitely not aware of how many mistakes he made. Or he was just like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it seemed like he maybe definitely not aware.
You should really make him aware.
Pads will. I mean, if Pads is coaching, Pads is great. I'm sure he's gonna, and Pads is not gonna sugarcoat. I'm sure he'll let him know.
All right.
So they just stopped at. So we're still at 7, and they stopped, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they ran out of time.
All right.
Pick it up tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it makes sense they stop, because you cannot make the tomorrows too short otherwise. All right, guys. Well, that was fun. I will stick on just to answer some of these questions for the next 5 minutes. But thanks for joining, you guys. This was a last minute.
Thanks for having me, buddy.
Yeah, this was fun. This was kind of easier than I expected it to be, and more fun than I expected it to be. So I am down to do something like this again for some cool final tables.
Another time.
Yep.
Good night, y'all.
All right. Good night, you guys.
See ya.
Just a reminder, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. That way you could be part of the giveaways. Giving away a free Jocka Coaching subscription, giving away a free Jocka Coaching hoodie as long as you've said at least 1 comment in the chat today. And the big one is that huge Hard Rock giveaway, sending someone a 10K package to the Hard Rock this November. Literally the biggest giveaway we've ever done. It's pretty epic. Let's see, is that link working? Yep, I just typed it in the chat. So we're literally going to give you main event buy-in, flight, hotel, coaching with me, VIP dinner with me. It's going to be unbelievable. So check how you could get into that giveaway in the link that I just posted. And I am doing a bunch of YouTube vlogs. I just started them before WSOP. So that's another reason you might want to subscribe to the channel. I'll go ahead and show you some of the fun ones I've been doing recently. Yeah, so yeah, my first 50K buy-in that I played, Monster Stack, main event, my 2500 freeze out. I finished 4th place for 180K. One of my students won a bracelet, 25K heads up. I made vlogs for all these. I just started doing these, so you get to see behind the scenes, and I share a bunch of hand analysis, kind of see how I'm thinking through these spots in real time. So yeah, hit subscribe if you want to make sure you get to catch those. I'm going to be releasing videos weekly. All right, I'm going to check the chat one more time just to see if there's anything else I missed at the end. I'm sure I missed a bunch of your questions earlier, and I apologize, but trying to follow the action and follow this and look at the solver, got a lot going on. It could be tourney or cash, either one. Someone said link to the live giveaway not working. Okay, let me do it again. Link to the giveaway not working. Let me see. Let me click it. It's working for me. Here, let me post it again. Okay, here, let's try that again. Okay, I just posted it. Okay, that link should work. Please let me know if it does. I'll remove the earlier one. Yep, okay, should be working now. Someone says, hey Faraz, how do players go about tape analysis, presumably tonight, tomorrow morning for a tournament like this? I don't think I'd be doing any tape analysis. I mean, in a perfect world, yeah, I'd love to have tape analysis, but it's just like, it's not time efficient, right? So if you're going to play tomorrow, you're going to have like a short 2-3 hour window to study. And just like the amount of value that I'm going to get from like looking at sims and drilling scenarios, like I'm going to be able to drill like 100 spots probably. Now, if I go look at film, I'm going to be able to analyze like 5-6 spots. So I just don't like, yeah, I mean, if this was the NFL and you had 13 coaches, because, you know, you're getting paid, you know, $40 million salary, and you could, you know, combine that with all your teammates, then yeah, it makes sense to kind of hire a film coach, hire this coach, hire that coach, then you could do that. But yeah, so I'm not saying that's not valuable. It just, with such limited turnaround time, I don't think that's where I'd spend my time. Yeah, so what I would do is I would hire a coach ahead of time, train me for, you know, the final 9, and then while, you know, overnight have them prep me stuff so that the next day I don't have to figure out what to study and what to look and set things up, but just go in like they've already done that. Boom, boom, boom. Same thing for the next day. Same thing, you know, for heads up and so on. And I do that myself too. Like I would hire a coach for sure, because for myself, even because it's just, you're like spreading out that work to other people, like it's going to be way more efficient, so you could focus on other stuff. And even there's, you know, there's people that are way better at certain things than you are, no matter what the scenario is. So yeah, I would just hire like one of the top ICM players in my friend circle to kind of run this stuff for me, so I don't have to do that. I could focus on my mental game and my exercise and all that kind of stuff. I see. Okay. Someone said, should this not have been a... Yeah, his ace-5 jam was too wide. Oh, okay, you're talking about... Hammond has king-queen off and cutoff raises 5... Gagliano, ace-5 in the big blind and folds. I don't understand the scenario. So, cutoff raises to 5 mil... And Gagliano had ace-5 off in the big blind and just folded. I would just call there. If it's just a cutoff open and I'm in the big blind with ace-5 off, I would just call. But I don't know if I'm misunderstanding the scenario. All right, guys, I am going to call it. It's late. It's a lot later than I expected, but I had a good time. I hope you guys did too. All right. Peace out. 2.5x open. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Probably still would call. I don't know. Maybe if you ever read this guy's super strong. Yeah, you should overfold if someone raises too big. So I don't mind the fold. But yeah, it's close. All right. I'm out, y'all. Peace.